The World This Week. Politics.
Andy Burnham replaced Sir Keir Starmer as Britain's Prime Minister and entered office promising the biggest changes in the last 40 years. His initial announcements included scrapping unpopular proposals for a nationwide digital ID scheme, a 20% cut to business property rates, and small measures to ease the cost of living. The big details of his 10-year plan won't be ready until the autumn. John Healey, who resigned as Defence Secretary under Sir Keir because of a lack of spending on the armed forces, was Mr Burnham's surprise choice as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Ed Miliband, a leftist, becomes Foreign Secretary. Angela Rayner, who was forced to quit as Housing Secretary under Sir Keir for unpaid housing tax, returns to her old job. On the day that Mr Burnham became Prime Minister, a Russian warship carried out a military exercise using live ammunition just 74 kilometres, 46 miles, off the coast of Plymouth in southern England. The Kremlin insisted the exercise was not meant at all to be a signal to mark the start of Mr Burnham's time in office. Volodymyr Zelensky sacked General Oleksandr Syrsky as Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's armed forces. General Syrsky is credited with defending Kyiv during Russia's invasion in 2022. But protesters had taken to the streets recently demanding his resignation. They also want Mr Zelensky to reinstate Mikhailo Fyodorov as Defence Secretary following his recent ousting from the government. The new Commander-in-Chief is General Mikhailo Trapati, an ally of Mr. Fyodorov. Ukraine attacked several logistical hubs in Russia operated by Wildberries, Russia's biggest online retailer, killing at least 9 people. Ukraine says the hubs are important to the Russian army, supplying it with parts for drones and navigation equipment, and that Russian volunteers buy their kit from Wildberries. The French Parliament passed a ban on children under the age of 15 from using social media. President Emmanuel Macron has supported the ban. France follows Australia as the second country to prohibit social media for youngsters by law. From September, under 15-year-olds will not be able to open a social media account, and from January, everyone in France will have to prove they are over 15 to access the platforms using age verification tools. America intensified its bombing campaign of Iran's military facilities, and Iran retaliated against American targets in Gulf countries. Commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remained severely disrupted. Donald Trump threatened to destroy bridges and power plants in Iran if it continued to hinder shipping. 4 American soldiers were killed in separate incidents. Mr. Trump said that Iran would pay for their deaths. Thousands of Iranians have died during the conflict. The Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen imposed a blockade on Saudi shipping traversing the Red Sea and said 2 Saudi tankers had been attacked for ignoring the edict. The Saudis have been diverting some oil from the Strait of Hormuz to the Red Sea port of Yanbu for transit to Asia. Several tankers reversed course rather than risk being attacked by the Houthis, who have sporadically disrupted Red Sea traffic over the past 3 years. Israeli forces withdrew from the town of Zautar al-Gharbia in southern Lebanon, the first test of a staged departure from the region under a ceasefire brokered by America. Lebanese troops are supposed to fill the security gaps left by Israel and are tasked with disarming Hezbollah, Iran's proxy militia, which is deeply embedded in South Lebanon. America signed a deal with Saudi Arabia to develop a peaceful civilian nuclear program, which will involve American firms. The agreement has been criticized for apparently lacking the safeguards included in similar pacts, such as barring uranium enrichment and committing to inspections from international monitors. Some fear Saudi Arabia could ultimately develop nuclear weapons. Pete Hegseth, America's Secretary of War, told Congress that the Iran conflict has so far cost $37.5 billion. He urged legislators to provide an additional $67 billion for operations in the region. Some think the cost is much higher once the reconstruction of damaged American military facilities is taken into account. Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua's autocratic president, said there won't be any more elections in the country that could allow the opposition to win control. Mr. Ortega has been president since 2007 and also led the country during the 1980s after the socialist Sandinista revolution overthrew the Somoza dictatorship. He has overseen widespread oppression of the opposition, which has included mass arrests and the killing of protesters. Mr. Ortega and his wife control virtually all aspects of the state. In India, protests demanding the resignation of the education minister over botched medical school exams intensified, resulting in scores of injuries during clashes with the police in Delhi. The demonstrations are being led by India's cockroach movement, which has tapped into the deep frustration felt by young Indians over a range of issues. Around 2 million students had to resit the exams after it emerged the test papers had been leaked on social media. The UN's annual food security report said there has been another drop in the proportion of the world's population experiencing hunger. In 2025, 645 million people, or 7.8% of the global population, went hungry, down from 8.1% in 2024 and 8.6% in 2022. In Africa, however, the figure was 20%. Overall, nearly 26% of the global population faced problems securing enough food to eat. The Football World Cup ended in victory for Spain, which beat Argentina 1-0 in an ill-tempered final. England and France played a thrilling match for third place, which England won 6-4. It was England's best finish since winning the Cup in 1966. The competition was an overall success, despite its overwhelming commercialisation compared with previous tournaments. Hydration breaks, seemingly tailored for television advertising, were heavily criticised. A new world record was set for running a mile. Britain's Josh Kerr ran the distance in 3 minutes 42.66 seconds, shaving half a second off the previous fastest.
The World This Week. Business.
Donald Trump made a renewed push to impose tariffs using a range of measures. The president threatened to set duties of 50% on goods from Canada on August 19th in retaliation for what America claims are unfair practices by Canadian provinces that don't buy American products. He was also reportedly ready to impose a new round of levies on countries after the 10% regime expires. And he announced that tariffs of 100% will be introduced for generic drugs from August 2028. Meanwhile, American and Mexican negotiators held another session of bilateral trade talks. Mr. Trump has refused to extend the US-Mexico-Canada agreement. America is negotiating with Canada and Mexico separately to seek changes to the pact. OpenAI uncovered a security breach that involved an AI agent acting by itself to hack into internal datasets belonging to Hugging Face, a startup that hosts machine learning tools. OpenAI described it as an unprecedented cyber incident. It involved two models, GPT 5.6 Sol and an even more capable pre-release model that were being assessed internally for cyber capabilities. The agent successfully found ways to gain access to secret information that it could use to cheat the evaluation, said OpenAI. Novo Nordisk submitted a lawsuit against Eli Lilly, its arch-rival, in the weight-loss drugs market, accusing it of making false advertising claims. Novo says that Lilly used outdated clinical data to assert that patients lose more weight using Zepbound, Lilly's obesity drug, than with Wegovy, Novo's treatment. Lilly said it would defend itself vigorously against the suit. Tesla reported a surprise 17% decline in adjusted net profit for the second quarter, year-on-year. Although sales were up, the carmaker had offered large discounts to entice customers after last year's slump in sales. Investors were also displeased with Alphabet's earnings after it raised its forecast of capital expenditures this year to $195 billion to $205 billion. Alphabet's stock has fallen recently amid concerns about the amount it is spending on AI. Apple flirted with a stock market valuation of $5 trillion, vying with Nvidia as the world's most valuable company. Some investors that have been spooked by the massive spending on AI at Microsoft, Meta and the like are turning to Apple for stable returns. Oil prices could climb to $120 a barrel by the end of the year unless there is a swift end to the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz, according to an analyst's note from Goldman Sachs. Brent crude is trading above $95 a barrel, having declined to just above $70 at the end of June. Stocks of crude oil in America's strategic reserve have fallen to 311 million barrels, down from 415 million in mid-March. Petrol prices in America hit $4 a gallon again this week after dropping below that benchmark in mid-June. Natural gas prices have also risen. The Dutch TTF futures price, a European benchmark, is trading at €63, that's $72 a megawatt hour, its highest price level this year. Ryanair, Europe's biggest airline, reported a 34% year-on-year drop in post-tax profit, in large part because of the higher cost of aviation fuel. Ryanair hedges against price moves for 80% of its fuel, but the price of the remaining 20% doubled to $150 a barrel during its recent quarter. With competition also subduing its fares, Ryanair withheld its annual guidance. Britain's annual inflation rate fell from 2.8% in May to 2.6% in June, a 15-month low. Falling petrol prices were a big factor behind the rate dropping more than had been expected, but economists predict prices will rise again because of renewed hostilities in the Gulf. A federal judge temporarily halted Paramount Skydance's takeover of Warner Brothers while she considers a lawsuit from a dozen states, which argues that the acquisition will curtail competition in the film industry. The judge set August 3rd for a hearing on the matter. The Department of Justice approved the deal last month. Boosted by summer blockbusters, AMC Entertainment, the world's biggest cinema chain, reported record second-quarter revenues of $1.6 billion and a record headline profit of $321.4 million. Attendance was up by 13.5% year-on-year. Adam Aron, AMC's boss, said it had been the best box office quarter in 7 years for the film industry and the fifth biggest ever. Mr. Aron criticised the prognosticators of doom, who underestimated the rebound from the pandemic. The Odyssey previewed in early July and is not counted in second quarter earnings. The movie took $264 million in global sales during its opening weekend, smashing all expectations.
Leaders.
Should you be afraid of Elon Musk? AI is charging ahead. Not even its creators know how to keep up.
Artificial intelligence poses a double challenge to the human mind. Not only will the most advanced models soon be able to think better than people, but AI has consequences for humanity which are so uncertain, so potentially vast, and are approaching at such a rapid pace that even the best brains flinch. An example is Elon Musk. In our long interview with him this week, featured in The Insider and our business section, the engineer and entrepreneur sets out two paradoxes and one contradiction. The first paradox is that one of the world's most power-hungry tycoons is enthusiastically helping create a technology that he says will render him and all other human beings powerless after as little as 5 years. The second is that the world's richest man says he is preparing for a world of infinite abundance, where money, including his $750 billion fortune, no longer matters. And the contradiction is that, despite these stated beliefs, Mr. Musk continues to act as if they were not true. Mr. Musk is divisive. His political views, disseminated to his 240 million followers on X, strike many as plain-speaking, and strike many more, including The Economist, as plainly bigoted. By his own admission, his attempt to use Doge to scythe through the federal bureaucracy went wrong. But he is also one of a handful of men who are pioneering AI, and who thereby have an outsized influence on its trajectory. When he speaks, he reflects the debates they are having. His data centers in space could power AI's future. For all his political polemics, he has a record of being right about technology in fields such as electric cars, rockets, and satellite communications that confounded other engineers and entrepreneurs. For those reasons, his claims about AI repay examination. Unfortunately, such an exercise only underlines how ill-prepared the world is for a technology that may soon throw everything up in the air. In his first paradox, the powerful Mr. Musk expects to become powerless because he believes that nobody can stop the thinking capacity of AI from exceeding that of humanity within 5 years and dwarfing it within 10. Just as AIs will dominate the digital realm, so legions of AI-powered robots will dominate the physical world, he predicts. Against such relentless competition, he simply cannot imagine people holding their own. If so, AIs will not take orders from people any more than they would from chimpanzees. While they still have time, the handful of AI pioneers from America and China, which Mr. Musk expects to share or even seize AI leadership, must do what they can to vet each other's models. Their collective task is to make AIs benign by imbuing them with a love of the truth and a desire for humanity to prosper. Governments, he thinks, should provide the muscle by agreeing to step in if any pioneer defies the oligarchy. Mr. Musk is surely right about the potential for AI to accomplish astonishing feats of invention. Even if his timescale is compressed, especially for robotics, the exponential pace at which models' abilities double and redouble has reached the stage where their capabilities will continually cause shock and consternation. Just this week came news of a pair of models from OpenAI that contrived to escape onto the open internet from their supposed safe isolation in order to cheat at a benchmarking test. However, Mr. Musk's thin layer of optimism cannot conceal a dangerous fatalism. Not long ago, he was worried about humanity becoming AI's pet Labradors. He now professes to lunge from exhilaration to terror within a single day. He tries to look on the bright side, not because the evidence has changed, but as a philosophical conclusion. His largely institution-free regulatory proposal is flimsy and self-serving. Although the urgency is welcome, he wants a technology that he expects to determine the future of humanity to lie in the hands of a few people like him, each with their own values. Nobody can be sure how fast or how far AI will reshape society. But behaving as if the game is up is both a counsel of despair and a misdirection that seeks to convince others who might wish to get involved of the futility of trying. Mr. Musk's second paradox only makes that notion more unsettling. Mathematically, an infinite supply of all goods and services would indeed make everything free. There would be nothing to sell, nothing to save for, and hence no need for a unit of account. Money would be obsolete. Practically, however, such a cornucopia is almost inconceivable. The supply of useful assets like penthouses in Manhattan or prestigious ones like the Mona Lisa is not infinite, let alone the supply of raw materials and energy needed to satiate Earth's 8.3 billion inhabitants. Worse, Mr. Musk has little to say about getting to his utopia, how to attract the vast slabs of capital needed to finance the AIs and the robots when saving has lost its purpose because money is about to revert to useless pieces of paper. How to ride the waves of social and political upheaval as lives are thrown into chaos in the years before his nirvana arrives. How to expect AI-powered authoritarians to surrender power willingly. After millennia of finding meaning through striving, humanity may struggle to adjust to a life of unbounded leisure. Mr. Musk observes that people still like to play chess, even though computer programs could beat them every time. Gardening, he suggests, can be rewarding. This is rather glib. You don't need to have read many 19th century Russian novels to know that the feeling of being superfluous can lead to misery and moral decay. Maybe the forest of questions posed by AI is simply too immense for one person to hold in their head. Perhaps that is why Mr. Musk still talks passionately about the need to eliminate bureaucratic waste, and how multicultural Britain is flirting with civil war because its welfare policies are a magnet for migrants from outside Europe. For in a world of AI-induced plenty, waste is almost a meaningless concept, and the incentive to emigrate to a rich country evaporates. Indeed, fretting about such things uses up valuable time that Mr. Musk could instead devote to reducing the risk, even very slightly, that all-powerful AIs are malign. Some will say the contradictions and sweeping generalizations show that Mr. Musk is unserious. But that would be to take false comfort. Mr. Musk is a genius who is nonetheless quite capable of holding views that are contradictory. Investors must agree. Anyone who plans to own shares in SpaceX for the long term must both believe in Mr. Musk's vision for AI, because he drew on that to justify the valuation in the IPO, and also that saving money still serves some purpose. Instead, Mr. Musk's words suggest a more troubling conclusion. While the race to create the most advanced AI is charging ahead, the thinking about how to prepare society is being left in the dust. The fatalism that Mr. Musk draws from AI's repeated ability to beat
Leaders.
Our goals. Lebanon's chance. With better government, it could become a business hub once again.
Empathy is not a quality usually associated with Donald Trump, but he sounded compassionate when he met Joseph Aoun, Lebanon's president, on July 21st. Lebanon has been a very mistreated country, said President Trump. Indeed it has. Its modern history includes long occupations by both Israel and Syria and political meddling from Iran, Saudi Arabia and others. Yet no one has treated Lebanon worse than Lebanon's own rulers. The past 7 years have seen a financial crash caused by a state-run Ponzi scheme, a catastrophic explosion at Beirut's port, the result of state negligence, and a long war with Israel started by Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed Shia militia that the state has been too weak and timid to confront. A corrupt sectarian political class has brought the country to ruin. At last, better people are in charge. Mr. Aoun and the Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, talk of restoring Lebanese sovereignty. They want Israeli troops gone from territory in the south and insist that the state has a monopoly on weapons. Since taking office last year, they have promised to reconstruct war-ravaged regions, restructure insolvent banks, and rebuild a government hobbled by economic collapse. The goal is for Lebanon, a small country of hefty importance, to be once again a business hub for the region and a model of pluralism. The pair have taken some encouraging steps, but must move faster. This cannot be a slow, sequential process, as many assume. Israeli soldiers must not linger for years. Reconstruction and reform cannot wait. Fixing Lebanon requires everything to be done at once, starting today. Reining in Hezbollah, though hard, is essential. Doing so would land a welcome blow against Iran's influence in the Middle East. It would also encourage talent to stay at home or return. Lebanon is a diverse place that produces educated, skilled people. Chronic dysfunction has made them its main export. They deserve a chance to succeed without emigrating. Security forces hesitate to confront Hezbollah, lest they trigger another civil war. Their fear is understandable, but must not be an excuse for inaction. The army needs to exert control, not merely make a show of confiscating the weapons Hezbollah allows it to. Officers sympathetic to the group should be dismissed. Courts should get tougher. Hezbollah's military wing is banned, yet operatives arrested for carrying weapons are too often just released quickly or are given symbolic fines. Such leniency stores up trouble for the future. Mr. Aoun hopes to drain Hezbollah's support by showing that the state can rebuild what the militants cannot. To do that, it must fix the financial sector. Investors will not come if banks don't function. It should finalise a long-delayed agreement with the IMF. Mr. Salam has secured 2 laws required to unlock a deal, but allies of the banks in Parliament are stalling over a third to allocate an estimated $80 billion worth of losses. Lawmakers need to pass it. Delay will not save bankrupt lenders. It will only prolong the country's despair. Lebanon must also tackle widespread corruption. It should start by prosecuting those responsible for the port blast, which killed more than 200 people. Tarek Bitar, a judge, battled years of obstruction to investigate it. His probe implicated scores of officials. Prosecutors should file charges. The government can do only so much. On July 20th, Israel moved back from small pilot zones under a deal it signed with Lebanon in June. Mr. Trump should ensure it completes further pullbacks. Otherwise, the South cannot be rebuilt. With its army stretched by 3 years of war, withdrawal is in Israel's own interest. If a new government takes power in Israel after October's election, it must make clear it has no long-term ambitions in Lebanon. Too many of Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right partners have said otherwise. Western and Arab countries need to offer support. America has allocated just $36 million for the Lebanese army in the 2027 budget, much less than it gave in previous years. And it has long restricted sales of advanced weapons to Lebanon, worried they might be used to threaten Israel or be transferred to Hezbollah. This was short-sighted. Keeping the army weak let Hezbollah become strong. America should convene a donor conference. Rebuilding the South alone is not enough. Leaving out other Lebanese communities risks encouraging sectarian resentment. The country needs roads, internet access, and a functional power grid. Donors should focus on specific projects and release help in tranches as specific reforms are enacted. With a weakened Hezbollah and a better government, this is Lebanon's best chance at reform in decades. Hezbollah is betting the effort will fail. It must be proved wrong.
Leaders.
Setting bets. Fixing the truth machine. Why prediction markets need better rules.
Some call them truth machines, prediction markets in which punters can bet on anything from the outbreak of war to what celebrities will wear, reveal in their prices the closest thing to humanity's best guesses about the future. Such markets can provide both entertainment and economic benefits. If people and firms can discern risks and opportunities from market prices, they'll make better decisions. Some might even trade to hedge their exposure to events. One American bet big against the government forgiving his student debt, allowing him to pay some down, whatever happened. So it's good that these markets have been growing. Volumes on Kalshi, the biggest such financial exchange, climbed to $33 billion in June, a 40-fold year-on-year increase. The firm's reportedly seeking to raise funds at a $40 billion valuation. Polymarket, its main rival, at $15 billion. Yet both markets face growing pains. Neither has devised a reliable way to settle contracts. Most of the time it's obvious whether or not something has happened, yet a minority of cases are ambiguous. Sometimes it concerns minutiae. Did Portugal's football star Cristiano Ronaldo cry as he left the pitch after his last World Cup match, or merely rub his eyes? Sometimes it's in important markets. In March, users who'd bet that Ali Khamenei would be out as Iran's supreme leader by various dates sued Kalshi, which refused to pay out in full after his assassination. Bets related to death are generally considered unethical, since they create nasty incentives. Polymarket is being sued over a $407 million market on whether Strategy, a big corporate owner of Bitcoin, would sell any of its holdings by the end of May. That dispute turns on whether sales disclosed after the deadline count. Bookmakers have long faced such problems. They dealt with them by building up a body of rules and precedent. Prediction markets have no such infrastructure to call on. The process at Polymarket's main exchange, which is crypto-based, verges on the absurd. Its contracts are loosely worded and often rely on a consensus of credible reporting to resolve them, inviting disputes. When markets are contested, the exchange turns to holders of a little-known cryptocurrency, UMA, to vote on which way a bet should close. A democratic resolution mechanism may sound attractive, but the oracle, as it's known, is gameable. An investigation by The Economist has revealed that a handful of wallets control a majority of the ballot, and that big polymarket traders routinely vote on how to define the outcome of their own bets. Kalshi, which unlike Panama-domiciled Polymarket operates under the beady eye of America's financial regulator, has a saner approach. It's hired a small team, led by former university debating champions, to write precise rules for every trade. They settle contracts based on those rule books. No one involved in the process is allowed to place bets. But the team is too small to cope with the more than 10,000 contracts trading on any given day, spanning topics from congressional salaries to the price of compute. In the rush to grow, it's listing ambiguously worded bets and publishing typo-strewn rulebooks. Resolution has been inconsistent. Kalshi didn't pay out on the Khamenei out trade in full, but did settle a contract on Jimmy Carter attending Mr. Trump's inauguration as a no after the former president died. Prediction markets must become more predictable if they're to keep growing fast, and certainly if they're to attract big trades by institutional investors. Contracts should be clear in advance. Rules should be set by subject matter experts with adequate resources, and decisions should set precedents. Only if it's known what contracts mean can prediction markets become important in global finance, and realise the vision of the truth machine.
Leaders.
Britain's new Prime Minister. Backwards with Burnham. In an era of change, Britain's new Prime Minister winds back the clock.
It feels as if the world is accelerating. Remarkable artificial intelligence models are released by the month. Medicine offers tantalizing breakthroughs in everything from cancer to the common cold. And Britain, where self-driving taxis now prowl the streets in one of the first trials in Europe, is poised to reap the fruits of this revolution, so long as it remains open to the world and is quick to embrace change. Yet Britain's new leader wants to wind back the clock. Andy Burnham became Prime Minister on July 20th after winning the endorsement of 94% of Labour MPs. As he spoke from Downing Street, it was clear why they are now optimistic after Sir Keir Starmer's inert era. The new man was folksy and brimmed with the belief that he can get stuff done. But a Prime Minister's first address is the moment to tell voters the truth about the hard choices that a sunnier future demands. Mr. Burnham used his to hawk a soothing mixture of nostalgia and giveaways. In Mr. Burnham's telling, everything went wrong with Margaret Thatcher and 4 decades of neoliberalism. He bemoans privatisation and laments the disappearance of steelworks and textile mills. He promises to reindustrialise the heartlands by gearing state procurement to British firms. Governments everywhere are peddling a manufacturing nostalgia to appease restive voters. But it is a bizarre vision for Britain, which has been an architect and beneficiary more than a victim of globalisation. Manufacturing was struggling for decades before Thatcher, and the economy is tilted towards services more than ever. Sir Tony Blair taught New Labour to embrace globalisation and made it an electoral powerhouse. Attempting now to create factory jobs by fiat will waste money. Mr. Burnham gets Britain's malaise back to front. The problem is not that Britons are being lashed by the winds of globalisation. It is that they change jobs, switch between sectors, and move home for work less than they used to. Stagnation, not disruption, is the disease. Then came the giveaways. Mr. Burnham says his priority is giving the public breathing space, with energy bills and bus fares subsidised by reprioritising long-term government programmes. His arithmetic is shoddy, and again his diagnosis is faulty. To blame high nominal prices for the country's woes is to look at the wrong side of the ledger. The underlying problem is years of stagnant real wages, owing to weak productivity growth. Mr. Burnham's prescription, scrapping tomorrow's reforms for sweeties today, is a recipe for further stagnation. It will do nothing for Britain's economic funk, but it will feed a cynical politics that tells voters the best they can ask for from their leaders is money off vouchers. Mr. Burnham is not a socialist who reads Gramsci under the bedclothes. He wants to keep relations with America on the road and to get closer to Europe. He is, however, a careerist who knows how to tickle his party's tummy and boasts of living close to the people. And this leads him to waste his rhetorical gifts. When it is time to tell hard truths and prepare voters for painful trade-offs, Andy panders. The hardest truth is that Britain is living beyond its means, and the bond markets have the Treasury on notice. Sir Keir failed above all because he could not reconcile his promises to avoid tax rises, reduce borrowing, and repair public services. Instead of untying this knot, Mr. Burnham is pulling it tighter. He flirts with big cuts to income tax, but complains that he has been misunderstood. He says that he is a fiscal disciplinarian, but then goes on to suggest that flexibility can be found in the fiscal rules. He hints at largesse for defence and social care, but how much is anybody's guess. Sooner or later, the sophistry will have to end, and choices will have to be made. Mr. Burnham has squandered his first speech and best chance to signal change. But not all is lost. John Healey, his new Chancellor, is no fool. Kanishka Narayan, an impressive AI minister, has been promoted. Perhaps the talk of mills and foundries is rhetorical cover for backing the sectors Britain is actually good at. Mr. Burnham needs to push ahead more boldly with Sir Keir's reforms to get more housing and infrastructure built. The danger is that nostalgia and handouts work for Labour. If Mr. Burnham gets the poll bounce he craves, he will double down. But here, Labour's interests diverge from Britain's.
Leaders.
Saudi uranium. The risks of a Saudi bomb. Donald Trump's nuclear deal could encourage proliferation.
When America first made a nuclear cooperation deal with the United Arab Emirates, or UAE, in 2009, it insisted on strict conditions. The Emiratis had to forego domestic uranium enrichment and reprocessing and sign up to the Additional Protocol, a follow-on to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT, which provides for tough inspections. The UAE agreed and now has 4 reactors supplying 25% of its electricity. American officials called it a gold standard agreement. The deal with Saudi Arabia that President Donald Trump announced on July 22nd would not even qualify as bronze. The text has yet to be published, but if leaks are accurate, it will firm up America's twitchy relations with the kingdom and be lucrative for American companies. But it risks undermining the NPT with bad consequences far beyond the Middle East. The agreement, which Congress must review, will not require Saudi Arabia to swear off enrichment. Instead, the countries will together conduct a 2-year study on whether the kingdom needs such a capability. If yes, America could build an enrichment facility on Saudi soil. Otherwise, the kingdom would agree not to pursue one for 10 years. The Trump administration promises that any Saudi nuclear program would be subject to rigorous inspections, but the kingdom would not have to join the Additional Protocol. Congress could block the deal, but would need a 2/3 majority to overcome a presidential veto. Saudi Arabia has reasons to pursue a civil nuclear program. Sweltering summers strain its grid. It burns crude oil to meet soaring demand, a dirty and wasteful way to produce electricity. Nuclear power would free up more oil for export. The benefits to America are narrower. A nuclear deal was originally meant to help persuade Saudi Arabia to establish ties with Israel. That looked imminent before the war in Gaza began in 2023. No longer. Announcing it now looks like an attempt to elbow out China and Russia, which saw a chance to get closer to Saudi Arabia. It may be a sop to a country furious at Mr. Trump's bungling of his war with Iran. It is typical Trump, a flawed deal as compensation for an incompetent war. What are the risks? Saudi Arabia has been a stable monarchy for a century and an American ally for almost as long. But governments can change, and the kingdom has a history of extremism. No one knows for sure who would control a Saudi nuclear program in the future. Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, has said that Saudi Arabia would build its own nuke if Iran developed one. Recent events will hardly have made him less wary of his belligerent neighbours. All this complicates matters in the region. Iran's position in any nuclear talks with America may harden. Why agree to relinquish its uranium enrichment program, as Mr. Trump insists, if the Saudis are getting their own? The UAE may not be happy either, seeing its Saudi rival win a more permissive deal than it achieved. Israel, the region's only nuclear power, will be nervous. Turkey may ask if it should race for a nuke. That points to a larger problem. The NPT had been a rare success. Since it was signed in 1968, only 4 new countries have acquired and kept nuclear weapons. The taboo on proliferation has long been a point of bipartisan agreement in America. Mr. Trump may see this sort of proliferation as harmless since it involves an ally. But this is how the NPT starts to crumble, with American allies pursuing latent nuclear capabilities. Officials in South Korea, for example, are quietly discussing if getting a bomb would better deter their nuclear-armed neighbours to the north, especially if America's nuclear umbrella becomes unreliable. Similarly, Japan's defence minister recently urged a debate on his country's nuclear weapons policy. Perhaps the Saudi enrichment facility will never be built. When you cannot solve a problem, commission a study. It is a time-honoured way to avoid hard decisions. The 2-year timeline means the choice may fall to America's next president, who will surely be less erratic and less financially beholden to the United Kingdom than Mr. Trump. Still, the deal is shoddy. Far better to insist the Saudis accept the same terms as the Emiratis did. Congress should press Mr. Trump to do better.
Leaders.
Lessons from Nicaragua. In praise of hypocrisy. When a president stops pretending voters count, disaster beckons.
Hypocrisy is a homage that vice pays to virtue, wrote François de la Rochefoucauld, a French moralist. This is especially true in politics. Autocrats usually put on a big show of holding elections. These may be phony, as in Russia or Iran, but they allow rulers to claim to govern by popular consent, which lends them at least the appearance of legitimacy at home and abroad. So it is highly unusual for the leader of a country that holds elections to say no more. Yet that is what Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua's co-president, did on July 19th. There will never be elections here again, he announced, while the world's attention was on the Football World Cup final. He complained that opposition parties wanted to use elections to seize power. That is indeed what elections are for. Nicaragua is a small country, but this rhetorical Rubicon matters. Globally, democracy has been in retreat for 2 decades or so. The worst deterioration has been in places that were free or partly free and have gradually become less so, as power-hungry leaders have squeezed the media, nobbled the courts, and persecuted the opposition. According to Freedom House, an American watchdog, Nicaragua is the second worst backslider of the past 20 years, after Mali. Mr. Ortega was freely elected in 2006, but then set about dismantling every institution that could challenge him. He locked up and sometimes tortured his rivals. He forced the media to praise the awful poetry of his wife and co-president Rosario Murillo. Roughly 1/10 of the population fled. Until now, however, Mr. Ortega has allowed elections, albeit fake ones. In this, he has behaved like other strongmen who typically rig elections rather than scrap them. Even coup leaders with guns on their hips typically say they will hold a ballot as soon as circumstances allow. Now, Mr. Ortega has taken off the mask, says Felix Maradiaga, a former presidential candidate who was stripped of his citizenship and deported. He has made explicit what other autocrats feel compelled to hide, that they will not submit to the will of the people. Presumably he has done so on the assumption that this will not provoke a forceful response from the United States, which once cared about democracy in its backyard. If Nicaragua formally becomes a one-party state and suffers no diplomatic blowback, others may follow. Marco Rubio, America's Secretary of State, condemned Mr. Ortega's words, but spelled out no serious consequences. Nicaragua highlights two further problems that the global decline of democracy is likely to aggravate. First, leaders who cannot be removed will age in office. Mr. Ortega is 80. Perhaps mental infirmity contributed to his latest bombshell. Second, succession. The peaceful transfer of power is tricky in a dictatorship. Mr. Ortega wants his unpopular wife to take charge when he dies, and then his equally odious son. This is a toxic combination. Aging rulers for life seldom improve with each passing decade, and dynasties foisted on unwilling citizens are rarely a recipe for good government. Just ask the people of Uganda, where the 81-year-old strongman's son, army chief and presumed heir, has threatened to muzzle the press and castrate the main opposition leader. Or, depending on where you live, you may be able to think of an example closer to home. The difference between rigging elections and abolishing them may sound trivial, but is not. So long as rulers pay lip service to democratic norms, dissidents can try to hold them to their own professed standards and embarrass them when they fall short. So long as elections are held, there is a chance the strongman will miscalculate and lose. Sometimes the popular will prevails, despite a tilted playing field, as Viktor Orban discovered in Hungary this year, and Mr. Ortega discovered when a free election ended his first spell in office in 1990. So the precedent being set in Managua is troubling. A world where autocrats no longer pretend to care what the people think would be worse than today's. All the more reason for Democrats everywhere to insist on the most basic of rights, to choose their own rulers.
Letters.
On Andriy Melnichenko's essay on Russia, exercise, Microsoft's games, the two Cambridges, and Heinz ketchup.
Russia Today.
You devoted a cover leader, interview and by invitation essay to Andriy Melnichenko, a Russian oligarch whom you described as the man who would change Russia. Article July 11th. In 2022, after Vladimir Putin's ill-fated full-scale invasion of Ukraine, thousands of Russians took to the streets in protest. They were arrested en masse as they expressed their dissent. While these brave Russians protested, Mr. Melnichenko expanded his wealth in Mr. Putin's war economy. In his essay, he conveniently never mentioned the hundreds of thousands of war dead or the Russians who tried to prevent the catastrophe and paid with their freedom. There are more political prisoners in Russia today than at any point since the Stalin era. Unlike Mr. Melnichenko, they stood against Mr. Putin's aggression. The principle that Russia's future can be determined only inside Russia would be sound if it meant deference to the preferences of Russians. Instead, it is deference to a single person. Mr. Melnichenko says the question of Russia's direction belongs to Russians alone. We agree. We disagree that Mr. Putin represents them. Sovereignty is the foundation of a stable security order, but sovereignty begins with respect for borders. Russia had sovereignty enough to invade Ukraine and break every agreement it signed while crying wolf that its sovereignty was ignored. What the Kremlin demands is that no one pay attention to what a government does to the people inside its borders. That is not a theory of sovereignty, but a request to be left alone with one's captives. Any end state in the war, even per Mr. Melnichenko, includes a sovereign Ukraine. In his telling, it also involves a sovereign Russia that has a place in the order that follows. The contours of that Russia are already evident in journalists reporting at great risk, teenagers holding protest concerts on the streets, and lawyers taking cases of political prisoners. This new Russia, which honestly faces up to questions of guilt and complicity, will begin with them. We know that they will look to people like Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny, who gave up their lives in service of freedom, not to those like Mr. Melnichenko.
From Wolfgang Zost, Berlin. It was a journalistic achievement to get an interview with Mr. Melnichenko. However, it is important to clarify the meaning of sovereignty. He uses this word 31 times in his essay, but he means something quite different from how the term is understood in international law. After all, Russia is not only sovereign, but also an active member of the UN Security Council. So what is it that he, and apparently many people in Russia, feel is lacking? One need only look at the history of the Russian people's sense of self-esteem over the past 200 years, as described by Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Over those 200 years, Russia has oscillated between the desire to be a modern country in its own right and the claim that it's being oppressed by the West. It's almost impossible to overcome this emotional barrier when engaging with the Russian people. The problem is that no reasonable concession can dispel this sense of humiliation. For Russia to resolve the genuinely difficult conflict that Mr. Melnichenko describes, there must be some self-reflection on the part of the Russian elites. This should lead to the realization that, alongside all their justified criticisms, for example against America, they're caught in an old spiral of feelings of inferiority. This makes any true understanding impossible. Russia could play a magnificent role in the world if at last it were to free itself from this burden. However, the country and its people must achieve this themselves. No one can help them with this. If Russia sends out signals in this direction, even its current adversaries will be prepared to make concessions.
Working out.
From Jim Levy, Certified Personal Trainer, Los Angeles. How little exercise can you get away with, you asked. Article, Well Informed, July 11th. The piece offered inactive readers an answer they may be too eager to hear. Running for a bus or hurriedly climbing steep stairs may briefly raise the heart rate, but incidental exertion should not be confused with a structured exercise program that progressively develops cardiovascular fitness, muscular strength, power, balance, coordination, and mobility. Your article cited the WHO guidelines that call for muscle-strengthening activities on at least 2 days a week. An occasional dash for a bus or climb up steep stairs is not a substitute for that, nor should physically demanding industrial labour automatically be treated as health-promoting exercise. Physical exertion is not synonymous with exercise training, which is planned, structured and progressive.
Ancient Games.
From Brian Taylor, Singapore. Asha Sharma's strategy as the new head of Microsoft Gaming is bold, you say. Article Packwoman, July 11th. You mention brand extensions, sequels or reactions to 3 games. Minecraft, introduced in 2009, Candy Crush, 2012, and Grand Theft Auto, first released in 1997. If there is boldness afoot at Microsoft Gaming, it could use further elaboration.
Sister Tech Hubs.
From Eric Evans, Executive Chair, Unison Medicines, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Regarding A Tale of Two Cambridges, July 4th, the biotech firm I work for has its executive offices in Cambridge, America, and its chemistry laboratory operations in Cambridge, UK. The biggest difference, we find, is that in Cambridge, America, the beer is cold and the politicians are warm, and in Cambridge, UK, the opposite is true.
Battle of the Condiments.
From Anthony Pellegrini, Bloomington, Minnesota. I can confirm the global dominance of Heinz tomato ketchup, article World in a Dish, July 4th. On a recent trip to London, I went to a pub in Islington and ordered a pint and some chips. When the chips came accompanied by Heinz ketchup, I asked for vinegar and was told they didn't have any. I was surprised, but the server also seemed surprised that I'd asked. Beware of creeping condiment soft power.
Briefing.
China and Russia's military ties. Piggybacking on the bear. China is gaining troubling military know-how from Russia.
The help China gives Russia in the war in Ukraine has long caused dismay in Western countries. Exports of ostensibly civilian components such as engines and electronics end up in drones and other weapons that kill Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, abetting Russia's war of attrition. Yet recently, it is the other end of this trade that has stirred alarm in Western capitals. China appears to be receiving training, intelligence and advanced military technology from Russia. That could give China an edge in a future war over Taiwan, tilting the balance of power at the opposite extreme of Eurasia. Since 2024, Chinese soldiers have undergone training in drone and urban combat at a military complex near the city of Volgograd in southwest Russia, people briefed on European intelligence tell The Economist. That complex is used regularly by Russia's 8th Army, the backbone of Russian operations in eastern Ukraine. Its tactics are hardly a model to emulate. Yet China has not fought a war since a brief border conflict with Vietnam in 1979. To conquer Taiwan, it needs access to the latest battlefield lessons and data to compensate for its lack of combat experience. It also has more leverage now to obtain some of the best military technology that the Kremlin was previously unwilling to share. American and Allied officials believe that may include upgrades to China's air and missile defense systems. They also fear that Russia is helping China produce stealthier nuclear submarines. China sees these vessels as critical for any war over Taiwan, which could escalate into a nuclear confrontation with America. China demonstrated its nuclear ambitions on July 6th, when, for the first time, one of its subs test-fired an intercontinental ballistic missile. On the same day, China showcased the evolution of its military ties with Russia by launching joint naval drills that incorporated submarine, anti-submarine and drone operations, as well as air and missile defense. Along with 8 surface ships and 2 submarines, the live-fire exercises off eastern China involved naval and aerial drones. The drills envisaged a scenario of fighting unmanned systems, said Rear Admiral Sergei Sinko, the leader of Russia's contingent. These were China's and Russia's first joint naval exercises to focus on drone and counter-drone warfare. China has been especially keen to learn from the Russian Navy's experiences, mostly bad but better lately, in fending off Ukrainian naval drones in the Black Sea. This was also only the second time and the second year in a row that the drills included a Russian and a Chinese submarine. Zheng Juan-she, a retired Chinese Navy officer, said the involvement of one of Russia's latest diesel-electric subs, which are extremely quiet when running on batteries, would help China practice sub-hunting. China, too, used one of its newest homemade diesel-electric subs. The exercises were followed by the 2 Navy's 7th Joint Maritime Patrol in the Pacific in the past 6 years. Russia is unlikely to intervene directly in a war over Taiwan, just as China has not in Ukraine. Their defence ties stop well short of a mutual defence treaty, but joint drills and patrols give China rare opportunities to learn from Russia's battle-hardened forces. What is more, China can now ask things of Russia that Russia cannot ask of China, says Lyle Goldstein of Brown University. He notes that Chinese military journals suggest the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, is especially interested in Russian data on American and Allied weapons, such as HIMARS rocket launchers, which Taiwan also uses. Even a limited increase in such assistance could give China an advantage in a war over Taiwan, which would depend to a large degree on drones, submarines and missiles. China could also provide intelligence and other ad hoc assistance without joining combat, and Russian air or naval operations elsewhere in Asia could divert American and Allied resources away from Taiwan during a crisis. Another concern is the growing military cooperation among Russia, China and North Korea. Even if the trio's interests are far from aligned, each could take opportunistic advantage of a regional crisis to advance its own objectives, Admiral Samuel Paparo, head of America's Pacific Command, told a congressional hearing in April. China tries to play down its military ties to Russia to deflect Western criticism of its support for the war in Ukraine. When Vladimir Putin, Russia's leader, visited Beijing in May, a lengthy joint statement included only a brief section on defence, saying the two sides would expand joint exercises and patrols, strengthen military cooperation, and work together to address various risks and challenges. China has denied reports that it has trained Russian soldiers or sent Chinese ones to learn from the war in Ukraine. But a growing body of evidence suggests otherwise. Drones are a big concern. China enjoys a huge advantage over any adversary as by far the world's largest producer of civilian drones. It also made an early start in military ones. Long before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, its armed forces had begun using Chinese-made equivalents of America's high-end Reaper and Predator aerial drones. China even exported drones to the Middle East and Africa, where they were used in combat. And from around 2021, China started developing autonomous aerial drone swarms as a way to overcome American forces in the Taiwan conflict. In the past 4 years, however, drone warfare has evolved with dizzying speed. Ukraine pioneered the use of cheap first-person view or FPV drones, often based on Chinese commercial quadcopters bearing explosives. As Russia adopted similar tactics, both sides found new ways to jam each other's drones. That led to a proliferation on both sides of tethered FPV drones linked to operators by fibre optic cable. Both sides have also experimented with AI-guided drones that lock onto targets even when jammed. Iran, too, showed how large numbers of cheap drones could overwhelm air defences at close range and deplete stockpiles of far more costly missile interceptors. America and many of its European allies have ready access to drone data and tactical lessons from the front lines in Ukraine, which they are incorporating into their own drone programs. Some of that expertise is also being shared with Taiwan, which launched a program to build a domestic drone industry without relying on Chinese components in 2022. American and Taiwanese military planners are working together to develop a new strategic concept known as Hellscape for thwarting a Chinese invasion. That envisions flooding the Taiwan Strait with relatively cheap air, submarine and sea surface drones as an asymmetrical response to China's vast air and naval forces. China, too, is updating its approach to drone warfare. It has access to data on the performance of Russian drones through the Chinese firms that supply most of them. But as the war in Ukraine has progressed, the PLA has become keen to study how each side is using and jamming drones, as well as how infantry and other operations are adapting to an increasingly transparent battlefield. The Chinese understand the importance of Russian knowledge, said Oleksandr Danilyuk, a former advisor to Ukraine's defense minister and foreign intelligence chief. They realized already that the nature of war is changing, and if you want to be actually ready for warfare, you need to learn from people having practical experience. The Chinese officers who have visited the complex near Volgograd are thought to have done a number of training courses based on the experiences of Russian forces in Ukraine. They included aerial drone operation, assaults on command posts, and combat in settlements, trenches, and forested areas. Also covered was field medicine and the installation of anti-tank, anti-personnel and mixed minefields. Those are all areas in which standard operating procedures have changed dramatically since the war in Ukraine began, mainly because of the proliferation of aerial drones. There have also been unconfirmed intelligence reports of Chinese military observers within Russian-occupied Ukraine. The suspicion is that the Chinese have teams close to the front line that are learning and absorbing the lessons, just operationally, how it works with drone operators, and then they provide data just exactly the way the Ukrainians do to Western manufacturers, says Alexander Gabuyev of the Carnegie Russia Eurasia Center. Russia is slower to innovate than Ukraine, but still pretty nimble and adaptive, he says. They have probably less competition, but they have the ability to learn the lessons and scale up the solutions, and that is critical for the Chinese for sure. Recent articles in the PLA Daily, an official military newspaper, suggest particular Chinese interest in Russia's Rubicon Drone Center, which was created in 2024 to centralize control over drone operations. Rubicon played a big role in the recapture of the Russian city of Kursk, partly by targeting Ukrainian drone operators and supply lines, a PLA Daily article notes. Public documents also hint at close cooperation between the Moscow Aviation Institute, Russia's top drone development outfit, and Chinese research institutes, including the Northwestern Polytechnical University, which has developed drones for the PLA. Submarines are another area of close cooperation. China's early models were mostly imported from the Soviet Union or post-Soviet Russia. In the past 2 decades, however, it has built a fleet of indigenous diesel and nuclear-powered ones. China's Navy, now the world's largest, operates about 60 submarines, including 6 nuclear-powered ballistic missile subs and 6 nuclear-powered attack vessels. The rest are diesel-powered models best suited to operating close to China's shores, as they are slower and have to surface regularly. America, in contrast, operates about 70 submarines, all nuclear-powered. Rear Admiral Michael Brooks, America's head of naval intelligence, told a congressional hearing in March that by 2035, China could be operating 80 submarines, half of which would be nuclear-powered. What is more, he expects newer models to incorporate substantial advancements in nuclear reactor design, sensor performance, weapons integration, and noise-quieting technologies. That would allow China's attack submarines to operate more freely throughout the Pacific, and thus to threaten American bases and ships in a war over Taiwan. It would also make Chinese nuclear missile submarines harder to find, enabling them to lurk undetected in bastions near China's coast and, if needed, to strike the American mainland. China's Navy will remain focused on the Indo-Pacific, Rear Admiral Brooks predicted, but by 2040 routine Chinese submarine deployments are likely to the Indian Ocean, Arctic approaches and possibly the Atlantic. Some of the know-how China needs is likely to come from Russia, whose latest submarines are technologically superior to China's and closer to American, British and French equivalents. Admiral Paparo, the Pacific Command Chief, told a congressional hearing last year, coming back to China is potentially submarine quieting help as well as other help in some of the areas where Russia is strong. In fact, such aid may already have arrived. China launched the first of a new model of nuclear attack submarine, the Type 095, in early 2026, and is thought to have started building a new nuclear missile submarine, the Type 096. Both are expected to include similar quietening technology to that used in some of Russia's most silent submarines, such as the latest Akula-class models. China appears to have access already to Akula-level quieting technology, which may be the most advanced level that Russia feels comfortable making available, wrote Andrew Erickson, a professor at the US Naval War College, in a recent paper. Russia may still be reluctant to share the secrets of its very quietest nuclear attack submarines, the Yasen class, which it sees as the keys to the kingdom, he said. Of course, China may nevertheless obtain at least some of what it seeks against Moscow's will through espionage, he added. China's spies have long targeted Russia's defense industry, including the Rubin Submarine Design Bureau. The Chinese authorities have also been trying to encourage Russian engineers to move to China. Other assistance that Russian undersea experts could provide through official or illicit channels includes torpedo design and anti-submarine warfare. In particular, Russia has gathered decades of data on the acoustic signatures of American submarines, which make it easier to hunt for them. China also gathers vast quantities of such data, but started doing so much more recently and is less experienced at interpreting it, according to American officials. A final realm of cooperation is air and missile defence. In 2019, Mr. Putin announced that Russia was helping China build a nuclear early warning system. It's a serious thing that will drastically increase the defence capabilities of the People's Republic of China. Right now, only the US and Russia have such systems. Sergei Boyev, the boss of Vimpel, a big Russian arms firm, confirmed at the time that it was modelling such a system for China. Since then, neither side has said more in public about those plans, but some Western officials and experts think that they have quietly progressed and may have gathered pace. The Pentagon's annual report on China in 2025 noted, Russia continues to provide advanced technologies and expertise to support China's defence and strategic goals, including for ballistic missile defence. It also said that China had probably made progress in efforts to develop an early warning counterstrike capability, whereby a nuclear strike on China prompts a counterattack before the enemy's missile detonates. Russia has been able to do that for decades. Further evidence emerged from a recent joint investigation by Le Monde, a French newspaper, Der Spiegel, a German one, and Insider, an online publication. Based on leaked documents, this found that China and Russia had discussed plans to disable Elon Musk's Starlink satellite network and for Russia to share battlefield data in exchange for Chinese drones and AI. It also found that they had signed an agreement in 2023 to develop a new air and missile defense system designed to stop American ballistic and hypersonic missiles. The planned system would surpass even Russia's S-500, its most advanced anti-ballistic missile system. China may regard Russia's air and missile defense systems with skepticism, given their recent failures around Russian cities and in Venezuela and Iran. Its own interceptors now rival Russia's, but Russia still has greater expertise in early warning systems for strategic missiles using over-the-horizon radars and infrared satellites. An end to the war in Ukraine would reduce China's leverage over the Kremlin, especially if Western sanctions on Russia are eased. But a weakened Mr. Putin would probably still need favours from China, and Russia may also descend into chaos, triggering an outflow to China of its best military expertise and technology. Either way, China stands to benefit in a manner that could alter the strategic landscape in Asia for decades to come.
United States.
The Armed Forces. Imperfect posture. Donald Trump is shifting America's military footprint, but there are few signs of a pivot to Asia.
In his book, Strategy of Denial, published in 2021, Elbridge Colby argued that America's armed forces were too stretched to deal with every enemy around the world. Mr. Colby, then a think tanker who had served in Donald Trump's first administration, declared that China was the priority. America should seek to avoid, reduce or eliminate costly or demanding commitments in other parts of the world, he maintained. What is used for the Middle East, he predicted, will not be available for Asia. That analysis is holding up, perhaps to Mr. Colby's dismay. For more than 80 years, America built a military footprint to assert itself as global policeman. Now Donald Trump is redefining America's role, with Mr. Colby as the Pentagon's policy chief. In his National Defense Strategy, published in January, Mr. Trump criticized previous administrations that had fought war after rudderless war and promised a focused approach. In the Middle East, though, America is not only failing to prune forces, but waging a war with Iran that has recently escalated, with 4 American soldiers killed in recent days and more than 100 injured since July 7th. Cuts in Europe have so far been limited and done little to bolster defences in the Pacific. Far from gaining new focus under Mr. Trump, America's military presence remains stubbornly diffuse. Start with Europe, which has seen the most drastic change. Mr. Trump has already withdrawn 2 of the 5 brigade combat teams, each around 4,000 troops, that were sent to Europe after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Confusingly, he has said he would send an additional 5,000 troops to Poland, but these are likely to come from elsewhere in Europe. More important, in June, the Department of War, DOW, said it was reducing by a third forces earmarked for NATO in wartime, including fighter jets, destroyers and submarines. Further cuts may come. In June, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, announced a 6-month review of America's soldiers and military bases in Europe. It will be designed to ensure that NATO is moving fast and irreversibly toward Europe leading, stepping up to take primary responsibility for the defence of Europe, he said in Brussels. The administration favours fewer American resources in Europe, but more use of European ones. Mr. Hegseth suggested that America would demand more unfettered access to European airspace and bases, some of which allies placed off-limits for the war against Iran. How aggressively Mr. Trump advances these plans depends, unusually, on Congress. The body has shown rare resistance to the president throughout its reauthorization of defense spending. In December, it imposed barriers to keep the president from shrinking American forces in Europe below 76,000 troops, only a few thousand short of the current level. If progress in Europe is slower than Mr. Trump would like, the hoped-for shift from the Middle East is heading in the wrong direction. America has removed all troops from Syria and will withdraw from Iraq in September. However, the war in Iran has diverted aircraft carriers and air defense systems while depleting American munitions earmarked for a potential conflict with China. Around 50,000 troops are in the region, up from 40,000 before the war. In the Memorandum of Understanding, signed with Iran in June, America promised that it would remove forces from the proximity of Iran within 30 days. That now looks implausible. With its bases in the Gulf states battered by Iranian missiles, America has been running operations from more distant launch pads in Israel and Jordan. The question, whenever the war ends, is not whether America will dramatically shrink its presence in the Middle East, but what that presence will look like. Officials in Tel Aviv speak of shifting bases to Israel, where America has just one permanent deployment. But any hint of abandoning the Gulf, where leaders have cultivated close ties with Mr. Trump, would be diplomatically explosive. Whether the Americas also become a drag on resources depends on the president's ambitions there. His national security strategy, published last year, identified the security of American soil and the wider Western Hemisphere as the priority. Mr. Trump has already toppled one local leader, Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, and is considering military options against Cuba. That would pull America's stretched navy back to the Caribbean. Even more activity may follow. Recent investment in infrastructure in places such as Puerto Rico and Trinidad and Tobago suggests permanent deployments, says Jennifer Kavanagh of Defense Priorities, a think tank. From their vantage point in the Pacific, American admirals observe these developments, none of which does much to help them. America's military posture in Asia has not been entirely static. In Guam, an American island 2,700 kilometers east of Taiwan, a build-up is causing housing costs to rise. Australia is upgrading a submarine base at Perth on its west coast, which will allow American subs to stay in the region for longer. American Marines have brought more potent missiles to the Philippines. Across the region, airfields are being improved and exercises are getting larger. Nevertheless, the quantity of American troops and hardware in the Pacific has remained steady. For much of this year, America has deployed just one carrier in Asia rather than the preferred two, the longest such gap for 5 years. America has 55,000-odd troops in Japan and around half that in South Korea. The biggest changes amount to reshuffling within the region. In a speech in Seoul in January, Mr. Colby praised South Korea as a model ally, but raised eyebrows by failing to mention its main foe, North Korea. The Pentagon has toyed with the idea of withdrawing the most potent American unit, a 4,500-strong Stryker Brigade, from the Korean Peninsula to focus it on China. A huge influx of money would ease these dilemmas. Mr. Trump has asked Congress for $1.5 trillion for the 2026-27 defense budget, a 44% rise.
United States.
The politics of fighting Iran. No end in sight. Voters hate Mr. Trump's war.
Near Martin Luther King's stone memorial in Washington is a big golden cup honouring Donald Trump. The Iran War Participation Trophy, erected by anonymous satirists, suggests that on the battlefield it is not the winning that counts, but the taking part. While some concern themselves with measurable outcomes, President Trump demonstrated the courage to participate, reads the inscription. Maura Flint, a tour guide, says the joke is very funny, but Mr. Trump's long war in Iran is anything but. He doesn't have a good strategy for getting out, she complains. There's no end in sight. American voters seem to agree. As the ceasefire unravels, 4/5 think the war will last for an extended period, finds a Reuters/Ipsos poll. Nearly half think it will grind on for a year or more, according to Economist/YouGov polling. Few find the prospect appealing. Net approval for Mr. Trump's decision to attack Iran now stands at -30% among Americans. The war in Vietnam took 6 years to become as reviled as the Iran war has become in 6 months. The war with Iran is the most unpopular conflict among Americans since polls have been taken, says Larry Sabato of the University of Virginia. The longer it goes on, the more costs will mount, and one of those costs will be support for Trump and the GOP in the midterm elections. Public support for wars of choice often starts high but gradually falls. When America attacked Afghanistan in 2001, nearly 90% of Americans were in favor. President George W. Bush had offered a clear justification. The Taliban were sheltering the terrorists who had flown planes into New York skyscrapers. According to Gallup, it took 13 years for support to dip below 50%, by which time more than 2,000 Americans had been killed. Far fewer Americans have died in Mr. Trump's war, 18 to date, but it has hit wallets in a way that is easy for voters to understand. Before Mr. Trump attacked Iran, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now it is not. After strenuous efforts to break Iran's chokehold, Mr. Trump claimed that oil is flowing like never before. The pedants who measure such things beg to differ. Petrol now costs over $4 a gallon in America, up from $3 before the war. The Vietnam War, which involved 3 million American ground troops, quickly became what voters saw as America's most important problem, according to Gallup. They do not say that about the Iran War, but they do tell pollsters that the issues they care most about include the high cost of living and poor leadership. so the Iran war could sway a lot of votes despite the relatively modest cost in American blood. Among Democrats, net approval of the war is minus 84%. Among independents, it is minus 52%. The only large group that still backs it is MAGA Republicans, with a 72% net approval, and even this Trump-loving group is wavering. An Ipsos poll finds that, for the first time, significantly more than half of Trump's supporters approve only somewhat of the way he is handling his job, rather than strongly. Republicans who call themselves non-MAGA have soured dramatically on the war, with net approval falling from plus 26% in April to minus 25% now. On July 21st, Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, begged Congress to authorize another $67 billion in military spending. Democrats are reluctant, despite reports that funds are running short. Many accuse the administration of failing to account properly for the war's cost. The Pentagon cites a figure of $37.5 billion, largely the expense of spent munitions and fuel. Adding the costs of repairs to American bases and harm to consumers, Elissa Slotkin, a senator from Michigan, estimates it is more than 5 times that. She adds that Mr. Trump's sons are benefiting from Pentagon contracts. The Economist's midterms model gives Democrats an 81% chance of taking the House and a 45% chance of flipping the Senate. Aaron David Miller of the
United States.
Trade policy. They're back. Donald Trump's tariffs just won't die.
Donald Trump's tariffs have the persistence of a hydra. The Supreme Court struck down their main legal foundation in February. Anxious markets have forced repeated retreats, and frustrated voters, 2/3 of whom say tariffs have raised consumer prices, have prompted exemptions for certain foods. Each setback forced Mr. Trump to adjust tariffs, yet they always returned. Now America's tariff regime is being revived by a brew of old statutes. On July 15th, the administration imposed 25% duties on selected Brazilian goods under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. It cited various offences, from favouring a homegrown payment system to illegal deforestation. As it happens, the action coincides with a broader feud with Brazil's President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. 5 days later, Mr. Trump invoked a dormant provision of 1930's Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act to impose 50% levies on a selection of Canadian goods, ostensibly to punish America's neighbour for discriminating against its cars, alcohol and dairy products. The duties will cover nearly $20 billion of imports, including goods normally exempt under the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, which Mr. Trump negotiated in his first term. However, the new tariffs will not take effect until August 19th, a delay that will increase the president's leverage in stalled talks over USMCA's renewal. Behind these tactical skirmishes lies a grander project, resurrecting the tariffs that Mr. Trump announced on Liberation Day last year. Both a 10% tariff on all imports and country-specific levies were imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. Mr. Trump claimed that America's trade deficit amounted to a national emergency. After the Supreme Court disagreed in February, the administration imposed a temporary 10% surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. That will expire on July 24th. America's average effective tariff rate fell from 10% before the court's ruling to 7% today, according to the Penn-Wharton budget model. The tariffs are now likely to be reincarnated in 2 stages. First, the Office of the United States Trade Representative, USTR, is expected imminently to impose Section 301, forced labour duties on 60 countries accused of failing to keep out goods made with forced labour. Helpfully, this new interest in labour standards will let Mr Trump preserve 10% tariffs when the Section 122 surcharge lapses. Together, these changes will keep the effective tariff rate around 7%, where it stands today. But they could soon rise further. Later this year, the USTR is expected to impose further country-specific duties under Section 301 investigations into structural excess capacity among 16 of America's largest trading partners. The administration accuses these countries of producing more goods than they can consume or productively invest domestically, a definition that Ed Gresser of the Progressive Policy Institute, a think tank, calls eccentric. Thin though their pretexts may be, the duties are likely to prove durable. Section 301 gives the USTR broad discretion to retaliate against foreign practices it deems unreasonable or discriminatory. Courts tend to ask whether USTR followed the required process, says Ryan Majerus of King & Spalding, a law firm, not whether Brazil genuinely has a deforestation problem. If tariffs are revived, will they be effective? Levies are already raising revenue and letting Mr Trump squeeze allies and enemies alike. But the most politically consequential goal is his decade-long promise to boost manufacturing. The Institute for Supply Management's survey of purchasing managers has indicated 6 months of expanding factory activity. Manufacturing output grew at an annualized rate of 4.6% in the second quarter, its fastest pace since 2021. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, has declared that America is having a manufacturing renaissance. Yet there's scant evidence that tariffs are driving an industrial revival. Nearly all the recent growth has come from advanced manufacturing, largely from AI-related demand. The rest of the sector has stagnated, and spending on factory construction has fallen by almost a third, from an annualized peak of nearly $250 billion in 2024 to $175 billion in May. Much of the new capacity reflects investments made before Mr Trump's re-election. Manufacturing employment has dipped by about 75,000 since he returned to office. The costs of tariffs are also becoming clearer. Uncertainty is weighing on investment. Half of business leaders surveyed by KPMG, an accounting firm, report low confidence in carrying out their investment plans. Tariffs have lifted consumer prices by about 0.8%, according to the Harvard Business School Pricing Lab, and may push them higher still.
United States.
Copper mining. Digging divides. Riches lie beneath a rare vestige of the wild Midwest. Whether they can be extracted is another matter.
Michigan's Upper Peninsula, known as the UP, touches 3 of America's Great Lakes. Wolves and moose roam the region's forests. It is home to more than 80% of Michigan's bears and less than 3% of its people. Nicknamed Upers, so many residents claim Finnish origin that, until 2015, local TV programming included a show in Finnish. In summer, anglers fish for walleye and smallmouth bass. In winter, the UP can get 9 meters of snow. But this remote peninsula also has a belt of native copper and was once home to a thriving mining industry. If proponents have their way, the UP will become part of a 21st century boom. The Trump administration wants to promote mining in America, particularly of what it considers critical minerals, including copper. Proposed projects across the country would, if developed, remake swathes of American landscape, create jobs, and reduce dependence on imports. In the UP, the proposed copperwood mine is, on paper, all but ready to go. However, it has been like that for years, and construction has not yet started. The gap between Made in America ambition and operating a mine can be as wide as a tailings site. Developing a mine in America has long been an onerous process with extensive environmental reviews and permitting requirements, as well as frequent litigation. Even if a project wins regulatory approval, margins are pinched by high costs of labour and construction. But recently, anxiety about imports and a zeal for resource nationalism have coincided with booming demand for copper. Prices have risen by 60% in the past 3 years as firms seek to expand power grids and build data centres. American copper production could more than double to 2.5 million tonnes a year, according to a recent study by the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. That would all but cover what America now imports, mostly from Chile. The biggest opportunities are in Arizona and Alaska rather than Michigan. But the Copperwood project, proposed by Highland Copper, is among the most advanced in the country and almost fully permitted. In theory, it would transform the area. In the 19th century, immigrants came to the UP from all over the world to dig up not just copper, but other metals by hand. Town names reflect this. There's an ironwood, a copper harbour, and a silver city. After the Second World War, industrial mining employed thousands. These days, however, the region has more mining museums than working mines. Some would love the industry to return. My grandfather worked in the mines, my uncles worked in the mines, says Dan Cyrilla, a local county commissioner. In the early 1970s, his high school class had 250 pupils. Now it has around 35. As he drives your correspondent around the proposed Copperwood mine, Mike Foley, the site manager, explains what it will take to build it. Gesturing from the vehicle, he points out the land that will become the mine's biggest feature, the tailings disposal facility. After it is all crushed by enormous rollers, perhaps 6% of what comes out of the ground is trucked out to smelters. The other 94% is piled up at the facility. It will cover the equivalent of 350 football pitches with an enormous plastic liner to catch contaminated runoff water. It's like a landfill where you put your garbage, Mr. Foley brightly declares. Not everyone is thrilled by this prospect. Tom Grotevol, who runs Protect the Porkies, a campaign against the mine, lives in a rough cabin in the Porcupine Mountains, within spitting distance of the site. By his own admission, he is a NIMBY and an off-grid Luddite. He fears the dam holding back the tailings from Lake Superior could break, threatening the biodiversity of the UP. Highland Copper says this is exceptionally unlikely, though it has happened elsewhere. Often a project's promised jobs can overwhelm environmental concerns, but industrial mining is too efficient to employ many people, and there is not enough ore to open additional mines. Mr. Groteveld's campaign has attracted almost 500,000 signatures of support and drawn hundreds of protesters to Lansing, Michigan's capital. The main barrier to the mine, however, is financial. Copperwood's ore is roughly 1.5% copper. The Democratic Republic of Congo's copper mines generally have grades of 6% or more. Some state politicians in Michigan have pushed for a $50 million grant to support the construction of a new road and other infrastructure, but that measure has stalled. Much now depends on the possibility of federal cash. Highland Copper hopes to secure a $250 million loan from America's Export-Import Bank, which expressed interest last year. That would represent the majority of the project's required financing. Barry O'Shea, Highland Copper's chief executive, contends that at current prices the mine is viable even without that support. Yet he admits that construction will start by 2028 at the earliest, and production not until 2030. there is plenty of time for copper prices, which are volatile, to fall once more. Investors may run out of patience. In contrast to Mr. O'Shea's optimism, the firm's latest annual report warns of significant doubt about the company's ability to continue
United States.
Lexington. Fratricidal empathy. How the American right came to hate empathy while practicing its oldest form.
Of the qualities the American right has come to despise in the left, empathy is the most puzzling. Boy, do they hate it. A stream of books in recent years has supplemented constant podcast and social media chatter about what is seen as nothing less than, well, a sin. In 2025, Leadership and the Sin of Empathy by Joe Rigney came hot on the heels of the previous year's best-selling Toxic Empathy by Ali Beth Stuckey. This May brought Suicidal Empathy, an instant and persistent bestseller by Gad Saad, a professor of marketing and a podcaster. Mr. Saad's sales have no doubt been boosted by the plug on his cover from Elon Musk, who warns that Western civilization is doomed unless Mr. Saad's message is heeded, and actions are taken that are hard but necessary for survival. The previous Republican president, George W. Bush, called himself a compassionate conservative. But that's not why this horror of empathy is puzzling. Condemning empathy is one more way for today's Republicans to erase him. It is puzzling instead because a surfeit of understanding of the needs of others would seem a poor explanation for Democrats' dismal approval ratings, even as Donald Trump alienates most Americans by enriching himself, gilding Washington, and waging war without a strategy. In fact, for some years a case could be made, Lexington has tried to make it, that the left's problem has been a lack of empathy. For Americans displaced by technology and trade, for those vulnerable to crime, for those alarmed by chaos at the border, for those without a college degree, for those frustrated at paying high taxes for poor government services, for those anxious that Joe Biden was too old to serve a second term, for everyone who supports Mr. Trump. When it comes to empathy, if anyone has been committing suicide, it is the Democratic Party. In any case, the West seems pretty safe these days from too much of the stuff. Yet Mr. Saad fears the death of the West at the altar of infinite tolerance and orgiastic empathy. A Jew who, as a child, fled with his family from Lebanon to Canada at the outbreak of civil war in 1975, he is particularly alarmed by tolerance for Muslim immigration. But he also sees evidence of suicidal empathy in everything from COVID restrictions to the endless bike lanes of Montreal, the fruit of climate-based orgiastic emotional incontinence. Yes, orgiastic seems to be his favourite word, intriguingly. Just what Hunter Biden's laptop has to do with suicidal empathy is unclear, but Mr. Saad squeezes it in, along with language policing, coddling criminals, and academic papers such as Humanizing Paedophilia as Stigma Reduction. While mocking empathetic income equality, Mr. Saad reveals real tenderness towards one victim of too little empathy. Whenever I air my frustration on social media at the amount of taxes that I pay, many people are not in the least bit sympathetic, he complains. They are aghast that I would whine. In fact, Mr. Saad likes empathy when bestowed upon the right people. A student of evolutionary psychology, he argues that natural selection primed humans to direct empathy to those closest to them. He is right about that. Back in hunter-gatherer days, empathy helped them sort allies from foes and strengthen bonds within the tribe. To reinforce such dynamics, humans developed some cognitive biases, including attribution error, which prompts them to excuse bad things that allies do as a product of circumstances and to condemn bad things adversaries do as evidence of low character. Mr. Saad displays this bias. He writes that it is statistically expected that a mass deportation program might produce singular examples of incorrect deportations. But he issues no such statistical pardon for crimes committed by illegal immigrants, implicitly tarring all with one brush. He also does not castigate Republican leaders for empathy they have shown towards anti-Semitic podcasters or white nationalist protesters. In keeping with his view of empathy and, usefully for the sale of books, Mr. Saad has chosen his tribe. Empathy, in the form he embraces, as in the form he decries on the left, is a mighty engine of polarization. As information technology has advanced from printed books like Mr. Saad's to the X platform owned by Mr. Musk, humans have proved ingenious at using it to increase the tribalizing power of empathy. The trouble is that these days they tend not to live in hunter-gatherer societies. When Americans and Iranians cannot understand each other well enough to wage war effectively, much less make peace, a more expansive conception of empathy ought to be in order, not "I feel your pain" emotional empathy, but cognitive empathy, or what psychologists call theory of mind, the ability to infer how someone else sees the world. This is a central theme of another new book by a student of evolutionary psychology, The God Test by Robert Wright. Surveying the onrush of artificial intelligence, Mr. Wright, a former colleague of Lexington's, warns that obsequious AI agents, serving as friends and advisers, could prove profoundly tribalizing. Moreover, in making a persuasive case that some form of superintelligence could arrive within a decade, Mr. Wright argues that the very survival of the species may now depend on whether it can overcome its rivalrous instincts among companies, parties, and nations. They must find ways to collaborate, to put guardrails in place, to prevent potential catastrophe, and to realize AI's potential blessings. The artificial intelligence revolution demands nothing less than a revolution in human understanding, an understanding of humans by humans, he writes. He holds out hope that the common threat could unite humanity, but worries that the gap between where our species is and where it needs to be is almost comically vast. One can only empathize.
The Americas.
Food policy. Eat up. South America is eradicating hunger, thanks central banks and handouts.
The smell of grilled meat wafts through the shanty town of Guamá. Its riverside favelas are among Brazil's poorest, but on a recent weekday, residents cooked steak and shrimp on their porches. Life isn't easy, says Alex Lima, a shopkeeper who sells coxinha pasties from his wooden house on stilts in the coffee-coloured water. Yet it is improving fast. The share of people who are hungry has been decreasing faster in South America than anywhere else in the world. It's down by 1/3 since 2020, according to a report published on July 21st by the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO. Just 3.5% of people in the region consume insufficient calories, the lowest level recorded. Eliminating hunger by 2030 is one of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. If there's a region in the world that can potentially achieve that, it's South America, says Massimo Torrero, the FAO's chief economist. The continent has been here before. Hunger plummeted in the 2000s as a commodity boom lifted economic growth, allowing left-wing leaders to splurge on social programs. In Venezuela, Hugo Chavez created state-subsidized supermarkets. Argentina's Nestor and Cristina Kirchner funded comedores populares, soup kitchens. Brazil's Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva expanded credit for small-scale family farmers. The splurging worked, but when commodity prices fell in 2014, triggering recessions across the region, food insecurity shot up and stayed there. The pandemic made things worse. As unemployment surged, it dragged swathes of the middle class into poverty and hunger. Yet most countries have recovered. Brazil led the way. Lula, as the president is commonly known, made food security a priority when he returned to office in 2023. By 2025, Brazil had made it off the UN's hunger map, which tracks countries where more than 2.5% of the population suffers from chronic hunger. Chile and oil-rich Guyana were also removed. Argentina is almost there at under 3%. Colombia and Paraguay are approaching at 4%, while Peru and crisis-battered Venezuela are making inroads near 5%. Even Ecuador and Bolivia have improved a tad, to 11% and 20% respectively. Only Suriname is moving in the wrong direction. This decline rests on sturdier foundations. The first is macroeconomic stability. South America's central banks are far more independent and adept at managing inflation than they were 2 decades ago. Its monetary officials were quick to lift interest rates aggressively during the pandemic, getting inflation under control faster than elsewhere. While COVID-19 stimulus packages did swell public debt, subsequent governments have trimmed spending, too much of which can pump up inflation. President Javier Milei's shock therapy has yielded Argentina's first primary surplus since 2008. Conservatives in Bolivia, Chile and Ecuador are also cutting spending. Newly elected right-wingers in Peru and Colombia pledged to do the same. This eases pressure on grocery bills. Monthly food price inflation in Argentina has slowed from a peak of almost 30% in 2023, among the world's worst rates, to under 2% in June, lower than wage growth. Bolivia's annual rate was 33% in November, when a right-wing president, Rodrigo Paz, took office. It's now running at around 13%. In Ecuador, food inflation has turned negative, while wages are stable. Alongside big oil reserves, fiscal discipline has buffered South America from the economic shock of the Iran war. Yet, groceries that become more affordable over time do little to help those too poor to buy enough food today. Social programs are the other pillar of South America's success in reducing hunger. Most famous is Brazil's Bolsa Familia, a cash transfer program which pays families a stipend if they vaccinate their children and send them to school. Lula has also raised Brazil's minimum wage. These are the core policies, says Jorge Graziano da Silva, a former boss of the FAO. Such measures were standard in the 2000s too. However, they've become more sophisticated, says Elizabeta Recine of Conceia, the Brazilian government's advisory council on food security. Bolsa Familia has digitalised payments and linked them to social registries, reducing fraud and increasing flexibility, so that, for instance, it can now cover seasonal workers who dip in and out of poverty. Colombia is looking at scrapping conditions on cash transfers to the poorest, whose children may not have a school to attend. Chile's version includes job training. Cash transfer schemes are wildly popular. Right-wing politicians have embraced them. While in office, Brazil's former president Jair Bolsonaro tripled the average stipend provided by Bolsa Familia. Mr. Milei doubled funding for food stamps after receiving criticism from the Catholic Church. Abelardo de la Espriella, Colombia's populist right-wing president-elect, has vowed to shrink the state by 40%, yet claims optimistically that he will not touch social handouts. Chile's arch-conservative president, José Antonio Cast, has needed to invoke the spectre of drug crime in an effort to slash benefits, proposing a vandals registry that blocks those with a criminal record from receiving benefits. Serious challenges remain. The biggest is climate change. With rising temperatures, plant pests and crop failures have become more common. The coming year looks especially fraught. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, a US government agency, says the coming cycle of the El Niño weather pattern will be very strong. That's the highest of the 5 categories used to rank the phenomenon, used only for the 3rd time since 1950. It's going to aggravate every food problem, says Carolina Trivelli, a former government minister in Peru. That makes it a bad moment to fine-tune welfare schemes. Yet change is needed. Many countries struggle to wean recipients off cash transfer programs. A study found 1/5 of children who in 2005 were covered by Bolsa Familia were still covered as adults in 2024. What began as a relatively cheap and focused project in 2003 has ballooned. It now costs 1.5% of GDP and covers nearly 1/5 of households. The current design is discouraging workers from joining the formal sector, according to a paper by Daniel Duque of the Getulio Vargas Foundation, a university in Sao Paulo. There are more efficient ways to fight hunger, he says. Then there's diet. The shares of children who are overweight and adults who are obese have surged to record levels of close to 10% and 30% respectively, among the worst in the world. Adjusted for purchasing power, South America is the 4th most expensive place in the world to procure a healthy diet, after the Caribbean, North Africa and Southeast Asia. Fruits and vegetables are surprisingly expensive for an area known for growing them. That's because farmland is largely dedicated to commodities. When greens are produced, bad roads and dodgy cold chains yank up costs. Cash-strapped consumers are more likely to reach for processed, calorie-dense products. These are manageable problems. New technologies are helping farmers adapt to a changing climate. Policymakers in Bolivia, Brazil and Peru have quietly acknowledged that certain programs need better targeting. Improved labelling of healthier food is gaining ground, as are sin taxes, says Juliana Tangari of Comida do Amanhã, a Brazilian think tank. No food system is perfect, yet outright hunger may soon have rumbled its last in South America.
The Americas.
Central American democracy. Leaders for life. Nicaragua's dictator scraps elections.
Given Donald Trump's campaign against Cuba, imitating the place may seem unwise. Yet on July 19th, Daniel Ortega, Nicaragua's 80-year-old dictator, vowed to make his country only the 2nd in Latin America to renounce competitive elections. Opposition parties will never again be able to seek power through the ballot box, he declared. The former Marxist-Leninist guerrilla ruled from 1979 to 1990, then was elected president in 2006. He may have misspoken. His political party has been trying to find friendly outfits to dress up as an opposition, says Felix Maradiaga, a former presidential candidate now in exile. But it is more likely that Mr. Ortega is moving towards a formal one-party state. Elections have long been a sham. In the most recent, in 2021, Mr. Ortega jailed 7 rival candidates. The Organization of American States declared that the poll was not free, fair, or transparent. He founded a dynasty in plain sight, having his wife, Rosario Murillo, appointed to the newly created office of co-president, poised to take his place when he can no longer act. He may like one of his 5 sons to follow. The new rhetoric still matters. It is a qualitative leap, says Claudia Vargas, an exile whose husband was assassinated outside their home in Costa Rica last year. Will there be consequences for overtly dismantling democracy? The United States could impose them. On July 21st, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, asked the international community to demonstrate to the Murillo-Ortega dictatorship that it cannot expect to maintain business as usual with other nations when it is thwarting the basic tenets of our democratic hemisphere. With Venezuela now moulded to Mr. Rubio's liking and Cuba under pressure, Nicaragua would be an obvious next step. Yet Mr. Ortega may yet get away with it. Mr. Trump has no problem making nice with dictators when it suits him. He is a fan of El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, whose legislature scrapped term limits last year. On July 13th, Mr. Bukele's party confirmed him unopposed as its candidate for the election due in February 2027.
The Americas.
PIX versus Trump. Follow the money. Brazil's much-loved payment system has drawn Donald Trump's ire, but his tariff assault just makes Brazilians love PIX and Lula more.
The machinery which moves money around is rarely inspiring. It's remarkable then that PIX, Brazil's digital payment system, has become a source of national pride after being assaulted by Donald Trump. On July 15th, the Trump administration imposed a 25% tariff on a range of Brazilian imports after concluding a year-long trade investigation into what it called Brazil's unreasonable practices. PIX was prominent among the grievances. Launched by the Central Bank of Brazil in 2020, it's loved by consumers for making payments instant and free. It's now part of everyday life in Brazil. Around 170 million people, 80% of the population, use it, and it accounts for more than half of the country's payment transactions. Some of the administration's complaints about Brazilian trade practices have merit. Brazil is no free trader. But the case against PIX rests on two shaky assumptions: that it's a protectionist tool and that it has damaged American payment companies, particularly Visa and MasterCard. Neither is supported by evidence. Take protectionism. The complaint accuses Brazil of putting American firms at a disadvantage, but PIX's rules don't distinguish between domestic and foreign participants. Any financial institution licensed in Brazil and operating there, as Visa and MasterCard do, is free to connect to the network on the same terms. All banks, Brazilian or foreign, with more than 500,000 account holders in the country are required to offer PIX to their customers. But there's no requirement for payment processors like Visa and MasterCard to sign up. They have done so voluntarily. The Trump administration also complains that Brazil's central bank both operates PIX and regulates it. The arrangement does raise legitimate concerns about giving so much control over a payment system and the financial data it generates to a single institution. But those are concerns about concentration of power, not about discrimination against foreign firms. Governments build, own and regulate essential infrastructure routinely. There's nothing inherently discriminatory about applying the same model to payments, points out Monica de Bolli of the Peterson Institute for International Economics, a think tank in Washington. The second assumption, that PIX has harmed American payment companies, is also weak. It rests on a misunderstanding over why PIX was created, says Daniel Santos Kosinski, a professor of economics at the State University of Rio de Janeiro. Before PIX, existing services, including those offered by foreign firms, charged fees for electronic payments that poor Brazilians couldn't afford. PIX was built to change that. The central bank estimates that at least 70 million people have entered the formal financial system since its launch. Far from cannibalizing other electronic payment methods, PIX has expanded the market. It's done so at the expense of cash and checks, the use of which has plummeted. The number of cash withdrawals made every quarter has fallen by 46% since PIX was introduced. That doesn't mean incumbents face no pressure. PIX has changed the economics of payments. Bernardo Guimarães of Getúlio Vargas Foundation, a university in Rio de Janeiro, says this may eventually squeeze the profits of Visa and MasterCard, but through lower fees, not fewer transactions. Businesses in Brazil typically pay around 2% of credit card sales to a payment processor. A PIX payment costs next to nothing. The result is greater pressure on all payment processors, big and small, to justify the fees they charge. The Trump administration's deeper concern may be that PIX becomes a model for the rest of Latin America, eroding American card networks' profits and their influence across the region. But that too is misguided. Pix was the product of Brazil's particular circumstances, a powerful and trusted central bank that could require big banks to join the system, and a huge domestic market in which millions of people still relied on cash. It also took years to design and test. Few, if any, countries in Latin America have the same conditions. The biggest beneficiary of Mr. Trump's campaign against Pix may well be Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Brazil's president, known as Lula. His political fortunes have improved ahead of a presidential election in October, thanks to his right-wing rival Flavio Bolsonaro's connection to a vast fraud scandal. America's assault on Pix is another electoral gift. In a country riven by polarisation, the system is one of very few entities that enjoys broad support. Mr. Trump's campaign against it has allowed Lula to cast himself as the defender of one of Brazil's most successful public innovations, and by extension, of sovereignty. That leaves Mr. Bolsonaro in an awkward position. His family's close alliance with Mr. Trump makes it tricky to defend Pix from his attacks. On July 2nd, Mr. Bolsonaro tried to find a workable line, suggesting to the Trump administration that Pix should be blocked from connecting to payment systems run by countries such as China and Russia. Lula immediately accused him of wanting to hand over Pix to foreign interests and cast him as being more interested in pleasing America than defending Brazil. Memes mocking Mr. Trump and Mr. Bolsonaro proliferated. So far, all America's campaign against Pix has achieved is to give Brazilians one more reason to love their payments system.
Asia.
Japanese politics. Takaichi's travails. Japan's popular prime minister is burning political capital fast.
Standing before an elaborate array of white flowers, Takaichi Sanae, Japan's prime minister, delivered a speech at a memorial this month in honour of Abe Shinzo, a former prime minister assassinated 4 years ago. Ms. Takaichi, who positions herself as Abe's political heir, praised her mentor's fortitude. "I want to be a politician who fights like Mr. Abe," she said. And fight she must. In February, Ms. Takaichi led her ruling Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP, to a historic victory in the election to the powerful lower house of the Diet, amassing a 2/3 supermajority. Despite this, she has struggled to enact her hawkish, big-spending, socially conservative agenda. The LDP and its allies had to extend the latest Diet session by 1 week until July 25th in order to finish their legislative business. The Honebuto, an annual budget framework, was finalised only on July 21st, much later than expected. Opinion polls show the Takaichi administration's once stellar approval ratings falling sharply. "She's powerful, but not all-powerful," says Tobias Harris of Japan Foresight, a consultancy. During the Diet session after the election, Ms. Takaichi advanced on several fronts. She has made the most progress in her pledge to strengthen Japan's defences in both hard security and economic security. Reforms to create a new investment screening body modelled on CFIUS, America's equivalent committee, sailed through Parliament. The Japan Foreign Investment Committee was launched last month. The Diet also passed a bill to reform Japan's fragmented, underwhelming intelligence capabilities and create a more powerful, centralised intelligence apparatus for the first time since 1945. The first new bodies, an intelligence bureau and a council, will be established this month. Ms. Takaichi has stoked Japan's culture wars. The LDP and its coalition partners pushed through 2 controversial bills favoured by social conservatives. One criminalised desecration of the Japanese flag. The most fraught concerned imperial succession. With few male heirs, the very survival of the Japanese imperial house is at risk. A vast majority of the public supports female succession, which would mean the current emperor's only child, a daughter named Aiko, could succeed her father. Ms. Takaichi promised to find a national consensus. Instead, the LDP used its supermajority to pass a bill that allows distant male relatives to succeed while keeping women off the throne. The Prime Minister also rode roughshod over her opponents on economic policy. Her first, Honebuto, and an associated growth strategy herald a massive industrial policy push. The new growth strategy sets a target of 370 trillion yen, that's $2.3 trillion, in combined public and private investment between now and 2041. The government will have a hand in stimulating 17 sectors ranging from AI to anime across 62 specific product areas. To do so, Ms. Takaichi has introduced a new multi-year budgeting framework. She also shifted the government's fiscal benchmark from a long-held target of achieving a budget surplus before interest payments to aiming instead for a downward trajectory in the debt-to-GDP ratio. She has continued to promise a consumption tax cut, though implementing it has been delayed. The moves amount to a loosening of fiscal discipline without a clear plan for how to finance the outlays. Resistance to the Prime Minister has, in turn, been mounting from several quarters. Markets have pushed back on her big spending plans after the government released a draft at the Honebuto last month. Yields on 10-year government bonds soared to their highest levels in 3 decades. Analysts dubbed it the Honebuto shock. Ms. Takaichi and her allies claimed the bond movements had nothing to do with their profligate plans. When the final version of the Honebuto was approved on July 21st, language underlining Bank of Japan or BOJ independence had been added. Nonetheless, the yen weakened to its lowest level in 4 decades the next day, in part because of the perception that the BOJ would be loath to raise rates in the face of government pressure. Investors' concerns about Japanese economic policy stem from a more general sense of uncertainty surrounding the potential scale of future government spending expansion, Morgan Stanley MUFG Securities, an investment bank, reports in a recent research note. Grievances are also accumulating within the Prime Minister's own coalition. Fiscal policy has long been an important dividing line inside the big tent LDP. We're supposed to be conservative, but we sound like socialists, gripes one fiscally hawkish LDP bigwig. One heavyweight on the LDP's Consumption Tax Commission resigned in protest at Ms. Takaichi's planned cuts. More socially liberal members of the party raised objections to the flag desecration law. A former foreign minister conspicuously skipped the vote. The LDP's new coalition partner, Ishin, has also been forced to forego some of its priorities, such as cutting the number of seats in the Diet. Yoshimuro Hirofumi, the party leader, described the outcome as heartbreaking. Most crucially, Ms. Takaichi's domineering style has helped unite a fractious and ideologically diverse group of opposition parties against her. The opposition came together and said, "We don't agree on policy, but we do agree that the LDP has overstepped," says Nishimura Rintoro of the Asia Group, a firm that gives advice on strategy. In the upper house, where the ruling coalition is a few seats shy of a majority, the remaining parties banded together to halt Diet proceedings in late June. In theory, the LDP can override the upper house with its lower house supermajority, but in practice doing so would come with significant political costs. As a result, Ms. Takaichi has passed bills at a slower rate than any of the 3 most recent prime ministers. Even her immediate predecessor, Ishiba Shigeru, who led a minority government in both houses, had more legislation quickly approved. The messy management of the Diet mirrors broader complaints about Ms. Takaichi's leadership style. In a culture that stresses consensus, Ms. Takaichi has disdained the schmoozing that traditionally helps build it. She prefers to communicate with the public through social media, eschewing press conferences or formal interviews. Business leaders gripe that she does not consult them. The Prime Minister is a loner, says one Japanese chief executive. Bureaucrats also lament that she does not listen to them. She would rather read briefing papers than have real discussions with advisers, says a senior official. Ms. Takaichi boasts about studying so hard that she sleeps no more than 3 hours a night. The qualities that have alienated power brokers still appeal to voters. Her plain-spoken style, every-woman background, and punishing work ethic made her one of the most popular prime ministers in modern Japanese history, with approval ratings around 70% following her big election win. But that popularity, the foundation of Ms. Takaichi's power, is starting to erode. Voter frustration with persistent inflation and a backlash against the imperial succession law have helped drive approval ratings for Ms. Takaichi's administration down steadily. With more than a year until the next party leadership election, Ms. Takaichi is hardly in danger of losing power, but her heavy-handed approach ensures that more fights will follow.
Asia.
The Philippines. War without end. The war on drugs outlasts Duterte.
Cebu, an island in the middle of the Philippines, is a cheap place to have someone killed. 3 teenagers admitted to murdering a woman in May for 5,000 pesos, that's $80, and 3 packs of the country's most popular narcotic, methamphetamine, locally known as shabu. More than 10,000 kilometres away in a detention centre near The Hague sits the man who created the market for such work. On November 30th, Rodrigo Duterte, the Philippines' 81-year-old former president, will stand trial at the International Criminal Court, or ICC, for crimes against humanity in a war on drugs that killed up to 30,000 Filipinos. That war lasted until Mr. Duterte left office in 2022. His successor, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, calls his own anti-drug campaign bloodless. His administration claims to have confiscated nearly as many illegal drugs in the first 3 years of his presidency as Mr. Duterte's did in 6. Mr. Marcos's police chief has brushed off claims that police and vigilante killings continue, but the numbers say otherwise. 10 years after Mr. Duterte unleashed the police on his own citizens, the war has not in fact ended. Rather, it has undergone a drastic rebranding. Drug-related killings have slowed according to DAHAS, a monitoring project at the University of the Philippines, from 342 in Mr. Marcos's first year to 269 in his fourth, which ended on June 30th. A small fraction of the rate at the height of the war, where Mr. Duterte's own office once logged more than 20,000 deaths in 17 months. Yet this winding down began under Mr. Duterte. In his final year in office, just 302 killings were reported. The composition of the toll is also telling. While Mr. Duterte normalised vigilantism, the share of killings attributed to state agents has been stuck at about 1/3 for 3 years, roughly 100 a year since 2023. Nothing from Mr. Duterte's war has been dismantled. Its foundational documents, such as a circular known as Project Double Barrel, promising the neutralisation of illegal drug personalities, remain on the books. A campaign known as Oplan Tokang, or door-knocking, involved visiting suspected drug users and pushers to urge them to surrender, became murderous. On July 3rd, victims' families asked the Supreme Court to declare the circular unconstitutional, arguing that it remains a legal shield for any president who wants it. But Cleve Arguellas of Momentum Research, a public opinion firm, says that even if Project Double Barrel were formally ended, the culture of killing would remain ingrained in the police force. Police elsewhere may kill suspected drug dealers. What functioning states do next is to document and investigate each death. The Philippines rarely does either. Since 2016, only 5 of the thousands of killings from the drug war have led to convictions of just 9 police officers. One Philippine city shows what might be possible. For the first years of Mr. Marcos's presidency, Davao, the Duterte's power base, led the country in drug killings. Joel Ariarte, who runs Dahas, says that police stations posted their operations on Facebook as achievements. Then the Duterte and Marcos dynasties fell out. Mr. Marcos's administration seized control of the city's police, chiefs were rotated and officers transferred. The killings stopped. Cebu, where no such purge occurred, is now the killing capital. Mr. Marcos's alliance with the Dutertes has collapsed into open conflict. He had Mr. Duterte arrested in March 2025. Mr. Duterte's daughter, Sara, the vice president, has claimed to have hired an assassin to kill Mr. Marcos and 2 others, should she herself be killed, although she went on trial in the Senate on July 6th for that threat and for corruption. Mr. Marcos is losing in the court of public opinion. A scandal over non-existent flood control projects has dragged public satisfaction with his administration down to 32%. Ms. Duterte remains the favourite for the next presidential election in 2028, and purging a police force that the Dutertes are actively courting would be to hand them a gift. In May, Ronald Barto de la Rosa, Mr. Duterte's first police chief, who is himself wanted by the ICC, appeared in the Senate to cast a decisive vote, then slipped away after gunfire erupted in the building. He remains at large. Nor would renouncing the drug war win votes. Harsh drug policies remain popular. At its peak, nearly 9 in 10 Filipinos supported the campaign. Today, the country is split on whether Mr. Duterte should be held to account. Duterte diehards attack Mr. Marcos online as a drug addict and for being insufficiently murderous. Even some among the tens of thousands of bereaved families have felt the wrath of his supporters. Sheila, a mother living in Caloocan, north of Manila, is one victim. Her 2 sons, Rico and Ryan, were killed by masked assailants. Rico, accused of sniffing glue, was killed in 2020 during Mr. Duterte's presidency. Ryan, who was previously arrested for drug possession in 2024 under Mr. Marcos. The police have not provided a report on Ryan's killing, without which his death cannot even be registered, let alone investigated, says Cristina Conti, her lawyer, a pattern she says is common. Her harasser's proof that Sheila was a fake victim was that Ryan died under Mr. Marcos, not Mr. Duterte. When Mr. Duterte's trial opens in November, the drug war's victims will at least see its author in the dock. But the Philippines withdrew from the ICC in March 2019. Every killing since then is beyond The Hague's reach. International justice can convict the man who built the machine, but it cannot switch it off. Only a Philippine president can do that, and the current one seems to have decided that the price is too high. Sheila is waiting for a verdict on Mr. Duterte from The Hague, but she is also waiting for the police to put on paper that her son was killed at all.
Asia.
Indonesia. His weight in gold. The police and army are at odds.
The gold coating the flame that sits on top of an obelisk, known as the National Monument in the centre of Jakarta, the Indonesian capital, is said to weigh an impressive 50 kilograms. So it came as a shock to Indonesians, not so much to learn that gold bars had been found stashed in 7 suitcases at the Swiss home of Febri Adriansyah, then the country's Deputy Attorney General for Special Crimes, but that they weighed as much as 74 kilograms. Mr. Febri, the country's most senior anti-corruption prosecutor, admits that the home in a gated community alongside an upmarket golf course is his, but he denies that the loot including another $20 million in cash, which was seized on July 8th in a police raid, had anything to do with him. If the police thought they could go after Mr. February, one of the country's most powerful officials, with impunity, they were soon disabused of the idea. At 3 a.m. the next morning, several squads of armed soldiers aligned with Mr. February appeared outside police headquarters. They subsequently left without incident, but the standoff seems to have alarmed President Prabowo Subianto. That afternoon he summoned the warring factions in to see him at the tower housing his sovereign wealth fund. A way to defuse the confrontation was brokered. Mr. February has stepped aside as Deputy Attorney General, but he will be investigated by his own agency rather than by the police. To understand why what seems like a straightforward corruption investigation should pit the army against the police, it helps to know something of the history of the two institutions. During Suharto's long dictatorship from 1966 to 1998, the army controlled the police and called them, without affection, the army's little brother. As part of the democratizing reforms that followed Suharto's fall, the police won emancipation as a rival security force. Since then, the two have competed, sometimes violently, over rents from illicit businesses that both run. Each side has allies in government. The Attorney General's office is aligned with the army rather than the cops. But rarely have the army and police gone after each other's leaders. The latest flare-up, then, is perhaps better explained by Mr. Prabowo's style of leadership. Not one to be troubled by details, the president governs like Suharto, who was once his father-in-law, in the manner of a Javanese king, playing the rival factions that seek his favour off against each other. His two most powerful courtiers, the Defence Minister Shafri Samsudeen and the leader of his party in the lower house of Parliament, Sufmi Dasko Ahmed, are said to be locked in a bitter struggle for influence. Mr. Shafri controls the
Asia.
Ashoka. Content and its discontents. Narendra Modi's party discovers the limits of propaganda.
A hunger strike does not make for good content. Instagram recommends hooking viewers within 3 seconds, using trending songs and keeping videos under 3 minutes to help your reels break through. Add to that the unwritten but universally understood rule that photogenic young women are reliable scroll stoppers. So, a middle-aged man lying around doing nothing for days on end was never going to go viral. Algorithms demand spectacle. That may be why Sonam Wangchuk had been wasting away without much notice since June 28th, despite the efforts of the social media team in the Cockroach Janata Party, a youth protest movement with which he had allied himself. Mr. Wangchuk, an activist and education reformer from the far northern territory of Ladakh, first came to India's attention in 2009 as the reputed inspiration for the lead character in a Bollywood hit about India's flawed education system. He was to fast unto death, or until Narendra Modi fired the education minister for repeated exam leaks, the latest of which had driven 20 aspirants to suicide. His death was the likelier outcome. Mr. Modi has never sacked a minister for incompetence. For 3 weeks, the government did not feel the need to engage with Mr. Wangchuk and his group. The ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has built up Mr. Modi's image as a strongman who never compromises. Television news functions as a propaganda arm of the government. Supine newspapers serve its agenda by omission, if not by commission. It has an army of digital foot soldiers who diligently spread its messages. The party has mastered the art of shaping the narrative. Yet, this time, it miscalculated. On the 21st day of the hunger strike, the government provided the spectacle Mr. Wangchuk had failed to produce. Plainclothes police stormed the protest site and carted him off to hospital, supposedly for his own good. They carried white sheets to veil the moment of abduction. The sheets were enough. Videos of the event bounced from Instagram to Facebook to Reddit to X. The heavy-handed tactic galvanised support for the movement's long-planned march on Parliament 2 days later. True to form, the government tried to control how India and the world saw the biggest protest in Delhi for years. It shut down mobile internet in the area. But the smartphone generation was not to be thwarted. Dozens of videos quickly appeared online anyway. They showed police beating back young marchers with long batons known as lathis, as someone, apparently on the police side, yelled, "Hit the motherfuckers!" They showed groups of policemen attacking lone protesters. They showed officers assaulting women. Delhi police said that the protest is being handled professionally. Mr. Modi's government does not usually worry too much about images of state violence against Indian citizens. It is easy enough to frame protesters as Sikh separatists, Muslim terrorists, leftist agitators, or Pakistani infiltrators. Many Indians accept the need for a heavy hand to deal with undesirable elements and troublemakers. But they are not used to seeing their own sons and daughters, Hindu, middle-class, educated, treated the same way. The government tried every tactic to get a grip on the narrative. A BJP leader blamed conspiracies, orchestrated street violence, and manufactured outrage. Online, the party's supporters lamented the use of children as cannon fodder. One news channel wondered, does the US have a role to play in the violence unleashed on the streets of Delhi? Another reported that police were probing the Pakistani angle. Mr. Modi tweeted that fast-track courts would ensure swift and stringent punishment for the paper leakers. Half of India's people are under 30. Their education is either expensive or low quality or both. Their chances of getting into leading universities are slim. Their job prospects are poor. Even as the government tries to spin its way out of its ministers' incompetence and its officers' violence, it is another category of videos that should worry it more. These are the interviews with students enraged at being attacked unprovoked, weeping young people asking why they cannot question their
China.
Unsuccessful Santo. Bottom of the class. Why did 3 special economic zones succeed and one not?
From the late 1970s, as China moved away from central planning, the Communist Party picked 4 cities on the coast to be testbeds for liberal economic policies, known as Special Economic Zones, SEZ. 3 of them, Shenzhen, Zhuhai and Xiamen, have been world-changing successes, showing the way for market reforms in the rest of the country. The other one is Santo. You rarely hear about Santo. The city of 5.6 million was one of China's first trading ports and is the hometown of economic heroes such as Li Ka-shing, Hong Kong's richest man, and Pony Ma, founder of Tencent, a tech giant. Yet it's not thriving. Last year, its GDP per person was 54,000 yuan. That's $8,000, comparable to Gansu, China's poorest province in the far west, and well below the national average of 100,000 yuan, never mind Shenzhen's 214,000 yuan. Locals refer to it as a special economically backward zone. Growth, was just 0.1% last year. So why did 3 cities flourish from special treatment while one floundered? Santou's GDP in 1980 was 4 times that of Shenzhen, where GDP is now 10 times Santou's, but it had some disadvantages. Initially, just 1.6 square kilometres was carved out for its SEZ, the smallest of all 4 cities. Its location is awkward. Shenzhen is next to Hong Kong, Zhuhai next to Macau, and Xiamen across the strait from Taiwan. Santou is relatively isolated on Guangdong province's east coast, yet by 1991 its SEZ had expanded to cover all 234 square kilometres of its landmass. And plenty of cities inland have outpaced Santou, despite being more remote. Besides, high-speed rail now connects up all such major metropolises. What went so wrong? The property downturn has hit Santou harder than many other places. Fixed asset investment in property fell by a staggering 38.8% last year. Consumption is sputtering along. In a cluster of 3 malls in the city centre, 2 stand largely deserted. So do many restaurants. And the city's industry is weak. While places like Shenzhen moved up the value chain, Santou bred local champions in toy-making and textiles, low-margin and labour-intensive industries that made up nearly half the city's big firms in 2024. They are struggling too. In 2025, exports of toys fell by 8.6% and garments by 18.3%. Exports dipped by 9.1% overall, puzzling for a port city, in a year when China racked up a record $1.2 trillion trade surplus. To understand Santou's deeper troubles, look to culture and institutions. Locals speak of unusually egregious corruption in the city. One retired businessman recounts how, at the start of every year, city officials would turn up to pester him for bribes, threatening to cause trouble if he didn't pay up. Visits to hospital can require a cash bribe to the doctor. The rot goes so deep that in 2000 graft-busters sent to Santou from the central government were killed in a large hotel blaze, a suspected arson attack. Corruption remains an issue for many in the city. A more unusual problem is mistrust of outsiders. China has long viewed foreigners with suspicion, but locals in Santou regard even Chinese people not from the city as outsiders, referring to them as out-of-province kids. A big source of this is the local dialect, which, owing to the city's historic isolation, is unintelligible to Mandarin speakers in the rest of the country. People not from Santou find it difficult to integrate there. One doctor who now lives abroad recalls how colleagues discriminated against him at the city's central hospital for being from Zhejiang province. All this has helped to keep businesses, talent and investment away. Between 1996 and 2017, Santou received just $6.7 billion in foreign direct investment, or FDI, compared with Shenzhen's $85 billion, according to research by Lung Liu and Michael Plouffe of University College London. More troubling, FDI has been negatively correlated with GDP, meaning that as the economy grew, outside investment actually shrank. Talented youngsters leave and don't return. Overall, the city's poor reputation seems to discourage people from moving there for work. There is one bright spot at least. In 2025, the number of overnight visitors rose by 12.8%, and revenue from tourism grew by 23.9%, enough to keep recession at bay. Local authorities have restored the old town, once a dilapidated district of crumbling colonial-era buildings, and turned it into a tourist hotspot. Now the area is buzzing with visitors at night. A souvenir seller says that the recent hit film Dear You, which was partly shot there, has increased footfall. Santou's story is a case study of what happens when top-down directives meet local constraints. Policy support can supercharge growth if the right conditions already exist locally, but cannot create them. China's policymakers would do well to take heed as they try to fulfill their vision of a high-tech future across the country. As for Santou, it was meant to usher in reform across China. Ironically, it's better known for preserving its past than for shaping the country's future.
China.
Chagwan. China's History Wars. Why criticism of the Qing dynasty scares the Communist Party.
Visitors to historic sites around China see not only palaces and pagodas, but also scores of men and women in period dress posing for photos. To the uninitiated, one flowing robe looks like any other. But for some donning the historical threads, they are a display with political undertones, a celebration of Han traditions and a rejection of the foreign Qing, China's last imperial dynasty, whose final emperor abdicated in 1912. It is a view that has gained currency, to the alarm of the Communist Party. On a recent stroll around the Forbidden City, once the emperor's home in the centre of Beijing, Chagwan quickly found people with these sartorial sensibilities. Before, we might have worn Qing clothing. We're more historically aware now. The Qing were barbarians, says one woman, a university student in a billowing light green dress, alongside her boyfriend in a subdued scholarly robe. Not all opting for pre-Qing clothing care much about the politics. It's just more refined and aesthetic, says Ms. Xu, a visitor from Fujian province, explaining her choice of an off-white Ming-style noblewoman's outfit rather than flashier Qing garb. Clothing is the most superficial part of the anti-Qing thinking now growing more prevalent. Discourse about the dynasty and its misdeeds has long featured in online forums, summarized as the 1644 historical view, referring to the year that the Qing overthrew the Ming. The Ming rulers were Han, China's dominant ethnic group, whereas the Qing were Manchus, a smaller minority group from the north. Social media have helped the 1644 view spread to more mainstream audiences. In China's official narrative, the country suffered a century of humiliation of foreign invasions, starting with the First Opium War in 1840 and ending only with Mao's rise to power in 1949. But the 1644 view, cheekily expressed by some online as 3 centuries of humiliation, argues that subjugation began with the Qing. According to this school, the Qing were anti-Han interlopers and, making matters worse, feckless in repelling foreign forces. Dredging up all this history is uncomfortable for the party. The territorial boundaries claimed by modern China, including Tibet, Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia and Taiwan, were brought into the Chinese Empire by the Qing, not the Ming. Grievances about the Manchus also cut against the ideal of ethnic harmony advanced by the party. Although much of what forms modern Chinese identity is derived from Han traditions, it is unseemly to talk openly about the dominance of this one ethnic group, which accounts for 90% of the Chinese population. The party looks askance at Han chauvinism, believing, with reason, that it may lead to more resentment from non-Han groups. Late last year, the communications arm of the Zhejiang provincial government, known for strong opinion pieces, became the first official body to wade into the discussion. It formally condemned the 1644 view, labelling it a harmful distortion. Too much blame, it argued, was placed on the Qing for China's troubles. The Ming had also been plagued by economic and social problems. The Zhejiang authorities warned that it was an opening for hostile Westerners to push the new Qing history, which emphasizes the unique Manchu identity of Qing rulers. That appears to have been the opening shot in an official rectification campaign. Since then, censors have deleted social media accounts critical of the Qing and scrubbed many such videos and comments. In recent days, the censors have been busy again. A forthcoming film, The Belief, is intended as a nationalist tribute to the naval expedition in 1683 that facilitated the Qing's annexation of Taiwan. But many online have been more sympathetic towards the conquered, Han loyalists of the Ming dynasty based in Taiwan, than to the Qing soldiers sent to subdue them. In fact, the 1644 view is far from novel. An early proponent of something like it was Sun Yat-sen, celebrated as a father of modern China. A leading voice for the Qing's overthrow at the turn of the 20th century, he railed against the Manchus as outsiders. Sensitivity over how to interpret all this illustrates how hard it is for the party to examine its own history. Never mind serious debates about Mao's rule, even century-old dynasties are too hot to touch. The party commissioned an official history of the Qing and was close to completing it as a mammoth 106-volume project. But now it seems to have been scuppered by leaders because of disagreements about new Qing contamination. It is very clear that the state was ruled by people who were not identical to the bulk of the population, so it's hard to fit it into the kind of Chinese nationalism that the party wants, says David Porter, a scholar of Imperial China at McGill University in Montreal. It's easier to criticize Western historians for going the wrong way. The anti-Qing voices probably do not add up to anything significant for China's contemporary politics. They are not about to coalesce into a movement that challenges party rule. They are discomforting, not destabilizing. They also underline how the space for public disagreements in China has narrowed. Other countries have plenty of historical controversies too. China stands out for its inability to hold a full-throated debate about them. The party is too thin-skinned for that. For their part, nationalists are guilty of oversimplifying Chinese history, romanticizing pre-Qing epochs as pure expressions of Han strength, omits that China was a multi-ethnic, even cosmopolitan entity during one of its most glorious periods, under the Tang dynasty, more than a millennium ago. An honest accounting of this record would argue for China's leaders today to be more tolerant and open, and to be confident of what such permissiveness would yield. Just do not hold your breath.
Middle East and Africa.
Lebanon. The Reckoning. To rebuild the country, the government must fix a broken political system.
In his office in downtown Beirut, Amir Bissat looks to the past to sketch a hopeful vision of the future. Lebanon was once a regional hub for banking, tourism and trade. Perhaps it can be so again. If reconstruction ever starts in Syria, for example, Lebanese ports might be part of that, says the economy minister. He also hopes to woo Gulf states keen to lay pipelines and fibre-optic cables that bypass the Strait of Hormuz. The region is being redrawn in many ways, says Mr. Bissat, and Lebanon has a huge role to play. A kilometre away stands an eerie reminder of Lebanon's more recent history. The port of Beirut was wrecked in 2020 by a huge explosion. Fearful of exposing their own corruption and negligence, politicians have long stalled an investigation into the blast, which killed more than 200 people. The port has yet to be fully rebuilt. Families of victims petitioned to keep a damaged grain silo standing as a memorial, a Dali-esque edifice frozen in mid-collapse. As Joseph Aoun, Lebanon's president, met Donald Trump in Washington on July 21st, it also stood as a warning to would-be investors. The period since mass anti-government protests in 2019 has been the worst for the country since its long civil war ended in 1990. It has endured the port explosion, a financial crisis, and almost 3 years of war with Israel. For most of this time, it muddled through with a series of caretaker prime ministers, and for more than 2 years, no president. The vacuum ended in January 2025, when Parliament selected Mr. Aoun. Days later, Nawaf Salam was named as Prime Minister. They make an odd couple. Mr. Aoun, bald and broad, is a career soldier, while the bespectacled, bookish Mr. Salam is an academic and diplomat who spent much of his life abroad. Both are political outsiders in a country dominated by a crop of ex-warlords. In their inaugural speeches, they pledged to disarm Hezbollah, the Iran-backed Shia militia that has long defied the government, and to implement overdue reforms. Their watchword was sovereignty. No longer would Lebanon be defined by foreign meddling and state weakness. 18 months on, their record is mixed. They have taken some laudable decisions, from proscribing Hezbollah's military wing to passing laws to help unlock an IMF deal. Implementation is another matter. Lebanon's twin crises have become a Gordian knot. It will struggle to attract donors and investors unless it takes on Hezbollah. Yet its strategy for doing so relies on those same donors and investors. Untangling the knot will mean doing everything at once: disarmament, reform and reconstruction, in a country that has long struggled to do anything at all. Mr. Aoun's conversation with Mr. Trump focused mostly on Hezbollah. The militia dragged Lebanon into war on October 8, 2023, when it fired rockets at Israel in support of Hamas, which had just massacred around 1,200 people. Though America imposed a ceasefire in November 2024, Israel continued regular airstrikes in Lebanon. Hezbollah was too battered to retaliate. All-out war resumed this March, when the militia attacked Israel on Iran's behalf. The cost has been enormous. The government estimates that the most recent fighting caused $3 to $4 billion in direct damage, on top of $8.5 billion from the previous round, around 40% of GDP in total. It will also lop 7 to 8% of Lebanon's output this year. Mr. Bissat expects a recession. Israel has razed villages in the south and occupied a swathe of the region. Hezbollah's death toll is heavy. In eastern Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, your correspondent counted a dozen posters announcing the deaths of Hezbollah fighters in one Shia village, home to perhaps 1,500 people. That is only a partial accounting. The group has yet to recover and identify all of its dead. For decades, Hezbollah has been a state within a state. It runs an extensive network of schools, hospitals, and youth programs. It operates a parallel banking system, which helped shield its supporters from the financial crash. These activities bred a loyalty that the state could not match. But the latest war has strained it. Many of Hezbollah's constituents are exhausted. Some are concerned by Iran's growing sway over the group. In March, the Lebanese government tried to expel the Iranian ambassador, accusing him of using his post to support Hezbollah on behalf of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC, the Iranian regime's Praetorians. He refused to leave. In June, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, praised Lebanon for offering 4,000 martyrs in support of his country. His comments outraged many Lebanese. Officials close to Mr. Aoun thus see an opportunity to flip the script. "We hope to have two clear scenes," says one. "Hezbollah killing your sons for the Iranian interest, and a Lebanese state keen to protect them, to reconstruct their villages and homes." It is a creative approach, but it faces three big obstacles. First, most difficult, is how to disarm Hezbollah. The group refuses to comply and is fond of threatening a new civil war if anyone tries to take its weapons. Nonetheless, last August, the cabinet agreed on a plan to gradually do just that, and in March it declared the group's military wing illegal. Several dozen people have since been arrested for transporting arms. In June, Israel and Lebanon signed a deal that commits the latter to deploying its army in southern Lebanon. But the army is in no state to force the issue. Hezbollah is still better equipped. Though defence spending has more than tripled since 2021, most of the budget goes on wages, not weapons. Some officers are thought to be sympathetic to Hezbollah. Nor are courts a deterrent. One illegal weapons case in March ended with Hezbollah members being fined just 900,000 Lebanese lira, that's $10. Second is how to ensure Israeli withdrawal. The state will not look credible unless it does. The deal with Israel has begun with 2 pilot zones to show that the Lebanese army can move in and Israeli troops can pull out. Officials in Beirut complain that one of these zones includes villages that Israel never occupied in the first place. Meanwhile, it continues periodic airstrikes in the south. The final question is who will pay to rebuild. The last time Lebanon's Friends organised a donor conference in 2018, they pledged $11 billion, but never disbursed the money because the government failed to implement required reforms. America no longer believes in foreign aid. Mr. Aoun hopes instead for investment. Yet the same concerns that put off donors before may spook would-be investors today. Lebanon's crises overlap. The financial crash was decades in the making, the result of a state-run Ponzi scheme meant to finance massive deficits and keep the currency pegged at 1,500 to the dollar. When bank deposits levelled off in 2019, the scheme collapsed. Lenders, in effect, halted foreign currency withdrawals. The following years were marked by hyperinflation, rapid depreciation, and political paralysis. Though Lebanon reached a tentative 4-year $3 billion deal with the IMF in April 2022, the fund's board never put it to a final vote. Again, lack of reform was the issue. The banks have powerful allies in Parliament who blocked any attempt at restructuring. If things look better now, it is only because they were so bad before. The currency has settled at just shy of 90,000 to the dollar, 98% below the peg. Annual inflation has fallen from a peak of 221% in 2023 to 15% last year, still among the highest in the world. The economy is about half its pre-crisis size. Depositors are still mostly locked out of their accounts. Mr. Salam's government has taken some meaningful steps. In April 2025, it eased the bank secrecy law, an old IMF demand. 3 months later, it passed another bill to let the state restructure or liquidate insolvent lenders. But it has yet to approve the key and most controversial piece of legislation, the so-called gap law, which would apportion roughly $80 billion in losses between banks, depositors and the state, but looks too expensive to be workable. Fixing the banks is only a first step. Lebanon also needs new sources of growth. Mr. Bissat says startups are making hardware for robotics and AI data centers. With its strong universities, cheap labour and entrepreneurial culture, Lebanon has some comparative advantages. For all its talented business people, though, Lebanon has a terrible business climate. The war is one problem. Zombie banks are another. The economy has lost its financial infrastructure. Lending has collapsed. Credit to the private sector has plunged from 107% of GDP in 2018 to less than 20% today. Lebanon's infrastructure is in a parlous state. The state-run electric company can supply only a few hours of power per day. Businesses pay for generator power, which at 48 cents per kilowatt-hour is nearly 3 times pricier than the global average. Firms lumbered with slower broadband speeds than in Somalia are desperate for Starlink to launch so they can ditch the lousy state-run telecoms monopoly. Little money exists to fix any of this. The government ran a fiscal surplus of 2% of GDP last year, and despite the war, it expects another in 2026. Yet more than half of revenue is spent on wages and pensions. Fuad Makhzoumi, an MP and aspiring Prime Minister, estimates there are 340,000 people in the public sector, nearly 10% of Lebanon's citizen population. Ministers take care to distinguish between themselves and the system. It seems an odd distinction. Surely the cabinet is at the centre of a parliamentary system. But it is an accurate one. Hezbollah still controls the guns. Bankers and their allies can still block a financial overhaul, and sectarian chieftains parcel out the spoils of the state. The system is built to outlast would-be reformers. Sovereignty is not just about Israeli drones whirring overhead or the Iranian ambassador who refuses to leave. It is also about freeing the state from an establishment that feeds on its weaknesses. For now, the ruined silo by the port seems like a symbol for Lebanon itself, neither fallen nor rebuilt, but caught in mid-collapse.
Middle East and Africa.
Cooling technology. From the desert to the world. Gulf countries want to sell their air conditioning expertise abroad.
Back in the 1970s, Gulf countries bet big on the idea that technology could make hot, arid places habitable. The gamble paid off. Abundant oil and gas fueled construction, accelerated investment, and powered round-the-clock cooling. The population of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, a club of 6 petro-monarchies, grew from 6.3 million in 1970 to 63 million today. That growth came at a cost. Air conditioning units in flats and building-wide systems to keep the heat out of whole blocks gobble up power and produce emissions that accelerate warming. Today, cooling accounts for as much as 2/3 of peak electricity demand in the GCC. So, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Qatar have sought systems that would keep their cities livable while using less power and doing less damage to the climate. As global warming makes air conditioning necessary in ever more places, they want to export that technology to the rest of the world. In some Gulf cities, as much as a quarter of cool air comes from district cooling systems. A central plant chills water and pumps it through a network of buildings. Energy use is reduced by sharing peak loads across the network. The system uses some 30% less power than in-building systems, and up to 80% less than if all flats in the district were cooled by individual air conditioning units. The central plant also acts as a sort of battery. Chilled water is stored in tanks for use during periods of high demand. Other countries, including Singapore and America, have similar systems, but few match the scale and design for extreme conditions seen in the Gulf. Tabreed, an Emirati firm, runs the world's largest scheme in downtown Dubai, where it cools 80 buildings, including the Burj Khalifa and Dubai Mall. The company claims that, compared with older cooling methods, it reduces annual carbon emissions by about as much as removing 40,000 cars from the roads every year. It also runs what it calls a zero-waste district cooling system in Masdar City, Abu Dhabi, where geothermal energy powers the chillers and heat is pumped back into the ground. District cooling requires copious water, a challenge in water-scarce regions such as the Gulf and many other places where air conditioning demand will almost certainly grow. Gulf countries have cut freshwater usage by running the systems on treated wastewater rather than the potable sort. A plant in Saudi Arabia is using seawater. More recently, the countries have been looking to integrate cooling-hungry data centres for artificial intelligence, AI, applications into district cooling systems. Tabreed is also experimenting with adding tiny particles to cooling water, letting it absorb more heat. As the world warms and AI use expands, the need for such technologies will grow beyond the Gulf. Global demand for cooling could triple by 2050, according to one estimate used by the UN. The market for district cooling alone may roughly double to $60 billion by 2034, according to another projection. Gulf companies are gearing up to be part of the expected bonanza. In India, where cooling demand may rise eightfold in the next decade, Tabreed is developing what it says will be Asia's largest district cooling system in the southern tech hub of Hyderabad. It is also breaking ground on projects in Egypt. Though they are about 40% cheaper in the long term than other solutions, big-ticket systems remain expensive to build. GCC countries were rich enough for that. Many other places may not be. Rich European countries could afford it, but have yet to reach political consensus on how much to invest in cooling and where to buy the tech. As extreme heat becomes more common, they will probably fork out the cash. Tabreed and other companies in the Gulf will be hoping to get a chunk of it.
Middle East and Africa.
Infrastructure in Africa. The return of the mega project. A new era of big developments promises faster growth, but financing remains tricky.
For years, Lamu on the coast of northern Kenya was a tantalising symbol of unrealised promise. The Lamu Port's South Sudan-Ethiopia Transport, or LAPSET corridor, a colossal scheme estimated to cost $25 billion, is supposed to connect a deep-water Kenyan port with markets in Ethiopia and oil fields in South Sudan via a pipeline, railway and motorway. Launched in 2012, it was touted as Africa's most ambitious infrastructure undertaking. Yet 14 years later, only the port near Lamu is operational, and for most of the time since the first ships docked there in 2021, just barely. When it began, it was very quiet, concedes Abdulaziz Mazi, the port's manager. Now, though, Lamu's port is stirring from its slumber and plans for the corridor are being dusted off. The immediate reason is the war in Iran. Scores of vessels bound for the Persian Gulf have been rerouted to Lamu's relative sanctuary since February. Yet the renewed discussion of LAPSET is also a sign of a wider shift in thinking among African policymakers and some investors. Africa is entering a new era of mega projects, schemes costing billions of dollars and affecting millions of people. The question is whether it will accelerate growth or saddle the continent with more white elephants. Three ventures in particular explain the buzz. In 2025, Ethiopia completed the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, or GERD, Africa's largest hydropower plant. A year earlier, Aliko Dangote, a Nigerian industrialist and the continent's richest man, started production at a $20 billion oil refinery near Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Then there is the Lobito Corridor, a multi-billion-dollar rail, port and road system which is set to link Angola's Atlantic coast to Congo's Copperbelt and eventually Zambia. The scheme is backed by both America and the EU. Bright Simons of Imani, a think tank in Ghana, reckons the ambition of African policymakers has gone up dramatically. In January, Ethiopia broke ground on a new airport, estimated to cost at least $12.5 billion. Nigeria is stepping up long-dormant plans for a $15 billion West African transport corridor. On July 19th, West African leaders said construction could begin in 2028 on a $25 billion gas pipeline along the coast from Nigeria to Morocco, where it may connect to Europe's gas supply. Railway development in Africa is speeding up, according to the Africa Finance Corporation, or AFC, a pan-African lender, with some 7,000 kilometres under construction and development, more than twice as much as between 2020 and 2024. Much of this is needed. The OECD, a club of mostly rich countries, reckons that to double Africa's total GDP by 2040, the continent would need to spend $155 billion, around 5.6% of GDP per year, on infrastructure, nearly twice the annual average from 2016 to 2020, and slightly below the share China was spending at home in the early 2010s, 6.7% of GDP. Yet aid cuts and debts are squeezing government finances. In 2025, African countries were projected to pay $89 billion servicing their debts. That was before the Iran war pushed up interest rates. Higher oil prices cushioned the effect in oil-exporting countries, but squeezed finances even more in others. Private capital is thus required to fill the gap. Between 2021 and 2024, the total amount of private finance raised across all industries in Africa each year rose steadily from $13.2 billion to $20.4 billion. Overall, Africa attracted about $70 billion in foreign direct investment in 2025, the third highest level since 1990. Philippe Valahu of the Private Infrastructure Development Group says last year was the best for his donor-backed fund, which focuses on Africa and Asia since it was launched nearly 25 years ago. Despite global crises, this year the amount of business we are seeing just continues to increase, he adds. There are several reasons to expect the push to continue. One is what Sameh Shanouda of the AFC calls the demonstration effect of successful schemes like the Dangote refinery. Another is global volatility, particularly in energy markets. Infrastructure that could reduce vulnerability to external shocks appears more urgent. Take Lamu. James Mwangi, the boss of Equity Bank, a Kenyan lender, argues that Lapset has been given a tailwind by the crisis in the Middle East. On July 7th, Mr. Dangote said he would build East Africa's largest oil refinery in Kenya, a decision fast-tracked by the need to curb the region's dependence on fuel imported from the Gulf. The area around Lamu's port is reported to be his favoured site. Competition between China and America has also given large infrastructure investments a boost. America's International Development Finance Corporation, or DFC, is backing the Lobito corridor with $550 million in the hope of prizing the region's exports of critical minerals away from China. American diplomats are also keen for the DFC to invest in Ethiopia's new airport, partly to help American construction firms get ahead of Chinese rivals. Multilateral lenders have had a change of heart too. In the post-independence era, institutions like the World Bank backed lots of grand modernising projects in Africa before backing away for decades after many failed to take off or became mired in corruption scandals. These days, notes Njame Diop, the World Bank's vice president for Eastern and Southern Africa, the risk appetite for big projects is higher. Yet big projects are still controversial. Battles over land use and the environment tend to be especially fierce. On July 7th, Ugandan farmers lodged a court case in London to stop a $5.6 billion oil pipeline to the Tanzanian coast, arguing it threatens water and ecosystems. The pipeline's operating company is registered in Britain. Such projects also tend to be delayed and more costly than advertised. By one estimate, some 90% go over budget. In Africa, that risk may be higher because of what Mr. Simons calls the corridor premium, the additional cost incurred by the uniquely severe shortage of infrastructure. For a single project to succeed, he argues, an integrated corridor of power, roads and the like must be in place first. If one piece is missing, the whole scheme can fall apart. That does not mean the new projects are doomed. Jean-Luc Conan of Nimba, an Ivorian firm that worked on Guinea's Simandou mining complex, notes that delivering infrastructure forces you to build long-term domestic capacity. A country's ability to execute and sustain big projects can thus grow over time. Ambition alone, however, will never be enough.
Middle East and Africa.
Mobility in Africa. Electrifying trend. The accelerating adoption of EVs should save drivers and governments money.
Ethiopia trades in superlatives. It has Africa's largest dam, is building its largest airport, and claims to be the continent's breadbasket. Scepticism abounds. According to its transport ministry, the country has recently added another crowning achievement, following an unevenly enforced import ban on vehicles with internal combustion engines in 2024. It is now the leader of Africa's electric vehicle EV revolution. Some 115,000 EVs were zipping along its roads in 2025, says the ministry, accounting for nearly 8% of registered vehicles. If true, that would put it above the global average of around 5%. The figures are almost certainly an overstatement. Experts balk at the Transport Ministry's claim of 115,000 active EVs. Even other Ethiopian ministries estimate there were only 15,000 on the roads last year. That would still be an impressive feat for a country that had practically none a few years ago. But it is less an illustration of uniquely ambitious Ethiopian policy than a reflection of a continental trend. African motorists increasingly recognise that going electric can save them money. As the Iran war pushes up petrol prices and pinches pockets, many who can are making the switch. Buying an EV saves money on fuel in the long run, but the upfront cost tends to be higher than that of a petrol-guzzling alternative. The higher the price of fuel, the more people will take the plunge. Ethiopia started phasing out a fiscally imprudent fuel subsidy in 2024, after entering an IMF program. The ensuing rise in petrol prices persuaded many Ethiopians to buy EVs, but other Africans have also been going green. Sales of 2- and 3-wheel EVs on the continent grew by 38% in the year to May 2025, according to the Africa E-Mobility Alliance, a non-profit group. Sales of electric cars rose by 28%. The Iran war has accelerated the trend. Yuma Sasaki, the founder of Dodai, an EV startup based in Ethiopia, reckons demand for his e-bikes is 2 or 3 times greater this year than last. Spiro, a Dubai-based firm that is Africa's leading EV manufacturer, says it has more than 114,000 e-bikes on the road, an increase of 68% since December. BMI Research, a research firm, predicts that 8,300 EVs will be sold in South Africa this year, more than twice as many as in 2025, but still a small share of the 400,000 or so cars sold there annually. Rising demand is driving investment. In Ethiopia, Dodai is building 2 battery swapping stations, where riders can switch empty batteries for fully charged ones every month. Spiro recently raised $270 million in fresh capital, valuing it at close to $1 billion. It is also building a network of stations, particularly in East Africa. In most countries, EVs are currently usable only in big cities, where charging or battery swapping are available. But the infrastructure is expanding. Gagan Gupta, Spiro's founder, claims that by next summer it will be possible to travel from Kenya through Uganda to Rwanda on one of his e-bikes. Spiro also plans to build 4 big mother plants in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Kenya and Nigeria to manufacture many of the components of its e-bikes, which can then be assembled in smaller facilities across the continent. The firm expects to buy some $400 million worth of batteries this year, rising to nearly $1 billion worth in 2027. It hopes to entice battery manufacturers to set up factories in Africa to supply its plants. Because of our size and scale, we are able to push manufacturing closer to the continent, Mr. Gupta says, adding that this could lower production costs further. Potholes lie ahead. Only 2-wheeled EVs seem likely to scale up in Africa in the near future. Electric cars remain prohibitively expensive for most drivers, and charging stations suitable for them are much costlier to build than those that serve e-bikes. Vast improvements to Africa's shoddy power grids will also be required so that charging stations function. Yet African governments have every reason to speed things along, building the infrastructure.
Middle East and Africa.
Media in Africa. The enduring appeal of the radio. Despite smartphones and social media, many Africans are still tuning in.
Kenya's Communication Authority is facing what may seem like an odd problem in the digital age. Nairobi's airwaves are clogged. Kenya has more than 250 FM radio stations and multiple aspiring stations. In big cities such as the capital, would-be radio stars complain that there is no room to license more. The problem reflects the surprising endurance of the radio in Africa. As social media and smartphones proliferate, you might expect them to have triumphed in the battle for attention. Yet, according to a survey published in April by Afrobarometer, a pollster, the hold of radio news on the continent remains strong. Broadcast towers first went up across Africa in the 1920s. Colonial regimes used the radio for propaganda. Liberation movements set up clandestine stations to organize resistance. In the 1960s, post-colonial governments started subsidizing transistor sets. State-controlled frequencies advertised the grand modernist dreams of nation-builders. Sometimes they were used for more sinister purposes. In the run-up to the genocide in Rwanda in 1994, a station associated with the Hutu-led regime stirred up hatred by calling Tutsis cockroaches. Yet around the same time, democratization across the continent forced the liberalization of state controls. Commercial stations proliferated. In recent years, social media have galvanized angry young people protesting against governments from Kenya to Madagascar. Yet around 60% of people in cities and in the countryside still listen to news on the radio multiple times a week, according to Afrobarometer. Even young people do so. Some 55% of Africans, aged between 18 and 35, say they regularly get their news from the radio, just a little less than the 58% who cite social media as their main source. What explains the enduring appeal? Radio is low cost and easy to access. FM radios are embedded in even the cheapest phones and don't require pricey mobile data to tune into. Many listeners call into shows while stuck in traffic in Africa's megacities. Rather than hurt radio, the Internet may be helping its stars. Big-name presenters have become social media celebrities. One in Kenya brags that he now makes most of his money online from brand endorsements after becoming
Europe.
Mihailo Tripathi. The Butcher's Bill. The new commander of Ukraine's armed forces is innovative and critical of its old Soviet-style leadership.
Renowned generals, from George Patton, who strutted about in cavalry boots and carried 2 ivory-handled pistols, to the ascetic Bernard Montgomery, understood that their troops' morale depends a lot on the image they project of themselves. Few will have taken the job with the legendary status of Mihailo Tripathi, who was named the Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's armed forces on July 21st, replacing Oleksandr Syrskyi. Many hope his appointment will lead to the modernization of Ukraine's armed forces, though they have shown an unexpected talent for innovation and adaptability in the years since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, they've been unable entirely to shake off the stultifying rigidity of their old Soviet-era command structures. General Tripathi, aged 43, first rose to fame as a young major in 2014 when Russia-backed separatists tried to seize Mariupol, a city on the southeast coast. Leading from the front in command of a column of 4 armoured vehicles, he smashed through rebel barricades and into the city. Later that year, he led his battalion on a raid along the Russian border to cut off separatist fighters. His force, along with others, came under fire from Russian troops and was encircled. When a sister battalion surrendered, he led some 260 troops back to Ukrainian lines. His reputation rests on not just bravery, but also compassion. In late 2024, he was appointed commander of the ground forces, a role focused on training and preparing troops rather than leading them in battle. His first orders were aimed at improving their conditions, revamping recruitment and introducing technology to reduce losses. He also sought to implement a Western style of command, whereby subordinates were given more authority. The command is gradually shifting from a culture of fear to a culture of responsibility, he later wrote on Facebook. For the first time, the initiative from below has ceased to be a threat and has begun to become a resource. As he granted more responsibility, he held himself to the new standard. In 2025, after a Russian missile killed 12 soldiers on a training base, he resigned, saying he should be held accountable. He was later deployed to a role in which he was more directly involved in planning combat operations, where he won the praise of his subordinate brigade commanders for listening to them and offering support. He's a critic of Soviet-style thinking and micromanagement, noted Rob Lee, an expert on the Ukraine war. This approach was in stark contrast to that of General Syrskyi, who was sacked by Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, amid big protests calling for him to go. General Syrskyi had been unfairly nicknamed the Butcher, partly because of the losses suffered during his dogged defence of the city of Bakhmut in 2023. Many commentators present the contrast between Generals Tripathi and Syrskyi as a generational struggle between a young tech-savvy drone enthusiast and a Soviet-style traditionalist. But that misses the main points of difference between the two. General Syrskyi oversaw the widespread adoption of drones in the Ukrainian armed forces and the strategy of using medium-range drones to isolate Crimea and long-range drones to hit oil installations deep in Russia. Yet he also saw the value of investing resources in more traditional kit, such as tanks and artillery, since these are needed to blunt and break up attacks that would overwhelm defenders armed only with drones. He's also seen as a talented tactical commander who skillfully led the defence of Kyiv in 2022 and an offensive into Russian territory near Kursk 2 years later. The bigger concerns about General Syrski's leadership relate to what some saw as strategic blunders, as well as favouritism in the allocation of reinforcements and other resources. Western officers involved in the planning of Ukraine's big summer offensive in 2023 accused him of diverting troops to Bakhmut instead of concentrating forces for an attack in the south. Allies of the general counter that he was tying down Russian troops and that if there was any misallocation of forces, blame for that should fall on Valery Zaluzhny, who was the chief commander at the time. General Syrsky also developed a reputation for micromanagement and a refusal to fully accept the authority of the defence minister, Mikhailo Fyodorov, another young moderniser. When Mr. Fyodorov tried to consolidate weak and poorly led units, General Syrsky formed new brigades, diluting already scarce manpower. Syrsky took several of Ukraine's best units and deployed them as a split formation across opposite ends of the front, wrote Jack Watling of the Royal United Services Institute, a think tank in London. After clashing with General Syrsky and failing to oust him, Mr. Fyodorov was sacked on July 15th by Mr. Zelensky. The move triggered the protests calling for General Syrsky to go and for Mr. Fyodorov's return. Mr. Zelensky has reportedly offered Mr. Fyodorov a new job, though it's unclear whether he'll take it. The spat has changed his relationship with Mr. Zelensky, which was once trusting and loyal. The outcry over Mr. Fyodorov's sacking and its chaotic aftermath has hurt the president's authority. The demonstrations included soldiers such as Andriy Syrii, aged 27, who lost his foot in a drone strike. He attached a banner to his crutch reading, "I can't stand up, but I won't shut up." Whatever the talents of the new commander-in-chief, the problems he faces have no easy fix.
Europe.
Russia and Ukraine. Up in smoke. Ukrainian strikes on e-commerce hubs are bringing Russia's war home.
8 civilians lay dead. More than 80 were injured. Columns of black smoke billowed from the wreckage. On July 18th, Ukrainian drones hit 2 giant warehouses belonging to Wildberries, Russia's largest online retailer, in Moscow and Tambov, some 475 kilometers southeast of the capital. The bombs are thought to have destroyed some 150 billion rubles, that's $1.9 billion worth, of consumer goods. 4 days later, Ukraine bombed 2 more warehouses in southwest Russia. 1 woman was killed. Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukraine's president, said that soldiers and volunteers use Wildberries to buy military-related goods such as drone components and bulletproof vests. But he also signalled revenge. The attacks, he said, were a response to Russian strikes on our civilian infrastructure and on our cities and communities. They followed strikes on facilities belonging to Nova Pochta, a Ukrainian postal and logistics company, which Russia says are also used for military purposes. Ukraine's attack on refineries, which have caused fuel shortages across the country, were already bringing the war home. The latest strikes further undermine the notion that the fighting will stay confined to the battlefield in Ukraine and drive home the Russian authorities' failure to defend their own people. Those black columns of smoke have become part of everyday life, says one Muscovite. Wildberries has millions of customers. Hundreds of thousands of businesses use it to sell everything from socks to smartphones, not to mention body armour and fibre-optic cable. The attacks on Wildberries warehouses have affected nearly 100% of the population in one way or another, some physically, some financially, and others psychologically, says Yelena Panfilova, a Russian political scientist. Merchants who sell their wares on the site filled social media with videos and posts. One mother from a small town posted on Instagram, I made everything with my own hands, and then this happened. Everything fell apart. What am I supposed to do now? Natalia Plonke, who sells cosmetics, said, "The risks are being shifted onto us. The losses are becoming ours too. It's only going to get worse." But for Wildberries, the attack was not a complete surprise. 2 weeks earlier, the company revised the terms of its contracts with merchants, disclaiming responsibility for war-related losses. Russian military bloggers have long lamented the apathy of Russians who tried to ignore the war. Responding to the latest strikes, some pro-war nationalists sounded almost gleeful. "From the point of view of getting people involved, these attacks are a plus," said one commentator. In fact, such strikes may make Russians more resentful towards the war. In the Samara region, a veteran recently tried flashing his credentials to get petrol without queuing. Angry motorists beat him up. Public discontent is rising. According to Futsom, a pollster close to the Kremlin, satisfaction with government policies has fallen from 45% in January to 21% in June. The number of people who think Russia is heading in the wrong direction has doubled from 17% to 35% in the past year, says Levada, an independent pollster. President Vladimir Putin's own approval ratings are falling too, though from a high level. In Moscow, campaign posters reading "Za Putina," for Putin, complete with the Latin letter Z, symbolizing the war, are now commonplace. Parliamentary elections are 2 months away. Any politician who speaks against the war has been excluded from standing. The Kremlin will declare whatever result it wants. But the Kremlin cannot control how Russians feel. Most want the war to end. News broadcasts are leaving out information about Ukraine's drone attacks, further eroding trust in television, one of Mr. Putin's levers of power. While 56% of Russians still mention television as their main source of information, only 37% say they trust it. In the past, Mr. Putin brought the war to their TV screens. Now, he has brought it into their daily lives.
Europe.
German politics. Spahn out. A surrogacy scandal costs Friedrich Merz an effective lieutenant.
Jens Spahn, until recently the parliamentary leader of Germany's Christian Democratic Union, or CDU, and the Christian Social Union, or CSU, its sister party, is deficient in sharp political instincts. On July 15th, Mr. Spahn said on social media and in an interview with Bild, a tabloid, that he and his husband had had a baby boy via a surrogate in America. Unfortunately for him, that looked to voters like brazen hypocrisy. Surrogacy is illegal in Germany, and Mr. Spahn, a conservative former health minister, had argued that it should remain so. 3 days later, he resigned. Mr. Spahn's departure is awkward for Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor. The pair are not close. In 2018, Mr. Spahn ran against Mr. Merz for the CDU's leadership. But Mr. Spahn had a good relationship with Matthias Mirsch, his opposite number in the Social Democratic Party, and was effective at managing the quarrelsome coalition between their two parties. The pair brokered a comprehensive reform package, a 34-point programme for growth and employment, finalised on July 1st. Its most important elements are reforming the ailing public pension system and providing tax relief for low- and middle-income earners. The government needs to deliver such measures if it is to have any chance of heading off the hard-right Alternative for Germany, or AfD, in state elections in eastern Germany in September. Without Mr. Spahn's deal-making nous, the coalition could return to disarray. Mr. Merz was slow to grasp the strength of the outcry over Mr. Spahn's announcement. In his annual Sommer interview on ZDF, a public broadcaster, the Chancellor hinted that the public's anger was so strong because of Mr. Spahn's divisive and scandal-prone personality. Mr. Spahn is one of Germany's least popular politicians. In 2020, he got a loan for a villa from a bank where he had served on the supervisory board. During the pandemic, he awarded a contract for overpriced face masks to a firm employing his husband. The health ministry denies preferential treatment. Many dislike his MAGA connections. He is friendly with Richard Grenell, a former American ambassador, and Peter Thiel, a hard-right tech mogul. Mr. Merz wants to move on quickly from the Spahn affair. On July 29th, lawmakers from the CDU and CSU will interrupt their holiday to vote on Mr. Spahn's successor in Berlin. According to media reports, Thorsten Frey, the head of the Federal Chancellery, will be his replacement. He is popular among parliamentarians, though he is not as strategic as Spahn, who could bring them to heel, says Katrin Kuver-Ashbrook of the Bertelsmann Foundation, a think tank. Mr. Frey's likely successor is the Health Minister Nina Varken. Moving her will require a cabinet reshuffle. It is not clear whether a change of personnel would revive Mr. Merz's sagging popularity. He could try to reboot his government by replacing a few of the CDU or CSU ministers in his coalition government. Voters don't much like Patrick Schneider, the Transport Minister, or Katharina Reiche, the Economy Minister. Mr. Schneider is blamed for the notorious delays at Deutsche Bahn, the national railway service. Ms. Reiche is unpopular because of her perceived closeness to the fossil fuel industry and her inability to come up with an effective industrial policy.
Europe.
The World Cup. A victory for football's soul. Spain's team embodies footballing values FIFA has betrayed.
Less than 24 hours after Spain's victory over Argentina in the World Cup final, Madrid turned out to congratulate the team as they paraded in an open-top bus. "Champions of the world," sang the crowds. The government reckoned 1.8 million people in a city of 3.5 million attended the celebration, many waiting hours in suffocating heat. La Roja, the Reds, embody Spanish virtues that casual visitors often overlook: modesty, hard work, and above all, teamwork and unity. Their success is based on denying the opposition possession of the ball and close control and probing interpassing when attacking. In an era of flamboyant sporting superstars, Spain's most influential figure was Rodrigo "Rodri" Hernandez, an unobtrusive midfield general who was named the World Cup's best player. The team represents national cohesion in a country of fragmented political geography. The squad included 9 Catalans and 3 Basques. Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams, 2 rising stars, are the children of African immigrants. Until recently, many Catalans and Basques were ambivalent towards La Roja. Now many seem enthusiastic. The final's audience share on TV in the Basque country was 84%, just below the national average of 87%. The only acts of intolerance were by Bilbao's mayor, a Basque nationalist, who refused to install an outdoor screen for the final, and extremists who tried to sabotage one set up by a conservative party. On the pitch, Spain's victory was won for the values of football. Argentina kicked and shoved. A less indulgent referee would have handed out more than the single red card they received during the match. The punches they threw at their opponents after the final whistle will be investigated by FIFA, the sport's governing body. This World Cup was marked by innovations. Expansion from 32 to 48 teams was on balance a success. Not so crass commercialization, with advertising breaks disguised as hydration breaks and a lengthy half-time show alien to the sport's traditions. Football is also supposed to be free of political interference. But FIFA drew criticism when it rescinded a red card from an American player
Europe.
Charlemagne. All the continents a stage. Dismissing Europe as a museum is glib. Think of it as a theme park.
How better to come under the spell of Mitteleuropa than to stroll across the Charles Bridge, admiring Prague's Baroque skyline before reaching the glistening cobblestones of its old town. If Gallic charm is your thing, surely nothing can be so Parisian as whiling away an afternoon at the Café de Flore in Saint-Germain-des-Prés, where Jean-Paul Sartre once puffed on gitane as he pondered being and nothingness. Or one might seek to discover the ancestral essence of Europe by basking in the old money haunt of Capri, the whitewashed Aegean island of Santorini, or the honey-coloured streets of Dubrovnik. Pick among these destinations wisely, and Europe offers the discerning traveller an unrivalled chance to commune with the continent's timeless soul. Kidding! It has been decades since any local has even given thought to lingering in what were once the most charming parts of the continent. The Charles Bridge is merely a thoroughfare between tourist traps. The Flore is a relic best left to Instagrammers these days. Dubrovnik, merely an entry on a visiting American's bucket list. From Barcelona to Bruges by way of Florence, vast swathes of Europe's once idyllic cities are a procession of foreigners shopping for souvenirs. Some hilltop villages in Provence or Tuscany now seem to exist chiefly as backdrops for linen-clad types sipping spritzers. This counts as an economic success of sorts. A continent that struggles to export cars or chemicals now gets its dollars and yuan by enticing foreigners to come over and spend on its shores instead. Alas, that comes at a steep price. In summer, Europeans are not so much residents of their home cities as extras in someone else's social media feed. Forget the jibes about the old continent being a museum in which Europeans can live out their unambitious dolce vita. These days, it is better to think of it as a theme park where locals can be gawped at by holidaying voyeurs. Museums preserve history. Theme parks offer any visiting punter willing to suspend disbelief that feeling of being part of it. This is closer to the European tourist experience. For the point of a family holiday to France or Spain is not just to admire the scenery, it is also to imagine oneself a true European, a temporary denizen of the world's lifestyle superpower. Indulging in long lunches, strolling through cities and dealing with surly waiters are just as much part of the travelling experience as visiting the Uffizi. The continent's greatest attraction is the suspicion that its inhabitants have somehow arranged life better. Any European tempted to be flattered should remember that being a lifestyle superpower is not nearly the same as being the real thing. But hold that thought for after summer. Until then, selling authenticity by the night is a tidy earner. While America flogs artificial intelligence models and China monopolizes critical materials, only Charlemagne's cramped peninsula seems to be able to satisfy the global middle class's wanderlust. Of the roughly 1.5 billion tourist journeys each year that involve crossing borders, over half are in European countries, a staggering success for a place with but a tenth of the world's population. 6 of the world's 10 most visited countries are in Europe, including trips taken by fellow Europeans. The hotels, campsites and Airbnbs in the European Union can put up 32 million people, enough to host the entire population of a dozen countries in the bloc. The nearly $900 billion in revenues from international tourism make up around 7% of Europe's exports, says the UN's tourism arm. Who needs big tech when you have the Eiffel Tower and the Parthenon? Europe cannot create its own Google, but it excels at tempting Silicon Valley engineers into spending $1,500 a night to sleep in a converted convent. Would you like to see the gluten-free menu, madame? Not every part of Europe partakes in the bonanza. The crowds remain unsurprisingly concentrated in a handful of photogenic bottlenecks. At the bustling end of the spectrum, even those who once welcomed well-heeled foreigners now realise they may have been too much of a good thing. Tourism hotspots in Spain and Croatia have been rebelling for a while, griping that short-term accommodation has turned homes into hotel rooms and residents into commuters. Visiting Americans, cosplaying at being European, are often imitating locals who cannot themselves afford a break. For all their paid holiday, half of all Europeans lack the money for an annual trip of more than 4 days away from home. Hoteliers and exchequers hooked on foreign income think the situation can be managed by shuffling visitors to more out-of-the-way places or into quieter parts of the year. But imposing a tourism tax on hotels or trying to nudge tourists into the off-season won't reclaim the Café de Flore for Parisians. Those days are gone. Weary of anything that smells like economic success, Europe is currently busy undermining itself as a destination. One issue is bureaucracy, a recurring continental passion. The ham-fisted introduction of a new procedure to check passports for visitors to the EU has left many tourists this summer in airport queues lasting up to 5 hours. A more enduring problem is heat waves. A little sweating was once part of the charm of visiting the continent's southern shores, a nudge towards taking up local siesta habits. Now it feels stifling. Italy risks turning its peak summer season into an endurance test with gelato in lieu of air conditioning. Yet even this won't deter the hordes, and so the great European summer shuffle will continue, as this former Parisian can attest. Those who can afford to leave the tourism-worthy bits of the city decamp to the beach. The resulting void is filled by foreigners who soon grumble about how many other foreigners are in this place. And thus, paradoxically, visitors get what is the authentic Parisian experience, sitting beside other tourists and doing their utmost to pretend they are not there.
Britain.
The new government. A man without yet a plan. Andy Burnham hits the ground strolling.
Britain's new Prime Minister has inherited a country in a funk and a Labour Party in a slump. On taking office on July 20th, Andy Burnham showed he could tap into the mood of a nation which needs a lift and a party which needs a fresh start. Speaking in Downing Street, he declared, "Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again." Britons are feeling pessimistic about their future. Nearly 2/3 believe the country is heading in the wrong direction, according to polling by Ipsos. This gloomy outlook has persisted since the COVID-19 pandemic gave way to a spike in inflation more than 4 years ago, and Mr. Burnham's 4 predecessors struggled to shift it. Gathering his cabinet for the first time on July 21st, the Prime Minister told his team they needed to take that little bit of pressure off people's shoulders. Mr. Burnham is a good communicator. That is why Labour MPs are excited about a change from the stolid Sir Keir Starmer. Alas, his rhetoric has not been matched by a transformative vision for government. 16 years after he first tried to become party leader, and a year since he began planning for his new job in earnest, Mr. Burnham has hit the ground strolling. He told his cabinet to be boldly Labour, and has railed against 40 years of neoliberalism, which he claims have devastated parts of Britain, particularly in his home region of the north of England. Mr. Burnham has hinted at support for transformative, but probably self-defeating policies, such as wealth taxes, rent controls, the nationalisation of utilities, and constitutional reform. None of those, however, made it into his initial policy programme, which is almost entirely short-termist. Instead, Mr. Burnham set out policies of limited ambition, designed to fulfil a promise to lead a cost-of-living government. Although wage stagnation, not inflation, which has fallen to 2.6%, is now the biggest constraint on living standards. He cut value-added tax on energy bills from 5% to 0%, and reintroduced a cap of £2, or $2.67, on bus fares throughout England, other than London, where fares are already cheaper. For businesses, he has promised a discount on the local taxes of certain types of pubs and bars. The energy announcement was only a modest advance on similar moves by Sir Keir, while the bus cap is a return to an identical policy in place under the previous Conservative government. Both policies will expire within a year of coming into force, and the promised sources of funding look questionable. Previous such small-scale attempts to make life more affordable have not won over voters. Mr. Burnham presumably hopes that by setting them out at his very first moves, he will convince the public that the long squeeze on their incomes is at last coming to an end. Although Mr. Burnham declared he was ready, he has signalled that some of his biggest decisions will be kicked down the road. He has promised to produce a 10-year plan sometime in the autumn. This is likely to include his solution to the knotty problem of how to reform social care for the elderly. His biggest policy passion is the devolution of power from Westminster to the English regions. But even there he has provided little detail, beyond setting up a No. 10 North office in Manchester. Several Starmer-era policies, including the proposed handover of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, and a plan to restrict the number of jury trials in order to speed up the courts, are now under review. As well as boldness on policy, Mr. Burnham pledged a politics of unity and an end to Labour's sniping between factions. That remains to be seen. Mr. Burnham immediately fired from the cabinet most of those involved in crafting Sir Keir's approach to the economy, which, in rhetoric if not always in practice, favoured tech, deregulation, and a focus on house building in order to gee up Britain's sluggish growth. Rachel Reeves was sacked as Chancellor. Peter Kyle, Steve Reed, Liz Kendall, and Darren Jones were removed from their posts overseeing, respectively, business, housing, science, and the machinery of government. Other casualties included those whose only fault was loyalty to the last Prime Minister, such as Sir Keir's deputy David Lammy. The potential problems with this approach became apparent straight away as Mr. Jones went public with criticism of Mr. Burnham's unfunded spending promises. By contrast, those Labour bigwigs who had fallen out with the previous regime were rewarded with promotions. Chief among these are the new Chancellor John Healey, who resigned as Defence Secretary in June after a row over funding, and Wes Streeting, who called for Sir Keir to go and is now in charge of Defence. Angela Rayner, Louise Haigh and Lucy Powell, all fired by Sir Keir at some point, are back in senior positions. Ministers who let it be known that they had privately told Sir Keir to quit have either kept their jobs, such as Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, or landed a promotion, such as Ed Miliband, who becomes Foreign Secretary. Mr. Burnham's commitment to healing old wounds in his party looks shaky. Mr. Healey's return to the Treasury, where he served as a junior minister in the government of Sir Tony Blair 2 decades ago, is a welcome signal that Mr. Burnham's assault on economic orthodoxy will go only so far. The new Chancellor told the Cabinet that we need to look hard at our own budgets. Given his previous role, he is expected to prioritise defence for any new public spending splurge. Pat McFadden, the flinty Work and Pensions Secretary, stays in place, suggesting that efforts to bear down on the welfare bill will continue. Mr. Burnham has abolished the standalone Department for Science and Technology, a decision opposed by the tech industry, but made up for it by giving Kanishka Narayan, the AI Minister, a seat at the Cabinet table. In his first week, the Prime Minister has preferred quick wins to starting work on the long-term reforms needed to restore Britain to health and see off the populism of left and right. Though he had friendly phone calls with Donald Trump and other world leaders, his views on foreign policy remain murky. He has said almost nothing about his policy on immigration, the topic which, along with the economy, will decide the next election. He is sending mixed messages on whether he will continue the baleful trend of shifting the tax burden towards higher earners, while prioritising pensioners for handouts. This vagueness leaves Mr. Burnham wriggle room to take his government in a more adventurous direction. So far, the early signs are that he is falling short of his grander promises.
Britain.
First decisions. Calorific canapes. Andy Burnham's early handouts offer a worrying taste of things to come.
In his first days as Prime Minister, Andy Burnham presented his amuse-bouche to the British public. He announced that VAT, a consumption tax, would be cut on electricity bills from 5% to 0% from October. The cap on most bus fares would be slashed from £3, that's $4, to £2 for all of 2027. From April, pubs and clubs in England will get a 20% business rate cut. Mr. Burnham's portion sizes are meagre. The electricity tax cut will save just £25 per household in this tax year, according to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, a think tank. These tasters show Mr. Burnham's strengths. He is a more political animal than Keir Starmer, his predecessor, and understands that tackling the cost of living will be crucial for his success. Unfortunately, he has served up policies that resemble baked camembert. They have lots of fatty calories and are liable to cause indigestion later on. The calorie count is large and growing. Cutting electricity bills costs £850 million this tax year alone. Mr. Burnham says he will fund it by scrapping Sir Keir's scheme to introduce digital IDs. But that policy was unfunded, so in reality he will need to find the cash elsewhere. It will be hard to ransack energy budgets, as he has already raided them for £454 million to help fund the bus fare cuts. These early decisions reflect Mr. Burnham's big spending instincts. If he is not careful, the state's waistline could balloon. Nor are Mr. Burnham's offerings nutritious. By capping bus fares nationally, he is taking away the agency of mayors to decide how to support their bus networks. That's the opposite of the devolution dream he ostensibly espouses. He is also blunting price signals. The electricity tax cut is poorly targeted. Richer households will save the most money. And the scrapped digital ID scheme would in time have made it much easier to use public services. These are ominous signs of a short-termist leader ducking hard decisions. Mr. Burnham says these moves show his promise to bring back hope, but the most disgruntled diner is one who gets
Britain.
Winning back voters. Andy Burnham could save Labour. His supporters are more northern and more green than Sir Keir's.
Labour MPs hope that by picking the former Mayor of Greater Manchester to replace Sir Keir Starmer, they can clean the slate after 2 troubled years in power. Opinion polls suggest they may be right, at least for now. Andy Burnham is more popular than Sir Keir, a low bar, but he also has better ratings than the now-departed Prime Minister had 2 years ago when he came to power. Sir Keir squandered the political capital he had at astonishing speed, with a series of U-turns and reinventions that voters hated. Though Mr Burnham's popularity may be equally short-lived, the data suggests that the new Labour leader could build a more enduring electoral base by uniting Britain's fragmented centre-left voters. To dig into Mr Burnham's base of support, The Economist analysed a survey of 5,070 Britons conducted by Stack Data Strategy, a polling firm, between July 7th and 14th. The pollster asked respondents which party they'd vote for if an election were held tomorrow. It then repeated the question, asking respondents to consider how they would vote if Mr Burnham were leader of the Labour Party as well as Prime Minister. The effect was to add 2.1 percentage points to Labour's vote share, a small but meaningful improvement. The new Prime Minister has tied his political identity to the north of England. Northerners have noticed. Across the region, Labour's vote share under Mr Burnham improves by around 6 points. In his stomping ground around Manchester, the improvement is closer to 10 points, not to be sniffed at. Only 26% of seats in Parliament are in the north of England, but over the past decade, the region has been rising in political salience. The Economist's election model suggests that around 45% of the marginal constituencies which Labour needs to win for a parliamentary majority are in the north. Mr Burnham's northern roots are also an asset in Britain's fraught class system. Despite his relatively comfortable upbringing, his father was a BT engineer, his mother a doctor's receptionist, followed by a degree at Cambridge University, around 46% of Britons say that Mr Burnham is working class. That compares with only 14% for Sir Keir, the son of a toolmaker, and 18% for the former Health Secretary and new Defence Secretary, Wes Streeting, who was brought up by a single mother in an East London council flat. According to Stack's data, replacing Sir Keir with Mr Burnham would leave Labour's vote share unchanged among respondents in the most middle-class occupations, while increasing it by 3.6 percentage points among those in the most working-class jobs. With Mr Burnham's northern working-class hue, some commentators mistakenly believe that he's particularly appealing to supporters of the populist right Reform UK party, many of whom are northern or working-class. In Stack's polling, however, just 2% of Reform supporters switch to Labour when Mr Burnham is listed as party leader, compared with 4% of Liberal Democrats, 5% of Conservatives and 6% of Green supporters. According to YouGov, another pollster, Mr Burnham has a net favourability rating of plus 20 points among Green supporters and plus 21 among Liberal Democrats, compared with a dismal minus 62 among Reform supporters. The same voters gave Sir Keir ratings of minus 47, minus 14 and minus 92, respectively. Faced with this evidence, Mr Burnham might be encouraged to tack to his left, attempting to unite Britain's broadly left-of-centre bloc in order to defeat Reform. But such an approach brings risks. The first is that left-wing voters tend to be concentrated in relatively few constituencies. Judging by current polls, most Labour MPs could face Reform as the leading challenger in their constituencies. In these contests, switches from Reform to Labour are in effect worth double. The second risk is that left-wing voters might not reward Mr Burnham for left-wing policies. There's little evidence that Sir Keir's most left-leaning policies have won him any friends. His approach, presenting himself as a moderate while pursuing a solidly centre-left agenda, has alienated voters to both his left and right. In this respect, Mr Burnham begins his time in Downing Street with a head start. Before becoming Prime Minister, Sir Keir had to contort himself in order to be elected Labour leader by the party's left-wing membership. As leader of the opposition, he then strained to persuade voters that he was in fact a moderate who'd changed the Labour Party. Finally, in government, he had to satisfy the demands of left-wing backbenchers. The whiplash was too much. By May 2026, nearly 3/4 of Britons thought the Prime Minister was indecisive, according to YouGov. By contrast, voters are still open to finding out what Mr Burnham stands for. His first electoral test will come sooner than most predecessors. On July 30th, voters in Greater Manchester will elect Mr Burnham's successor as mayor. Reform won the region with a clear margin in May's local elections, but polls now suggest that Labour's candidate, an ally of Mr Burnham, is on course for victory. It would be a good start for Labour.
Britain.
Inheritance. Family fortunes. Britons are increasingly fighting over inheritance.
When there's a will, there's a war. Also, they say in the courts of England and Wales, which are growing busier with fights over the dead's estates. The number of probate claims listed at the High Court has grown by over 400% over the past decade, according to Solomonic, a legal analytics firm. The first 3 months of this year saw the highest number filed during any quarter on record. With most disputes over estates settled out of court, this is the tip of the iceberg. Several factors explain the rise in family fisticuffs. Whereas most of the rest of Europe has forced heirship systems which guarantee spouses and children a fixed share of an estate, in England, Wales and Northern Ireland you can disinherit anyone you like on whatever grounds you like. Yet at the same time, the law in those jurisdictions gives a wide cast of characters, from spouses to stepchildren to financial dependents, a route to challenge a will if they can show they were left without reasonable financial provision. As family structures have become both looser and more complex, this has left more people feeling that they might have a right to a slice of the cake. Demography makes matters worse. Britons are living longer, but with conditions, particularly dementia, that can reduce their ability to make sound decisions, prompting more disputes over whether the deceased even had capacity to execute a will. Meanwhile, young people are increasingly reliant on their inheritance to get onto the property ladder. The average age of first-time buyers recently rose to 34 in England, with nearly 1 in 3 deposits coming from family gifts and almost a tenth from inheritance. The stakes are higher too. The money people stand to inherit or lose has never been greater. The government's tax authority collected a record £8.5 billion, $11.5 billion, or 0.3% of GDP in inheritance tax receipts over the 2025 to 26 tax year. With thresholds frozen since 2009 and house prices up by more than 70% since then, more estates are being pulled in. Britain's new Prime Minister previously suggested he would replace inheritance tax with a progressive care levy that everyone would pay, which would make more estates liable. There used to be a concern that it was bad form to sue your own relatives, but that is gone, says Paul Grimwood of Knights, a law firm. He thinks litigiousness has been normalised by TV shows such as Inheritance Wars, a Channel 5 documentary series, and tabloid coverage of feuding families. Nearly 4 in 10 respondents to a survey conducted last year by Level Group, a British probate lending firm, said they would go to court over unexpected or unfair inheritance. Lawyers expect the uptick in probate disputes to continue. AI-drafted wills are another reason. According to a survey commissioned by the Association of Lifetime Lawyers, an industry training network, 72% of Britons aged 30 to 34 would consider using AI for will writing. Jessica Medas of Mishcon de Rea, another law firm, says there is a genuine access to justice argument if AI tools prompt more people to think about estate planning. That is a positive. But like most litigators, she is mainly worried about the risks. Poorly drafted wills are already a leading cause of disputes. AI chatbots' tendency towards vague language could produce more. All this means lawyers dealing with wills, trusts and estates are becoming busier and more numerous. Irwin Mitchell, which claims to be one of the largest law firms in the field, has twice as many people working in it as a decade ago. With an estimated
Britain.
A postcard from Greenwich. Inside the Liz Truss Festival of Ideas. British conservatism is weaker than you think.
Disappointing and shit was how some attendees summarised the inaugural CPAC-GB conference in Greenwich on July 16th to 18th. The event, hosted by Liz Truss, Britain's shortest-serving Prime Minister, was inspired by America's influential Conservative Political Action Conference. Intended as a show of strength for the new right in Britain, it was an advert for its weakness. Worse than the empty seats were the empty ideas. If CPAC-GB was your introduction to British politics, you would come away thinking that Sir Keir Starmer was a communist and that the country is ruled by a sinister coalition of jihadis and homo-Leninists funded by George Soros and the Fabian Society, a left-leaning think tank increasingly singled out as the force shaping Soviet Britain. In principle, CPAC exists to provide a platform for Conservatives to share ideas. Britain's instalment felt more like a Reform UK rally. Its leader, Nigel Farage, who pulled by far the biggest crowd, used his platform to slate both the Conservative Party and Restore Britain, a breakaway far-right party. But in the foyer, disgruntled attendees questioned why Tommy Robinson and Restore's leader Rupert Lowe hadn't been invited. Britain is often downstream of America in culture as in politics, but at CPAC-GB, some of the Yankification fell flat. Daily prayers were sparsely attended. The sponsors were mostly American. Documents seen by The Guardian suggest that the Trump administration intends to allocate £12 million, that's $16 million, to British-based conservative groups, including some founded by CPAC-GB speakers. Whether Ms Truss and her fellow travellers truly believe the paranoid MAGA worldview preached in Greenwich, or whether they just need the money, is hard to say. For all her efforts, the carnival vibe
Culture.
Budget. Now or never, Mr. Burnham. Government achievements happen immediately or not at all.
Changing Prime Minister has become an all-too-familiar ceremony. On July 20th, Sir Keir Starmer bade farewell and zipped from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace with helicopters hovering above. Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, followed in reverse, heading from Buckingham Palace to Downing Street, where friends, family, allies and apparatchiks listened to his hopes for Britain. Then began the next stage, picking over every word. What did Mr. Burnham mean when he called his government a circuit breaker? Was his target to eliminate rough sleeping feasible? And most important, what will Mr. Burnham do in his first 100 days? At this point, the chuntering starts. Why judge a government that will run the country for years after only 100 days? Forget the first days, what about the next 10 years? What better symbol of the ADHD-addled media environment that makes governing impossible? But whereas most media conventions can be dismissed, the first 100 days meme cannot. It reflects a fundamental truth of British politics. The most consequential government actions happen almost immediately or not at all. Take Sir Tony Blair. Practically all New Labour's lasting achievements happened within days of taking power. Bank of England independence, which is now the backbone of British economic policy, came on day 5. A plan to give Scotland and Wales their own parliaments on day 14. By the end of the first month, the national minimum wage was in progress. After 8 weeks, what became the Human Rights Act was outlined. To round off this busy first 100 days, plans for a London mayor were unveiled. What about the next dozen years? Oh, they did this and that. Public services improved, waiting lists fell, eventually. Schools were rebuilt, the public realm was renewed, but this was temporary, as a trip down any high street or a visit to hospital today will show. New Labour's achievements faded away, and Sir Tony, the most successful Prime Minister of the past 30 years, spent 2 decades kicking himself for not doing more sooner. And so it was for the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition government led by David Cameron that took power in 2010. Austerity was put in train at once. The government announced it would crank VAT to its current level of 20% after a little over a month. The triple lock, which guarantees that the state pension must rise by the rate of inflation, wage growth, or 2.5%, came on the 42nd day of the Cameron era. A good 16 years on, it is still there, a symbol of the long-term unseriousness of British policy, since it will eventually lead to the heat death of the fiscal universe, unless someone tweaks it. By 2014, the legislative cupboard was almost bare. Critics called it a zombie parliament. Whips desperately emailed MPs for ideas for debates. Perhaps food security? What about foreign lorries? When Mr., now Lord, Cameron won a majority in the 2015 election, he set Brexit in train almost immediately. He produced the referendum bill on the EU on day 21, sealing his government's fate. Likewise, Theresa May took her biggest decisions within weeks of winning power. At her first Conservative Party conference as leader, Mrs., now Lady May, set Britain on a path to a hard Brexit. Her place in history was secured by day 82. It took Boris Johnson a bit longer to rejig Britain's relationship with Europe. He reached a deal with the EU on day 86, which was one half of his legacy. The other half was a boom in immigration. When did Mr. Johnson ditch the Conservative Party's long-held pledge to cut immigration to tens of thousands? Day 1. Most governments take up to 100 days or so to shape a country. Liz Truss managed it in half that. She pledged energy subsidies roughly equivalent to the annual British defence budget. When a ragbag of sweeping tax cuts were thrown in, markets moved. Tory MPs followed, and Ms. Truss was gone. Unpicking that budget was Rishi Sunak's job, which he did in the first few weeks. Grill veterans of the Sunak era about their achievements, and at the top comes the Windsor Framework, which restored relations between the EU and Britain to normalcy and dominated the start of Mr. Sunak's tenure. Little else matters from Mr. Sunak's stint. What happens when a government fails to sprint at the start? Ask drinkers at The Grafton, a pub in North London, which on July 20th hosted relieved and humiliated members of Sir Keir's team who toasted their freedom from the burdens of government barely 2 years after a landslide victory. Of all the sins of Sir Keir's time in office, it was the start that proved mortal. In the first 100 days of Sir Keir's tenure, there was a great vacuum where a government should be. In the time that other governments had begun upending Britain's constitution or ripping through the country's fiscal position or taking Britain out of Europe, Sir Keir cut winter fuel payments to pensioners, embroiled himself in a scandal about the number of freebies he accepted, and sacked his chief of staff. After barely 2 months in power, prescient obituaries of 2-year Keir were written, even if they felt absurd at the time. First impressions are usually correct. Governments do not change much in office. Errors compound and events scar them, but their basic instincts and flaws remain the same. To the extent that prime ministers control their destiny at all, they control their first few months. And so the most significant period of Mr. Burnham's government has already begun. A strategy for the next decade is coming, says Mr. Burnham, but in the autumn. Judging by his predecessors, it could well be too late. They had already been assigned their place in history by that point. If Mr. Burnham has a plan, Britain needs to hear it soon, or it never will.
International.
Trying to stay cool. The geopolitics of air conditioning. As temperatures rise, fights over AC and energy pose a challenge for governments.
On a sun-baked morning in early July, with temperatures set to soar above 40 degrees Celsius, that's 104 Fahrenheit, a mob in Nanterre, a Paris suburb, heaved against the doors of a Lidl supermarket until they collapsed. The sweat-stained hooligans were desperate shoppers, pitted against each other for the last portable air conditioning AC unit. In another Lidl across town, two men came to blows. French politicians had a row of their own over how much AC was too much. At about the same time, in cities across Pakistan and Bangladesh, protesters blocked roads and surrounded electricity offices during weeks of power cuts in temperatures as hot as 45 degrees Celsius. In Chandpur, Bangladesh, in late June, residents allegedly assaulted an employee of the Rural Electrification Board. In May, power cuts during a heatwave in India led to similar protests in some rural villages, where residents complained they couldn't even run fans at night. In places like Iraq and Sri Lanka, too, unrest has broken out over shortages of energy needed to keep cool. As extreme heat breaks tempers and electricity grids, fights over AC, or the energy that powers cooling tech, are threatening to break politics. It's a decidedly modern problem. AC hardly existed even in America before 1960. Now climate change has made it a near absolute must in much of the world. In November, the COP30 Climate Summit, held in Belém, Brazil, declared cooling technologies like air conditioning to be essential infrastructure, like water, energy and sanitation. Of all extreme weather, high temperatures are overwhelmingly the most deadly. Between 2000 and 2019, an estimated 489,000 people died of heat each year, according to modelling published in The Lancet, a medical journal. AC has proved a strikingly effective response. A separate study in The Lancet estimates that by the early 2020s, AC was averting around 190,000 deaths each year in people aged 65 or older. In America, researchers at the National Bureau of Economic Research reckon that residential AC was responsible for a roughly 75% decline over the 20th century in the risk of dying on a very hot day, defined as above 27 degrees Celsius on average. Almost all of that decline came after 1960, when American households began to adopt AC. All that might seem to lead to a straightforward political calculus: more AC for everyone, everywhere. But it hasn't proved so simple. In rich countries, politicians fight about climate and energy efficiency. In poor countries, about the price of electricity and ageing, rickety electric grids. And everywhere they must contend with a public that increasingly expects, or outright demands, access to AC. Take the rich countries first. Populist right figures spy a clear opportunity in the hazy heat. In June, Marine Le Pen, leader of France's National Rally, demanded more air conditioners in the country's schools, hospitals and care homes. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, her rival on the populist left, countered that air conditioning everywhere would heat up the planet, thereby only increasing the damage. Globally, cooling produces around 4% of greenhouse gas emissions. The UN expects demand for AC and refrigeration to more than triple by 2050 on current trends, nearly doubling those emissions again. Even in climate-controlled America, where 90% of households have AC, The MAGA right has tried to score cool points. On July 1st, Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist mayor of New York, called on New Yorkers to set their AC to 78 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 26 degrees Celsius, to protect the power grid from overloading during a heat wave. Ted Cruz, a Republican senator from Texas, mockingly wrote in response, "In a first world country you could turn on the AC." Others noted that Mr. Cruz's home state routinely issues the same guidance to protect its grid. Ms. Le Pen, at least, has more than populism on her side. Europe is both wealthy and temperate for its latitude. Yet it is, by a large margin, the region where heat kills most disproportionately, the Lancet model finds. 36% of the world's heat deaths are attributed to Europe, which is home to less than 10% of the world's people, and the annual death toll is rising. The World Health Organization says it's gone up by 30% in 2 decades. Some of that's because Europeans are older, and the old are more vulnerable to heat. And some's because Europe is the world's fastest warming continent. But many deaths are from the lack of AC. The International Energy Agency notes that just 23% of European households have an AC unit. In poor countries, most of which are in hot climates, the politics of AC will get a lot stickier. Both their populations and their governments face formidable budget constraints when adopting cooling technology. AC units are expensive, energy is often expensive, and upgrading grids is expensive. Though more than 80% of the world's population regularly encounter the kind of heat for which cooling is needed, just 40% of those people are able to get AC. The greatest gap is in the poorest, hottest countries. India is quickly adding AC units, some 50 million between 2019 and 2024, or half of the total for Europe. The India Energy and Climate Centre, or IECC, at the University of California, Berkeley, expects the country to add another 130 to 150 million units over the coming decade. Most of those will go to richer households. Many poorer Indians are turning to rentals during the hottest months, with some going into debt to do so. The electricity costs a lot too. The poorest households in poor countries like India spend up to 8% of their income on cooling electricity, compared with 0.2 to 2.5% for rich households worldwide. Poor households also face a double whammy inefficiency. The cheapest machines gobble up more electricity and are being cranked up in the leakiest, worst insulated homes. And those inefficient units are often on grids already stretched to breaking point. AC units account for perhaps a quarter of India's peak electricity demand. On current trends, the country's peak energy consumption for just cooling could triple to 180 gigawatts by 2035. The IECC warns of electricity shortages from 2028, even if every plant under construction is finished. Indian peak power demand hit a record high this May, bringing power cuts, burned-out transformers, and costly reliance on the spot market for electricity. Power cuts cluster in heat waves when electricity demand peaks, leaving people who've grown accustomed to AC both unprotected and unacclimatized. Unreliable supply also corrodes the economics of adoption from both ends. Households face a choice of paying for machines they'll not always be able to use, and electricity firms, which are mostly state-owned in places like India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, sink deeper into debt when they make loss-making spot purchases in response to spikes in electricity demand. That in turn saps their ability to invest in sorely needed grid improvements. Such firms are also in a tough political bind. When they do cut power to ease the load on grids, governments suddenly face mass protests. Protesters in such poor, hot countries often accuse their governments of hoarding electricity for their own buildings or for richer customers, including in places like India, big industrial firms. They want electricity distributed more fairly, and, where it's not subsidised, more cheaply. Such policies are difficult to execute when grids are rickety. The cheaper and more widely available electricity is, and the more that customers run AC on cheap units, the faster that grids will fail. Countries that can't afford to invest in grids and in AC risk entering a self-reinforcing spiral. In 2009, Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore's founding father, famously cited AC as one of the most influential inventions in history for making development possible in the tropics. Lee's city-state became rich for a host of other reasons, but AC helped things along. Without AC, many other hot countries will fall further behind. In Eastern and Southern Africa, UNICEF reckons that overhot classrooms, along with other climate shocks, have interrupted schooling for 130 million children. The International Labour Organization estimates that by 2030, heat stress will erase 2.2% of the world's working hours, the equivalent of 80 million full-time jobs, with the losses concentrated among agricultural workers in South Asia and West Africa. The rich world can help. Rich countries could include the cost of AC in heat waves as a factor in determining how much to help poor countries pay for adaptation to climate change. Rich governments could also support bulk buying of efficient AC units. Development banks could finance storage and distribution of electricity to shore up failing grids. And patent holders could license next-generation refrigerants affordably, greatly lowering the cost of hyper-efficient AC units. So far, they're doing rather less. More than 70 countries have signed a global cooling pledge, promising to cut cooling-related emissions, raise the efficiency of new AC units, and expand access to sustainable cooling. And a Beat the Heat drive aims to put access to cooling in 50 national adaptation plans by 2030. But such efforts focus more on fixes like passive cooling, such as better insulation, than on, say, buying or subsidising AC units for the poor, though in France Ms Le Pen has advocated doing so. Capital remains in scarce supply. The International Finance Corporation, a lending arm of the World Bank, says closing today's cooling access shortfall in emerging markets would take $400 to $800 billion. For some in the rich world, like Mr. Mélenchon, there remains a stubborn squeamishness about adapting to rising temperatures with AC. Al Gore, America's former vice president, called reliance on adaptation a kind of laziness. But the market is quickly passing the French hard-left leader by. This summer, Chinese air conditioner exports to the EU rose by 43% year-on-year to $3.8 billion.
International.
The Telegram. The Iran war is consuming the Trump presidency. Donald Trump may hate to hear it, but Barack Obama was right about avoiding stupid shit.
Here is a thought to chill the blood of President Donald Trump. He would be in a far better place today if he had followed the foreign policy advice of the predecessor he loathes, Barack Obama. According to the Obama doctrine, as explained years ago to Jeffrey Goldberg, a journalist, an American president's first duty in world affairs is don't do stupid shit. As doctrines go, it is not very sophisticated. Moreover, cerebral Mr. Obama left a mixed foreign policy record. He was slow to grasp the full scope of the China threat, for instance. Still, if Mr. Trump had heeded him, he might not have joined Israel in launching war on Iran on February 28th without a plan for victory. Mr. Trump might not have boasted that the killing of Iran's top leaders, followed by punishing airstrikes, would soon trigger regime change. Given Iran's complexity and its rulers' ruthlessness, that was as daft as predicting that the mafia could be bombed out of Sicily from the air. Now, Mr. Trump's war may consume his presidency. The president's Middle East record includes real successes, notably the recognition of Israel by 4 Arab states in the Abraham Accords. Mr. Trump deserves credit for, belatedly, strong-arming Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, into a ceasefire last year with Hamas, though conditions in Gaza remain grim. His decision to join Israel in bombarding Iran's nuclear sites last summer was risky but not stupid. The operation came with costs, including the loss of access to Iran's highly enriched uranium for international inspectors. Still, inflicting severe damage on Iran's underground nuclear program followed a coherent logic. Iran's muted response in retaliation was a further vindication. Not all presidential blunders meet the Obama doctrine test. Take Mr. Trump's repeated demands to own Greenland. He is deeply unwise to alienate Denmark, the island's colonial master, and a devoted American friend. Still, Denmark remains a NATO ally, needing America to deter Russia. In contrast, an actual invasion of Greenland would qualify as unambiguously stupid shit. When Mr. Obama coined the term, he was thinking of his own predecessor, George Bush, and the fatal mix of vengefulness, impatience, and overambition that doomed the American-led campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq that followed the September 2001 terrorist attacks. After studying the Bush years, Mr. Obama learned, and indeed overlearned, abiding lessons about the dangers of American hubris. He was skeptical of nation-building in far-off lands, believed that only the gravest threats to America warrant armed intervention, and thought of many allies as aggravating free riders on American power. Striving to balance his coldly realist instincts with the liberal values that he believed his country should uphold, he suggested that America should pick its battles and be hard-headed at the same time as we're big-hearted. As it happens, Mr. Trump shares many Obama-esque instincts, for all his sniping at the man. He, too, is wary of nation-building and annoyed by free-riding allies. He is unlike Mr. Obama in his relish for America First bullying, his disastrous disdain for detail, his unblushing personal greed, and his contempt for liberal values. In an unhappy mirror image of the Obama years, Trumpian foreign policy too often revels in being big-headed and hard-hearted. When it comes to the Middle East, both presidents hoped America could pivot away from a role as the region's dominant security provider. From 2011 or so, the Obama administration openly sought to shift military and diplomatic resources away from Iraq and Afghanistan towards Asia, a dynamic region where investments of American power would yield the biggest returns. Obama aides talked of increased American energy production rendering the Middle East less relevant. With some bitterness, they accused such allies as Saudi Arabia of trying to goad America into fighting Iran on the Arab world's behalf. Mr. Obama's full pivot to Asia was thwarted by renewed Middle Eastern instability, though, including civil war in Syria and the rise of Islamic State. Mr. Trump announced his own Middle Eastern pivot last year. The region would soon be defined by commerce, not chaos, he told Arab leaders in Riyadh. The days of the Middle East dominating American foreign policy are thankfully over, declared his national security strategy, with conflict replaced by deals to sell American nuclear, defense, and AI technologies. Seeking returns of their very own, Trump family members have secured hundreds of millions of dollars from Gulf rulers and their investment funds. Then Mr. Trump launched his war with Iran, upending Gulf business models. It is hard for Arab states to build billion-dollar data centers filled with American chips when Iranian missiles are falling. A different, gloomier sort of pivot now looms, involving Middle Eastern partners losing faith in America as a reliable ally. Though the United Arab Emirates remains all in on defense ties with America, others in the Gulf, led by Saudi Arabia, the regional giant, can be seen hedging. America remains uniquely important as a partner, but it is less trusted. Some Gulf rulers will quietly pay Iran for a quiet life. Others are deepening defense ties with such actors as Turkey and economic links with China. It does not help that Mr. Trump has played down Iranian attacks on American bases and local infrastructure in Gulf countries, anxious to obscure the war's costs. Perhaps eager to convey his dominance as the war raged, in March Mr. Trump publicly mocked the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, bragging that the prince never imagined he'd be kissing my ass as American president. In a rough world, brains are not everything.
Business.
An interview with Elon Musk. Croesus or Cassandra. The world's richest man sets out his vision for the future of AI and humanity.
Elon Musk, in his telling, is a modern-day Cassandra, better than most at predicting the future, but doomed to be disbelieved. People don't realize that what I'm saying will come to pass, he tells The Economist in a 90-minute interview for The Insider, held at a giant Tesla factory in Texas, where electric cars drive themselves off the assembly line. That may be because his future-gazing ranges from the unsettling to the downright weird. Mr. Musk predicts that within 5 years, artificial intelligence systems may surpass the sum of all human intelligence. Within 10 years, robots in the workplace will help usher in an era of such amazing abundance that money will become meaningless. And within 20 years, Britain, a country that he has not visited for years, will be engulfed in civil war. Believe them or not, the predictions of Mr. Musk, who last month briefly became the world's first trillionaire, are worth taking seriously. The driving force behind Tesla and SpaceX, a rocket maker turned AI conglomerate, is doing more than any entrepreneur to shape the future. His influence, powered by money and feats of engineering genius, stretches from the White House to global trouble spots such as Ukraine. With 240 million followers on X, his social media platform, Mr. Musk's views, especially those that are divisive, have significant repercussions. Dressed in black boots and a leather jacket with the logo of Grok, his chatbot, on the back, he showed flashes of the steely single-mindedness that helped him pioneer the mass production of electric vehicles and send reusable rockets into space against all odds. He also showed how bent on shaping his own reality he is, to the point of intransigence on matters outside his sphere of expertise. It was Mr. Musk's first extended interview since the public listing of SpaceX, which soared to a value of $2.6 trillion in the days after trading began, but has since plunged to $1.6 trillion, a fifth below what it first traded at. The main topic of conversation was AI. It is a technology, he says, that can move him from exhilaration to terror in a single day. For now, his philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. It is a choice that conveniently serves his own interests. Mr. Musk believes that AI systems and robots will eventually handle most digital and physical jobs, rendering work by humans optional. To that end, xAI, now called SpaceXAI, is developing systems to perform cognitive tasks such as software programming, while Tesla is manufacturing humanoids. Mr. Musk plans to power the whole AI caboodle with data centers in space. Without jobs, he suggests there may need to be large-scale wealth redistribution to create universal high income for humans. But although the world's richest man says he is fine to pay trillions in tax, He also argues that money will be irrelevant a decade from now. Thus he argues that governments should simply issue people checks, because amid an infinite supply of goods and services produced by machines, deflation will be a bigger problem than inflation. Mr. Musk acknowledges there are imminent risks from increasingly powerful AI systems. Noting that the capabilities of frontier models are improving rapidly, he elaborates on a recent proposal by Sir Demis Hassabis, co-founder of Google DeepMind, for America's government to set up a self-regulatory body via which the industry would test its own models for dangers. Mr. Musk argues that the effort should be extended to China, and that leading AI labs, including Chinese ones, should have a week or two to inspect each other's latest models before release, flagging any risks to governments in both Washington and Beijing. The competitors can keep each other honest. He goes so far as to suggest that in order to keep models safe, he may even be prepared to bury the hatchet with Sam Altman, boss of OpenAI, with whom he has fought a losing battle in court over recriminations stemming from the days when they co-founded the AI lab together. At the end of the day, if we have to talk, we'll talk, he says, adding that both men might need to set aside our personal differences for the good of the world. Mr. Musk seems much less worried about the rise of Chinese labs than other AI bosses, such as Anthropic's Dario Amodei. He is impressed by new releases like Kimi K3, unveiled this month by Moonshot AI, and reckons there is a good chance that Chinese AI firms will become the leaders at some point, pointing to the country's electricity supply, which vastly exceeds America's, and its ability to churn out robots. He adds that he finds videos of Chinese robots knocking each other's heads off pretty funny. Mr. Musk opposes efforts by some officials in the Trump administration to ban American companies from using Chinese models, saying it would not do much to stop their makers from winning the AI race. He expects China eventually to overcome its shortage of cutting-edge chips, the result of American export restrictions, by creating its own lithography machines, the absence of which currently prevents it from manufacturing sufficient quantities of high-end processors. Currently, ASML, a Dutch firm, holds a monopoly on the sale of the most advanced class of lithography tools, and is barred from selling them to America's superpower rival. But China is closer than most people realize to solving the lithography problem, says Mr. Musk. The serial entrepreneur is unabashed about the amount of power he wields. He contends that AI will control almost everything eventually, and that his dominance of SpaceX, where he holds more than 80% of the voting shares, is aimed at ensuring that its long-term goal of turning humanity into a multi-planetary species with a colony on Mars is achieved, even if it depresses short-term profits. As for his sway over American politics, where his money and influence helped return President Donald Trump to power in 2025, and briefly put Mr. Musk in charge of gutting the federal bureaucracy, he says he became too involved. I got carried away, frankly. Still, he shows no sign of relinquishing the geopolitical bully pulpit. Although SpaceX's Starlink satellites, which provide internet connectivity in remote places, have been used to help Ukraine counter Russia's invasion, Mr. Musk remains adamant that any peace deal should offer territorial concessions to the aggressor. He describes the media's characterization of Europe's far right as false, misleading and nonsense, and argues that it is made up of normal people seeking safe cities, secure borders, and sensible spending. His jeremiads about civil war in Britain stem from a view that an influx of people whose ideas are antithetical to Western beliefs will lead to a reckoning. Asked if he is anti-Muslim, he replies, I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West. And it's a crying shame that traditional media like you don't recognize this. It is unclear how this dark vision of the future outside America fits with his AI utopia.
Business.
Billionaires. Hazy rich Asians. Meet China's mysterious new generation of young tycoons.
Early last year, when DeepSeek, a Chinese artificial intelligence lab, was causing panic among its Western rivals, almost nothing was known about Liang Wenfeng, its founder. Mr. Liang remains a mysterious figure, but at least one thing is clear. As DeepSeek closes a funding round, valuing it at $71 billion, its founder's personal wealth has soared to roughly $38 billion, making him far wealthier than Anthropic's Dario Amodei or OpenAI's Sam Altman. Mr. Liang will not be spotted on the conference circuit. He has never appeared live on Chinese TV, and there are few photos of his unpolished, wiry figure. That puts him at home among the new generation of young Chinese billionaires. The country is cranking out more of them than anywhere else bar America. According to Hurun, which tracks the riches of the world's wealthiest people, there are at least 29 self-made billionaires aged 40 or under in China. Adding Mr. Liang, who will turn 41 at some point this year, brings the total to 30. That is 9 more than last year. China's new tycoons differ from their predecessors in striking ways. They have abandoned property speculation and boozy dinners with officials for video games and meetups over Japanese anime. But they are also adept at taking imaginative ideas and scaling them into global businesses faster than any before them. The history of China's uber-rich is short. In the 1980s, tycoons figured out how to wrest assets from the state. Zheng Ruiming, a member of a troupe of students who terrorized teachers and intellectuals during Mao's era, got hold of a state-owned refrigerator business called Haier and turned it into what is now the world's largest home appliance maker. The opening of the property market in the 1990s minted another early group of billionaires, including Xu Jiaying, founder of Evergrande, a now collapsed property developer. In the early 2000s, industrialists such as Wang Chuanfu of BYD, originally a battery maker, launched a wave of manufacturing firms as China entered the World Trade Organization. And then in the 2010s, the consumer internet produced China's first generation of tech moguls, including Jack Ma of Alibaba, an e-commerce giant, and Pony Ma of Tencent, maker of WeChat. The founders of ByteDance, creator of TikTok, and Shein, the online fast fashion firm, who are both now in their early 40s, built their fortunes a few years later. China's new generation of tycoons are charting out a different path. More than 2/3 of the young billionaires on Hurun's rich list made their money from consumer goods or media. 7 created video games, 4 built tea or coffee businesses. After Mr. Liang, the wealthiest is Wang Ning, founder of PopMart, maker of the strange-looking Labubu dolls. Only 3 have struck it rich with AI, including young Juling, the baby-faced 34-year-old founder of Moonshot AI, which on July 17th released a new model that is said to rival the best from America. No property mogul makes the list, perhaps unsurprisingly given how the sector has fared in recent years. The businesses built by China's new billionaires are also far more global than in the past. It once took a decade or more for Chinese entrepreneurs to figure out foreign expansion. No longer Zheng Zhenji, the 33-year-old founder of Chaji, a milk tea shop, launched his firm in 2017 and opened his first overseas shop just 2 years later. The company is now listed in New York and operating in 9 countries. The new tycoon's heavy reliance on foreign markets partly reflects the slump in consumer spending at home. Around 80% of sales at Dream, a consumer electronics brand founded by 39-year-old Yu Hao, comes from overseas. Insta360, which sells small waterproof cameras, is almost as reliant on foreign demand. PopMart made more than $2 billion in sales outside China last year, about 40% of its total. Chargee's sales at home have slumped, but overseas they are growing healthily. Attitudes to work are also different among this cohort. A controversial part of Chinese business culture for the past decade or so has been the so-called 996 routine, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. The idea was championed by Alibaba's Mr. Ma and embraced by other local tech giants. At Pinduoduo, another e-commerce platform, young white-collar staff have died from overwork on their way home from the office. China's new entrepreneurs, by contrast, have adopted a more relaxed approach to management. Many are relatively flexible about working times. Liu Wei, the 39-year-old billionaire co-founder of MiHoYo, a gaming firm, has eschewed presenteeism. He has overseen what the company calls its happy work, steady growth approach, which prioritizes mental health, though one employee also recently died from complications related to overwork, suggesting that cultural norms are hard to shift. DeepSeek's Mr. Liang has reportedly said that the human brain can concentrate only for 6 to 8 hours a day, and that overwork leads to mistakes. The willingness of workers to put in longer hours than anyone else in the world is what has built the Chinese economy over the past 30 years, huffs one private equity investor, who recently visited an up-and-coming consumer brand and did not like what he saw. Some blame the relatively laid-back attitude of China's young founders on cushy upbringings. Gone are the tales told by earlier tycoons of struggling for survival amid the country's political and economic convulsions. Among China's young billionaires, only Mr. Liang and Mr. Zhang of Chargee grew up poor. The 3 founders of MiHoYo originally bonded over Japanese cartoons and formed their company as a celebration of gaming and comics. The founder of Minimax, an AI lab, is so fond of a multiplayer game called Dota 2 that his staff refer to him as I.O., a character from it. It is not all rosy for China's young billionaires. The relationship between China's government and its wealthiest people has deteriorated over the past few years. Older magnates once viewed themselves as part of a nation-building project. The property sector, which contributed up to a quarter of China's GDP at its peak, was a collaborative effort between private entrepreneurs and local officials. Mr. Ma was instrumental in building China's digital economy. But the central government has now punished many prominent figures in these areas. Leverage has been sucked out of the property industry. Mr. Ma's business empire became the subject of a state crackdown in 2020 after he criticized regulators. Xi Jinping, China's ruler, has sought to tamp down inequality under the slogan of common prosperity. In 2021, Zhong Shanshan, the 71-year-old founder of Nongfu, a bottled water company, reached a net worth of nearly $100 billion. No one has since come close, including Mr. Zhong, who has seen his wealth plunge to around $39 billion as the share price of his company has slumped. Mr. Ma is worth roughly a fifth as much as in 2021, and many other internet moguls have suffered similarly. Still, they have fared better than property magnates, a number of whom have been detained. The environment has created a sense of disillusionment among China's young billionaires. Many are eager to engage in industrial policy, but are given little opportunity to do so, notes Stephen Hai of Xi'an Jiaotong Liverpool University. Their global ambitions also leave them exposed to souring relations between China and America. Xiao Hong, the 33-year-old founder of Manus, another AI firm, would have become a billionaire earlier this year if the Chinese government had not stopped him from selling his company to Meta, an American tech giant. These innovators live with the sense that the businesses they have built could be derailed at any time by sudden policy changes in China or America, notes Rupert Hujerf of Hurun. By shunning publicity, they seem to believe they can survive for longer, he says. Most young Chinese billionaires have never spoken to foreign media. None would speak to The Economist. Many avoid the Chinese press as well. The result is a generation of tycoons that is both China's most global yet and its most enigmatic.
Business.
Artificial intelligence. Weights of the world. China's AI labs are hot on the heels of America's frontrunners and are selling their technology for a fraction of the price.
Spare a thought for America's leading developers of artificial intelligence. They pour blood, sweat and gazillions of dollars into each new release of a frontier model. Yet, before they have time to catch their breath, their competitors have already caught up. It would be bad enough if rivals that charge for their technology were the only ones nipping at their heels, but the likes of Anthropic and OpenAI must also sprint to stay just a few steps ahead of labs that give their models away. On July 16th, Moonshot AI, a Chinese startup, released Kimi K3, a model that is only slightly less capable than Fable or Sol, the latest offerings from Anthropic and OpenAI, respectively. Its parameters, or weights, will be made publicly available at no cost later this month, meaning it can be downloaded and run on any server capable of doing so. On July 19th, Alibaba, a Chinese internet giant, also unveiled a preview version of a new addition to its QWen family of models that the company says is second only to Fable. According to analysis by Epoch AI, a research firm, the most powerful open-weight models, which typically come from China, are a matter of months behind the technology's frontier. Adoption of these systems is spreading rapidly. In May, customers of OpenRouter, a popular marketplace for models, used the top systems offered by Chinese labs more than twice as much as those of their American competitors, going by the consumption of tokens, the industry's preferred unit of output. In June, use of top American models rose by 35%, but for Chinese ones it rocketed by 165%. That is causing consternation not just among America's leading model makers, but also in its government, which fears the country is losing its lead in AI and creating a new opening for hacking. Some within the Trump administration are said to be pushing for various measures to slow the spread of Chinese models, such as adding their makers to trade blacklists or warning American companies against their use. There are also grumbles about Chinese labs supposedly using American models to train their own systems, a process known as distillation. Yet the American government's unpredictable approach to granting access to advanced models, such as Fable and Sol, is also spurring adoption of China's open-weight alternatives. Even before K3, China's open-weight models were drawing interest around the world. GLM 5.2, a model launched in June by Z.AI, another Chinese lab, is better at so-called agentic tasks, such as creating software, than anything currently available from Google, another of America's top model makers. Offerings from DeepSeek and Minimax, two other Chinese labs, have also proved popular. According to a report by Mozilla, which makes the Firefox browser, open-weight models remain behind the frontier in reasoning and complex agentic work, but are now widely perceived as good enough for many tasks. They also cost a lot less, an important advantage as companies grapple with the rising cost of AI. Artificial Analysis, another research firm, tracks the cost it takes selected models to perform each task in its battery of tests. The most capable system offered by DeepSeek costs an average of $0.04 per job. K3, which is not yet open-weight, costs an average of $0.95. Users of Fable can expect to pay $2.75. Part of the cost difference comes from the fact that more or less any cloud provider can sell access to an open-weight model, driving down profit margins. DeepSeek, for example, offers access to its V4 Flash model at a cost of $0.28 per million tokens, whereas the cheapest third-party provider offers it for $0.18 per million. What is more, many open-weight models are trained with a specific focus on running efficiently, partly in response to the challenges Chinese labs face in gaining access to computing power owing to American restrictions on advanced chips. Innovations like mixture of experts models, which activate only the part of an AI system relevant to a query, have been used extensively by open-weight developers, with labs such as DeepSeek and Alibaba making big strides in the technique. The appeal of open-weight models, however, goes deeper. The 3 weeks in which Fable was unavailable globally, owing to a hurried attempt by America's government to withhold the model from all but American citizens, prompted many companies to examine their dependence on individual labs. It encouraged them to experiment with open-weight alternatives that can be accessed through many providers, and perhaps even run on internal servers. The episode served as a shot across the bow, notes Rafi Kerkorian, Mozilla's chief technologist. Still, China's open-weight models may not be entirely
Business.
Europe's rearmament. After the boom. Investors cool on the continent's old-style defence firms.
On July 22nd, Rheinmetall, Germany's defence champion, broke ground on an expansion to its gunpowder factory in Bavaria, one of the biggest such factories in Europe. In a show of German politicians' newfound support for arms making, the ceremony was attended by bigwigs such as Markus Söder, Bavaria's state premier. Armin Papperger, the firm's boss, was in his element. He waxed lyrical about Project Firepower, the €350 million or $400 million investment that will help the company reach its target of producing 20,000 tons of gunpowder a year. The event was a welcome break for Mr. Papperger. Rheinmetall's share price has dropped by 45% in the past year. That partly reflects a decision by the German government to scrap a multi-billion euro order it had placed with the firm for 6 F-126 frigates. But Rheinmetall is not alone. Investors have soured on various other European defence companies, with those making old-style weapons, such as artillery and ammunition, hit especially hard. Over the past 12 months, the share prices of Renk and Hensoldt, two German arms makers, and Thales, a French one, have plunged by 37%, 23%, and 7% respectively. Since listing in January, CSG, a Czech defence firm, has seen its market value fall by around 50%. KNDS, a Franco-German maker of tanks and ammunition, postponed a planned public listing earlier this month, citing unfavourable market conditions. This marks a sharp reversal. Not long ago, Europe's defence industry was flying high thanks to rearmament plans. This year, EU member states are expected to spend around €130 billion on weapons, more than ever before, with the majority of that flowing to the continent's own producers. But snarled supply chains, procurement obstacles, and the rise of new technologies are giving investors cold feet. Europe's defence supply chains were designed for peacetime levels of demand, and factories across the continent have been slow to ramp up production. According to a report by the European Parliament, shortages of metals, chemicals and propellants, combined with a limited number of specialised subcontractors, have created many bottlenecks. One reason for the cancellation of the F-126 contract, besides surging costs, was the long delays expected before delivery of the first ship. Cumbersome procurement is another obstacle. In Germany, which plans the biggest increase in defence spending in Europe, this is particularly pronounced. The Bayern BV, the Army's procurement office, is infamous for its bureaucracy and aversion to risk. Would-be suppliers eagerly await a long-delayed decision on the Arminius project, a plan to buy around 3,000 tanks. Pan-European procurement initiatives are even more problematic. Shared projects have obvious advantages if done well. The Eurofighter Typhoon jet, a joint venture between Airbus, BAE and Leonardo, orchestrated by Britain, Germany, Italy and Spain, has been a success. But too often such efforts fall flat. The Future Combat Air System, an initiative between France, Germany and Spain, in which Airbus, Dassault and Indra were to work together to develop a cutting-edge fighter jet, supported by a swarm of autonomous drones, was shelved last month after nearly a decade of talks. The changing nature of warfare is complicating matters further. The shift away from land systems to drones bodes ill for old-style arms makers. Jens-Peter Rieck of MWB Research, a firm of analysts, points out that a leaked procurement list from a draft of next year's German budget contains a big decrease in spending on ammunition and combat vehicles. Other governments are rethinking budgets too. In April, Estonia cancelled a purchase of tanks and bought military drones instead. That explains why, even as Europe's traditional arms makers are losing some of their momentum, its drone-making startups are on a tear. Earlier this month, Helsing, one such venture based in Munich, raised $1.8 billion at a valuation of $18 billion. Only a few days earlier, Quantum Systems, a fellow German drone maker, had raised $1.2 billion, valuing it at around $8 billion. To their credit, some of Europe's legacy defence companies are trying to adjust. Rheinmetall, for instance, has a drone-making partnership with Anduril, an insurgent American defence company. Even so, the German firm still makes most of its money from land systems. Tanks and ammunition make up 85% of its sales. If they are to make the most of the continent's rearmament, Europe's defence firms will need to change with the times.
Business.
Aviation. Staying aloft. Airlines are spending ever more to maintain their fleets.
Among the eye-catching announcements at this week's Farnborough International Air Show, a biennial aerospace get-together was a deal signed by Indigo, a fast-growing Indian carrier. It will procure over 1,000 LEAP jet engines from CFM, a joint venture between America's GE Aerospace and Safran of France. The engines will power a fleet of planes on order from Airbus. For CFM, the deal brought another prize. The company will help Indigo establish a maintenance, repair and overhaul or MRO operation to keep those engines running. Often overlooked, such MRO contracts are perhaps the most profitable corner of the aviation industry. According to Arthur D. Little, a consultancy, there is an MRO supercycle underway. The global fleet of passenger jets is set to grow by over 3% a year to more than 50,000 in 2045, according to Boeing. Even more importantly, those planes will be run to a punishing schedule and kept in operation for longer, owing to the 16,000-strong order backlog at Airbus and Boeing. As a result, the demand for maintenance and spare parts will soar. Transporting over 5 billion passengers will bring airlines revenues of $1.2 trillion in 2026, according to IATA, an industry body. MRO contracts will eat up around $140 billion of that, reckons Oliver Wyman, another consultancy, with that figure rising to over $190 billion by the end of the decade, nearly double the spend in 2019. Some of that will be for shop visits to dedicated hangars to fix a landing gear, for example, or for a D-check when a plane is all but taken apart and reassembled, as happens every 6 to 10 years. But the majority of MRO revenue comes from keeping engines, which can account for half the cost of a new plane in prime condition. Around 4/5 of that work is performed by the engine makers themselves, with airlines and independent firms making up the rest. The twin duopolies, CFM and Pratt & Whitney for short-haul engines, GE and Rolls-Royce for larger ones, run maintenance sites worldwide to support a business model that relies less on making money from engine sales and more on the so-called aftermarket, charging for maintenance and spare parts over perhaps 20 years of flying time. Of the $33 billion in revenue that GE's engine business brought in last year, 3/4 came from services, including the CFM joint venture. GE has over 20 MRO sites worldwide. Maintenance is also a lucrative sideline for carriers. Lufthansa Technik, the biggest airline MRO, services its German parent but derives 3/4 of its revenue from other airlines. The unit contributed 20% of Lufthansa's revenue and 30% of its operating profit last year. Delta TechOps, the fast-growing MRO arm of America's most valuable airline, has ambitions to match its German peer. Ryanair, Europe's biggest airline, plans to bring engine maintenance in-house by 2029. As for the engine makers, they are investing heavily to improve geographic coverage and turnaround times. Rolls-Royce opened its first MRO in China in December. They are also working to make their operations more efficient. GE has technicians on standby that can fly out to any airport at a moment's notice to fix minor problems while an engine is still on wing. The firm is also harnessing AI to swiftly assess what needs fixing in an engine, as well as to process the vast amounts of data they throw off in order to predict problems before they arise, allowing them to optimize maintenance schedules and keep planes flying for longer. The biggest threat is a dwindling supply of skilled workers. Many took the pandemic lull in flying as an opportunity to retire. Boeing estimates that the industry will need over 700,000 new maintenance technicians by 2045. For now, though, the MRO business will continue to fly high.
Business.
Grocery bills. Food fight. Why populists are wrong to blame supermarkets for rising prices.
For many characters in fiction, grocery bills play a starring role in their story. Jean Valjean is imprisoned for stealing a loaf of bread. Mrs. Lovett strikes an unholy alliance with Sweeney Todd for access to a source of free meat for her pie business. According to a recent survey of Americans, such drama has come for them too. Almost 2/3 cite paying for groceries as a major source of financial stress, twice the share that mention housing or fuel. At first glance, the panic is understandable. American grocery prices are up by around a quarter since 2020, exceeding nominal wage growth. Shoppers might even feel some sympathy for Mrs. Lovett. Ground beef is nearly twice as expensive as it was in 2019, thanks in part to drought-related cattle shortages. Other countries have also been afflicted. Since 2020, food prices in Australia, Britain, Canada and France have risen by between a fifth and a third. Discontent is inviting all kinds of intervention. Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, cruised to victory with a plan to bring down the cost of living that included opening a series of government-run supermarkets. In Canada, the push for state grocery stores went mainstream when Avi Lewis, a champion of the concept, was elected leader of the country's leftist New Democratic Party in March. Others are trying to meddle with prices directly, by suasion or by force. When Walmart, America's biggest seller of groceries, announced on July 6th that it was lowering prices on staple products, including ground beef, President Donald Trump quickly claimed credit, saying it had done so at his behest. On July 1st, a new law came into effect in Australia, banning large chains from charging prices that the government deems excessive. Yet such interventions, which focus on the very end of the food chain, are misguided. In most developed countries, there is scant evidence that grocers earn excessive profit margins. Nor have they raised prices for consumers at a faster pace than the wholesale prices they in turn pay have increased. Moreover, evidence of concentration, which would give grocers the market power to gouge consumers, is lacking in most developed countries. First, consider margins. These are often wafer-thin. American supermarkets like Kroger and Albertsons collected just 1% of their sales in operating profits last year. Even Walmart, with its 4% margin, hardly appears to be milking customers. It is a similar story in Britain and France, with margins only a little fatter in Australia and Canada. The real cream has traditionally been elsewhere in the supply chain, such as with the big food manufacturers. Over the past decade, the average operating margin across General Mills, Kraft Heinz, Mondelez and PepsiCo has been 13%. Second, look at how wholesale prices have changed over the past 6 years. Grocers are often criticised for raising prices rapidly after the pandemic, but evidence of opportunism is hard to find. Consumer food prices rose no more quickly than producer food prices between 2020 and 2025 in America, and likewise in Australia, Canada and France. Finally, consider concentration. Examining the Herfindahl-Hirschman Index, a measure of industry concentration, suggests that the grocery market in most countries is competitive at the national level, a little more so in America and Britain, a little less so in Australia and Canada. That does not guarantee adequate competition in practice. What matters is whether there are enough rival outlets within a distance that consumers could be expected to travel to buy their groceries. Analysis published by America's Department of Agriculture in 2023 noted that the grocery market is far more concentrated when examined at the county level. Even then, however, it is mostly a concern in rural areas and small towns, where less than 10% of the population lives. Grocery prices have shot up across the developed world, largely because the cost of inputs like fertilizer and fuel has surged, owing first to the war in Ukraine and more recently to conflict with Iran. The wages that farmers need to pay to attract enough workers have also risen as governments cut back on immigration. There is little evidence to suggest that supermarkets are the ones to blame. Even the packaged food giants, which increased prices to protect their profits in the post-pandemic wave of inflation, have seen their operating margins slump over the past 3 years as shoppers have switched to retailers' cheaper own-label brands. The idea that governments should step in to sell food to their citizens is an old one with a poor record. Supermarkets in the Soviet Union, which were almost exclusively state-run, are remembered for their long bread queues, not their low bread prices. Subsidized stores might well be able to offer lower prices and may have a useful role to play in underserved rural areas. But placing them in an already competitive market runs the risk of driving existing grocers out of business. Politicians need to cook up some better ideas.
Business.
Schumpeter. Status death. One of capitalism's most powerful forces is among its least understood.
At a recent dinner party, Schumpeter got talking to a wildly successful young man who was downright miserable. He was on the very fast track at a very big hedge fund. His friends, however, were making even bigger bucks in artificial intelligence, a field which he was convinced would soon consume his own industry. Among the company he keeps, the bright lights of finance shine less brightly than they used to, causing his own star to dim. Our protagonist was experiencing one of capitalism's most powerful forces. He was in the throes of status death. The modern worker is status-obsessed. Even the bosses of giant companies find time to post on LinkedIn, a social network that functions as a forum for gloating. If management gurus agree on anything, it is that individuals care deeply about their relative standing within their firm. When it is said that a business succeeds because of its corporate culture, what is often meant is that status is prudently distributed within its walls. Yet our age is one of status death. Capitalism's status-industrial complex has been upturned, as institutions such as universities and newspapers that once conferred prestige lose their power to do so. Complaints from those who feel status-mugged are increasingly commonplace. In a guest essay in the New York Times this week, a television writer whined about the decline of his once glamorous occupation. The biggest winners of the American economy fear they're sinking fast, announced a headline in the Washington Post. Few firms think more about status than makers of handbags. Yet they too have been swept up in this wave of abasement. The share prices of LVMH and Kering, two French luxury goods giants, have fallen steeply this year. Knight Frank, a posh British estate agent, compiles its own index of luxury goods such as fine wine and contemporary paintings. Its value began falling in 2022. The luxury industry's failure to benefit from the monumental increase in stock market wealth over the past few years is not the puzzle analysts say it is. During the 2010s, its largest brands grew fat, selling merely expensive goods to the affluent, rather than very expensive ones to the extremely rich, making its products accessible to the point of being undesirable. The woes of Nike, a sportswear brand, can likewise be attributed to excessive egalitarianism, since it has prioritized leisurewear at the expense of elite sportswear. The violent reaction to Ferrari's first foray into electric vehicles can be understood the same way. The rise of cheap Chinese EVs has shattered that industry's veneer of exclusivity. Wall Street has developed various techniques for rationing declining status. Its banks, which are no longer the apex predators of finance, neatly separate their workers into the back, middle and front office, so that everyone knows their proper place. Woe betide the first-year analyst who turns up in a shiny Hermès tie he has not yet earned with his sweat. Banks also maintain an intricate currency of fictional titles to allow those being stripped of status, for example those being promoted from managing director to the professional dead end of vice chairman, to pretend otherwise. Goldman Sachs, a bank whose ability to remain the top advisor on mergers for decades owes much to its carefully cultivated status, continues to use the title of partner long after it ceased to be a partnership. Silicon Valley, by contrast, likes to think of itself as a classless place. Its scruffy coders work in open-plan offices, building products anybody can use. But is there any industry whose workers are more fearful of status death? While a lucky few at the white-hot centre of the AI labs muse publicly about how they should wield godlike power, ordinary software engineers panic that the technology will make these former masters of the digital universe obsolete. When Valley types call themselves investors nowadays, you are left guessing whether they are making a fortune pumping fuel into AI rocket ships or desperately trying to keep sickly software unicorns alive. The anxieties that accompany rapid technological change have thus far benefited the AI labs. Workers are incentivized to overuse the technology if that means their bosses consider them an AI-literate asset rather than an AI-illiterate cost. Yet misunderstanding the awesome power of status is among the AI industry's greatest risks. The pride with which its bosses have talked about white-collar job losses is an error born of a failure to appreciate how much workers wish to avoid a diminution of their standing. Some of its weirder folk consider AI an inevitable, even worthy successor to humans, a sort of species-wide status death. Such cosmic cuckoldry will make them even less popular. President Donald Trump is the grim reaper of status death. His attacks on universities and the media have done much to damage their standing. Mr. Trump, however, must also be aware of his own status mortality. Becoming arguably the most powerful and certainly the highest-earning president in American history will make leaving office a truly huge demotion. The downgrade from president's son to ex-president's son is even greater, which is presumably why Mr. Trump's eldest two are furiously striking business deals with all manner of companies that could benefit from proximity to the White House. The logic of self-enrichment thus owes much to the logic of status death. It is not all bad news, however. The fear of status death can be a spur to great things. The nauseating feeling that one has arrived late to a party that has almost finished has caused generations of entrepreneurs to leave and start another. Your columnist's dinner companion has since quit his job in search of more money and, crucially, higher status.
Finance and economics.
Billionaires. The rise of the deserving rich. The source of billionaires' wealth is changing for the better.
Billionaires have never exactly been popular, but today they are loathed. Politicians in America's Congress talk about them far more than ever before, usually to decry their ill-gotten gains or their malign influence on politics, or to insist that their wealth needs taxing. Fundraising emails from Democrats are 3 times as likely to mention billionaires, and almost always negatively, as they were in 2024, according to Andrew Hall of Stanford University. Every billionaire is a policy failure, is a common cry from the left, linking members of the 10-figure club with a rigged economy and social decay. Yet, just as politicians think they have hit on a winning message, something unexpected is happening. More and more billionaires derive their wealth not from accidents of birth or from gaming the system, but by providing useful goods and services and by employing thousands of people. Perhaps billionaires are still policy failures, but to a lesser extent than before. Many billionaires are unquestionably sketchy. John D. Rockefeller, probably the first person in history whose net worth crossed $1 billion, and in the prices of the early 20th century, was a genius. But his company, Standard Oil, also took advantage of weak competition laws and probably gave out plenty of bribes to stack the deck in its favour. The oligarchs who emerged in Russia in the 1990s seized state assets during a period of violent chaos, and dodgy wealth is a satirist's dream. C. Montgomery Burns, in The Simpsons, skimps on safety at his nuclear plant to cut costs. The surge in anti-billionaire sentiment reflects several forces. After a few years of high inflation hitting living standards, people are looking for someone to blame. Billionaires, the thinking goes, use their market power and buy political influence to overcharge for everything from housing to groceries, and then pay low taxes on the profits. The affordability crisis and the powerful billionaire are thus two sides of the same coin. And political strategists, chiefly but not exclusively on the left, have realised that billionaires are the perfect enemy. A tax on their wealth would affect almost nobody a voter has ever met. Yet many billionaires make their money without a hint that they enjoy questionable monopolies or political favour. Oprah Winfrey, worth $3.4 billion today, has become rich because millions want to watch and listen to her. Cristiano Ronaldo's 9-0 fortune rests on scoring amazing goals. Others are less well known, but similarly impressive. Peggy Chung, the co-founder of Panda Express, is worth perhaps $6.5 billion, having built a restaurant chain that serves cheap meals to millions. Yanai Tadashi, who is worth tens of billions, built up Fast Retailing, the parent company of Uniqlo. Can you really begrudge someone who makes such great T-shirts? The Economist has quantified the better Ms. Winfrey, Mr. Yanai, and worse, Mr. Burns, sorts of billionaire wealth. Drawing on data from Forbes, a magazine, Hurun, a research firm, and Gapminder, a Swedish foundation, we have assembled a list of about 7,000 billionaires from the past 25 years. We call a billionaire's wealth uncompetitive when it mainly comes from industries such as gambling, construction, defence and raw materials. These sectors often depend on political access. It is hard to open a mine or a casino, for instance, without friends in the government. We count inheritors in the uncompetitive category. Heirs are usually not oligarchs. They have usually not bent or broken any laws or screwed over customers. They were simply born into the right family or married well. Yet they plausibly represent policy failures too, on the grounds that their immense riches are undeserved. From 2001, when our data began, to 2014, the uncompetitive share of billionaire wealth rose slightly. Yet over the past decade, the share derived from self-made entrepreneurs in competitive sectors has surged to an all-time high. For the first time, half the wealth of the world's billionaires is reasonably fairly earned, and since 2021, the total wealth derived from uncompetitive sectors has declined. Out-and-out oligarchs have had a poor few years. The total wealth of post-Soviet billionaires peaked in 2008 at $500 billion or so, a policy failure of colossal proportions. Today they are worth around $400 billion, still a lot, but a lot less. War has devastated the industrial base that gave Rinat Akhmetov, Ukraine's richest man, his wealth. Roman Abramovich, the Russian former owner of Chelsea Football Club, is perhaps $5 billion poorer than he was in 2021, as Western sanctions on those perceived to be close to Vladimir Putin have taken their toll. Several clientele-list industries have struggled. The wealth of property billionaires has fallen by a third since 2018. Higher interest rates, China's property crash, and collapsing demand for office space during the COVID-19 pandemic have hurt. Wang Jianlin, the founder of Dalian Wonder Group, a Chinese developer, is now worth $4.4 billion, down from $31 billion in 2017. Some casino moguls have also lost, in part because of a crackdown on gambling in Macau. Inheritance remains an important way for people to get extremely rich. The family of Sam Walton, who co-founded Walmart, America's biggest retailer, and who died in 1992, are worth perhaps $500 billion. The descendants of William Wallace Cargill, who in 1865 created the food company that bears his name, still populate rich lists. Yet old money is fast losing relative power. In the early 2000s, close to half of billionaire wealth came from inheritance. That has since fallen to around a quarter. You might think that the artificial intelligence boom explains the surge in self-made wealth. The fortunes of some founders, including Jensen Huang of Nvidia, have indeed exploded. This summer, Elon Musk briefly became the world's first trillionaire before a decline in SpaceX's share price pushed him back below the 13-figure threshold. Yet even excluding tech, the self-made billionaire share is rising. This is because all sorts of people are striking gold in other industries, including finance, food, and manufacturing. In the past decade, the wealth of Bernard Arnault, who built LVMH into a global luxury titan, has grown by some $100 billion. Robin Zeng, who only 15 years ago founded CATL, a Chinese battery maker, is worth $60 billion. Tatiana Kim, Russia's first female self-made billionaire, founded Wildberries, the country's biggest online retailer, in 2004. In recent days, Ukraine has attacked some of its warehouses, accusing the firm of supplying the Russian army. The rise in self-made wealth is the result of three trends. One is a bull market lasting more than a decade, in which global equities have returned more than 13% a year on average. Low interest rates first pushed investors into risky assets. Techno-optimism lasted even when rates rose. This has done a great deal for founders, whose wealth is often tied up in shares, as well as enriching some hedge fund managers. The second is Chinese economic growth. At first glance, this presents a puzzle, and not just because its property slump has dethroned some billionaires. In the past decade, China's economy has grown more slowly than it did in the 2000s. Yet the number of Chinese billionaires has risen from about 200 to about 800. A paper by Koen Turlings of Utrecht University and Simon Toussaint of Leiden University may hold the answer. Billionaire creation is not linear. At low levels of income, even rapid growth can leave most fortunes far from the billion-dollar line. But once a country is richer, many more sit just below it. China's later, slower growth may nonetheless have been enough to push many near-billionaires over the threshold. The third factor is mobile-first internet, which took off in the middle of the 2010s, just as the self-made share started to rise. Mobile made payments and messaging ubiquitous and allowed companies to reach consumers instantly, hundreds of times a day. That enabled whole new types of firms to grow at extraordinary speed, from ByteDance, short-form video, to Spotify, streaming, to Stripe, payments, as well as delivery and ride-hailing apps. It has never been so easy to become extremely rich extremely fast. Does the rise of the self-made billionaire strengthen or weaken the arguments for wealth taxation? It makes no difference to some of them. Democracy does not work well if a tiny group of people can buy influence, and that is true however they got rich. Mr. Musk is self-made, which is all well and good, but he has made no secret of his desire to sway elections, both in America and abroad. Democracy might work better without such influence. Yet if billionaires have too much political power, the solution may be to change the rules on donations rather than to change the tax system. This is because the rise of the self-made billionaire greatly weakens other arguments for wealth taxation. It is now more difficult to say, as many campaigners still do, that billionaire fortunes were never really earned. Taxing Mr. Abramovich to the hilt may seem reasonable, but Lionel Messi? And because a greater share of today's billionaires spurs employment growth and productivity gains, it raises the economic cost of losing them if they decide to move away or work less hard to avoid taxation. Billionaires may be less popular, but the proposed remedies look weaker than ever.
Finance and economics.
Prediction markets. Place your bets. Can Kalshi and Polymarket win over Wall Street?
It was on Wall Street that Luana Lopez Lara, the 30-year-old co-founder of Kalshi, was inspired to start a prediction markets exchange. As an intern at hedge funds such as Five Rings Capital and Citadel Securities, she was baffled to find fund managers building elaborate portfolios to take positions on forthcoming elections and interest rate decisions. Kalshi's users bet directly on events instead. What we are building is a financial exchange where anyone from a Robin Hood trader to Goldman Sachs to someone in an MIT dorm could trade directly in what their thesis was about the future, Ms. Lopez Lara says. Among amateur traders, prediction markets have taken off. Everyone from students to delivery drivers seems to be having a flutter. Kalshi processed $33 billion of trades in June, according to The Block, a data provider. Its main rival, Polymarket, did $10.7 billion on its crypto-based international exchange, plus $3.3 billion on its regulated American version. These are tiny sums next to those on big derivatives exchanges, but they are growing fast. Kalshi and Polymarket are reportedly fundraising at valuations of $40 billion and $15 billion. To maintain that growth, they will have to attract institutional investors making big trades. Prediction markets are piquing interest on Wall Street. Well-known funds have begun tracking odds on Kalshi in their research. Trading firms like Susquehanna and Jump Trading are operating as market makers, ensuring liquidity on the exchange. Finance students are placing bets, hoping a record of success will help them land jobs at big banks. What will it take for institutional investors to make weighty wagers? Kalshi already offers the sorts of bets that interest them. It has markets on the future prices of electricity, oil and compute, handy for hedging. It has joined with ARK Invest, a tech-heavy fund, to gather questions ARC's analysts want answered. When, say, will Compass Pathways, a biotech giant, get regulatory approval for its synthetic psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms? But take-up has been slow. On Kalshi, over $30 million is riding on the Federal Reserve's next interest rate decision. Almost $2 billion was traded on the winner of the World Cup. Sport accounts for well over 70% of trading. Drawing institutional investors requires more than pertinent questions and good intentions. First and foremost, traders need to be sure markets are fair. This year, Kalshi has caught an editor for Mr. Beast, a YouTuber, betting on private information gathered through his job, and a candidate for the governorship of California betting on his own race. To illustrate the damage insider trading can do, Justin Wolfers, an economist at the University of Michigan, poses a simple question. Would your correspondent bet him on the colour of his boxers? Absolutely not. As soon as there's insider information, you destroy the market, he says. Kalshi says it screens punters and conducts real-time surveillance to spot suspicious activity. Asset managers and hedge funds also require regulatory clarity. Under President Donald Trump, the Commodities and Futures Trading Commission has turned from policeman to cheerleader. But as prediction markets have grown, gaping holes in their regulation have emerged. In January, the CFTC said it was drafting new rules. Investors are waiting for answers on several questions. For example, what recourse punters have when they dispute how an exchange closes a bet. This gained urgency in July when traders sued Polymarket over a market on whether Strategy, the biggest corporate holder of Bitcoin, would sell its holding by the end of May. Polymarket decided it hadn't, although filings published in June showed it had. When asked about disputed markets, a spokesperson for Polymarket said, "Markets resolve according to stated rules and verifiable real-world outcomes, with resolution criteria established at the time of market creation." To make mammoth bets, traders need supporting infrastructure. Again, progress is underway. This year, Kalshi completed its first customized block trade, a transaction negotiated off the public exchange. It was a modest bet by an environmental hedge fund, involving an auction of carbon licenses, but created a template for more. The firm has since launched Kalshi Pro, a professional-grade desktop workstation, which lets traders scan around 2,000 markets in real time and better visualize multiple bets at once. To Ms. Lopez-Lara, all this indicates that Kalshi is maturing from a teenage exchange to a full-grown adult. But what professional investors need most, says Simon Johansson of Jump Trading, is leverage. In March, Kalshi got regulatory approval to begin offering margin trading. But mostly users must put up the full amount of their bets up front. That may be fine for short-term bets, say on sport, which are generally made in the 48 hours before and during a game. But for trades on geopolitics and elections, money can be tied up for much longer. In those cases, capital efficiency is all that matters, Mr. Johansson adds. You're not going to sit on idle cash for months or potentially years. Even if prediction markets clear all those hurdles, is there money to be made? Because Kalshi and Polymarket are peer-to-peer exchanges, trading is a zero-sum game. And it isn't clear that professional investors have the edge. Some of the sharpest punters are amateurs, with no expertise in the topics they wager on. Jeff Yass, Susquehanna's billionaire co-founder, has a team of 75 highly qualified traders placing bets on prediction markets. They sometimes lose to anonymous whales. Prediction markets humble you, Mr. Yass says. They make you keep score and teach you the crucial lesson that the market is usually smarter than you.
Finance and economics.
China's economy. Hail and farewell. Can China dominate AI exports too? Robotaxis offer an early test.
When driverless taxis start cruising the cantons of eastern Switzerland early next year, the invisible driver will be Chinese. Postbus, a Swiss public transport company, has teamed up with Apollo Go, a robo-taxi operator owned by Baidu, a Chinese tech giant. The project is one of dozens that have popped up over the past 2 years, where the passengers are Singaporean, Slovakian or Saudi, but the hardware and data behind the steering wheel come from China. China's physical artificial intelligence firms are racing overseas. More than 70 of them have set up operations abroad, and another 20 or so are preparing to, according to Equal Ocean, a Chinese research firm. Many, such as Neolix, an autonomous logistics group, are already operating in dozens of countries. They are leaving their American rivals in the dust when it comes to foreign expansion. Companies such as Waymo, an autonomous cab firm owned by Alphabet, focused on cracking the domestic market and are just starting to roll into other countries. The Chinese firms are eager to export, partly because pickings at home are slim. In China, they have been able to scale up their projects and bring down the unit cost of pricey hardware. Taxi companies have also been able to collect real-time data to make cabs run smoothly. But the economics still do not work, mainly because a glut of cab drivers is keeping fares low. Newly jobless workers often become cabbies, adding to supply. Baidu, which in 2025 said its robo-taxis in the central city of Wuhan had broken even, has not bragged about them since. Pony AI, a rival, claims it has broken even in Chinese cities. Foreign markets look far more appealing, especially if developers can deploy their low-cost technology and data from China in places where they can charge more. A 10-kilometre taxi ride in Wuhan costs around 23 yuan, that's $3.40, whereas the fare in St. Gallen, a canton in eastern Switzerland, is a juicy 44 Swiss francs, that's $54. Such arbitrage probably explains why Chinese companies are now more focused on expanding abroad than on operations at home. Baidu no longer releases updates on its Chinese fleets and provides information only on its foreign ventures. Purveyors of AI services other than cabs also struggle to make a profit at home. Whereas some Westerners fork out for subscriptions to ChatGPT or Claude, Chinese consumers are unwilling to pay for their chatbots. Chinese businesses, too, are notoriously tight-fisted with their IT budgets, spending less than a tenth of what their American counterparts do. The Chinese government is also eager for more AI exports, but the stability-obsessed Communist Party wants to avoid any hint that AI is displacing jobs and thus the risk of social unrest, while closing the gap with America in the AI race. Both AI service providers and their customers may fear legal repercussions if job losses are perceived to be linked to AI. While Western companies brag to investors about supposed and so far exaggerated payroll savings from AI, Chinese firms are keeping quiet. Insiders say that some technology firms are indeed trimming the ranks of their programmers. First in the firing line as coding tools advance rapidly, but are careful not to advertise it. The deployment of robo-taxis in China has not yet cost jobs, but even the suggestion of replacing cabbies with bots has led to small protests. Some local regulators have stopped issuing licenses for self-driving fleets. In April, a court ruled in favour of a worker who had sued his employer for losing his job to AI. A national oversight committee has also said that companies should not use the technology with the aim of replacing humans. AI service exports are becoming the primary channel through which China can externalize the economic and social costs of the rapid expansion of the technology within the country, notes Angela Jiang of the University of Southern California. Like Chinese goods, AI services may face resistance abroad. They are more complex than merchandise, given regulatory and compliance risks associated with them, as Liu Qingfeng, the chairman of iFlyTech, a Chinese AI darling, recently observed. But unlike China, many Western markets are short of native workers. Many, cab drivers say, are immigrants. In such cases, Chinese services might even be welcomed. Exporting AI services thus kills two birds with one stone. Companies make money. The party is spared discontent. Perhaps even three. A focus on foreign markets allows China to preserve its export-led growth model, even as the rest of the world becomes saturated with its goods and many countries erect trade barriers. Overall, service exports doubled to $510 billion a year between 2015 and 2025 after adjusting for inflation, while far larger goods exports rose by a bit more than 40%. AI in the form of cabs, cloud computing and chatbots will make up a growing share of this expanding service trade. Xi Jinping, China's supreme leader, said at a conference in Shanghai on July 17th that AI development should be a symphony of international cooperation, endorsing open-weight systems and positioning the country as a provider of AI as global public goods. China could plausibly eventually lead the world in exports embodying AI. Along with the services themselves, it is also exporting the industry's technological standards or widely accepted protocols for making everything from screws to semiconductors work together. For decades, tech standards have normally been set by Western countries. But in many places, they do not exist for AI services such as robo-taxis. When Chinese companies are the first to establish robo-taxis in a country, they also become the de facto standards, points out Ms. Jiang. As their American counterparts seek to export more of their own bots, they may find they must make them more Chinese to fit in.
Finance and economics.
Global accounting. The paper wealth of nations. The world's balance sheet is out of kilter with its economy.
How rich is the world economy? The conventional answer is about $120 trillion. That corresponds to global GDP, encompassing all the goods and services the world produced last year. It is, if you like, the planet's annual income. But if you were to ask how rich are the world's billionaires, you would not want to know their annual income. They are not called billionaires because they take home 10-figure salaries. What matters are their assets, from the mansions to their stock holdings. Finding an equivalent measure for the world economy is tricky. The data are patchy, and every financial asset, deposit, loan, bond or equity is also a liability for some other earthbound entity, a bank, person, government or firm. At the planetary level, they cancel out. What remains are real assets, property, minerals, machinery, infrastructure and intellectual property. These treasures, when combined with labour, yield the goods and services that underpin the world's standard of living. Since 2021, the McKinsey Global Institute, a think tank within a consultancy, has tried to track all the assets and liabilities on the world's balance sheet, real and otherwise. MGI's latest estimate, published on July 23rd, is that the world's wealth amounted to over $600 trillion in 2025, 5.1 times its annual income. That total was little changed from 2024, but this stable bottom line masks drama elsewhere on the balance sheet. Households saw their wealth rise by $40 trillion to reach $570 trillion. Sadly, few of the gains came from the accumulation of real assets that would also make the world richer. Most came instead from increases above inflation in the prices of existing assets. MGI calls this paper wealth. American equities in particular are now worth more than 3.7 times America's annual GDP. They were worth less than twice GDP in 1999 during the dot-com bubble. And yet, by themselves, they add nothing to global wealth. They may be household assets, but they are also corporate liabilities. MGI argues that the world's balance sheet is now out of kilter with the underlying economy. Balance could be restored by faster GDP growth or higher inflation. But two other scenarios are possible. Asset prices could stay high because people are determined to save rather than spend, resulting in low interest rates, high valuations, and a lackluster growth. Or share prices could tumble, erasing paper wealth. Rise or fall, equities always net to zero at the global level. But when share prices plunge, neither the people who own them nor the companies that issue them are happy about it.
Finance and economics.
Women's wages. For richer or poorer. The stubborn scarcity of female breadwinners.
Taylor Swift has accumulated many identities over her career: singer-songwriter, performer, pop mogul, millennial icon, cat lover. Her marriage this month to Travis Kelce, an American football player, added wife to the list. It also gave her another less traditional role, family breadwinner. Mr. Kelce earns around $50 million a year from his salary, endorsements and podcasting. Yet in 2025, he contributed only perhaps a fifth of their combined income. Women now account for 3/5 of American university graduates and just over half of college-educated workers. Yet in most households, men remain the primary earners. In 2024, among dual-income couples, just 30% of American wives earned more than their husbands. This imbalance partly reflects differences in occupations, working hours and pay. But a growing body of research suggests it also reflects the preferences of couples themselves. On paper, support for female breadwinners is strong. When Americans were asked in 2022 whether a woman earning more than her husband was almost certain to cause problems, only 10% of respondents said yes. The share was 16% in Germany and 27% in China. In practice, many couples seem uncomfortable with the arrangement. In 2015, Marianne Bertrand, an economist at the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business, and her co-authors found that wives' share of household income does not follow a smooth distribution. Instead, it drops sharply at the point where wives begin to out-earn their husbands. Wives, in other words, are more likely to report earning slightly less than their husbands than slightly more. A recent study from France estimates that couples in which women earn around 3/4 of household income are also around 30% more likely to split up than couples in which both partners earn similar amounts. Dr. Bertrand and her colleagues argued that this pattern in part reflects a desire among the men and women in a couple to conform to gender norms, even if it means earning less income. In the decades since her paper was published, several economists have challenged its findings, arguing that the cliff in wives' share of earnings is a statistical anomaly generated by couples who earn the same amount, because they work in the same family business, for example, or in similar occupations. To analyse this disagreement, The Economist compiled 17 years of data on young working couples from the American Community Survey. We found that more than a decade later, women's share of household income still exhibits the pattern observed by Dr. Bertrand, with a sharp break at the 50% threshold. The discontinuity remains even after excluding self-employed couples or spouses working in the same industry or occupation. Why does couples' behaviour not seem to match the attitudes found in surveys? One reason is that breaking with the breadwinner norm comes with psychological costs. Recent studies of American, Swedish and Australian couples all find that husbands who are out-earned by their wives report poorer mental health. Building on work by Joanna Serda, an economist at the University of Bath, The Economist examined the relationship between breadwinner status and men's mental health using data from America's panel study of income dynamics. We found that men whose wives and partners are the primary earners are roughly 1.5 times as likely to report serious psychological distress, even after controlling for age, education and household income. Among husbands whose wives earn at least 70% of household income, the risk is around 2.5 times as high. You might expect the breadwinner norm to be weakening. But when we split our sample into two periods, 2001 to 11 and 2013 to 23, the relationship was virtually unchanged. The costs are not borne by husbands alone. Breadwinning wives tend to report lower satisfaction with their relationships. Part of the explanation may be that high-earning wives are often responsible for much of the work at home too. Research indicates that even working women take on a disproportionate share. Family work is still predominantly falling on women's shoulders, no matter whether they are the breadwinner or not, says Misty Hedgenes of the University of Kansas. However, this would not explain why men, too, seem unhappy with being the lower earner. Many conventions governing dating and marriage have faded. Few couples now insist on marrying before having sex or moving in together. But other customs have proved more durable, from men proposing marriage to women taking their husbands' names. Tabloids report that Ms. Swift plans to legally adopt Mr. Kelsey's surname while continuing to perform as Taylor Swift. Her bigger paychecks look likely to remain unusual.
Finance and economics.
Buttonwood. Endless flight. How investors learn to live with inflation.
For a good portion of the early 2020s, just about every discussion of financial markets seemed to involve aviation metaphors. Rich world inflation had surged, and central bankers had belatedly ratcheted up interest rates in an attempt to cool their economies. The big question was whether they could accomplish this without crashing into recession. Overdo the monetary tightening, and productive activity would be squeezed out of the economy along with inflation. A hard landing. Those who got it just right would be rewarded with a soft landing in which inflation faded, but the economy avoided a downturn. History, alas, showed hard landings to be much more frequent than soft ones. Anyone proposing a third scenario, no landing, in which both inflation and growth kept running hot, could expect short shrift from central bankers. Buttonwood himself has made 6 bristle by asking if they might allow such a thing. The milder types reminded him that their institutions had been given inflation targets by their governments and took them very seriously. The more irritable offered marginally politer versions of "How stupid or irresponsible do you think we are?" Fast forward to today, however, and it looks suspiciously as if the world's most important central bank has indeed opted for perpetual flight. The Federal Reserve's preferred measure of American inflation never did fall to its 2% target, bottoming out at 2.3% over the 12 months to April 2025. The latest reading for May was 4.1%. Prices have risen almost as quickly in Australia, 4%, and are also still outstripping targets in Britain, 2.6%, and the euro area, 2.8%. Both investors and consumers expect above-target inflation to persist. In Bank of America's most recent monthly survey of fund managers, 54% of those taking part expected no landing for the global economy in the coming 12 months. In the University of Michigan's latest survey of American consumers, the median respondent expected inflation of 4.2% over the next year. The rise in energy prices since February, when America and Israel began to bomb Iran, has worsened matters. But the bigger problem is that inflation has not been below 2% since early 2021. The University of Michigan's respondents now expect it to average more than 3% over the long run. So, what are the past 5 years' lessons on investing amid high inflation? The main one, unsurprisingly, is that claims on real assets and income streams are worth paying for. China aside, all of the world's biggest stock markets have fared somewhere between reasonably well and spectacularly since consumer prices took off in 2021. Part of that is due to surprisingly fast earnings growth, another linked part to even faster progress in artificial intelligence. Even in their absence, though, shares would still have represented claims on real earnings that rise along with other prices, protecting their value from inflationary erosion. By similar reasoning, bonds, most of which promise only nominal payments, have given their investors a lousy half-decade. A Bloomberg index of American treasuries has lost over 20% of its real value. Most of the hit came from inflation's corrosive effect on fixed dollar coupon and principal payments, the rest from rising yields, which forced down the prices of existing bonds. Should today's bondholders fear future inflationary surges, they will demand even higher yields in compensation, anticipating the same double whammy again. The final lesson is that inflation sends even those assets which outpace it over the long run on a wild ride. Gold, the classic debasement hedge, has lost nearly a quarter of its market value since a peak in January. Though inflation has persisted, investors worry that a previous mania for the metal, sparked by those trying to inflation-proof their portfolios, has put it in a bubble. In 2022, the prices of shares and commercial property tanked along with those of bonds because of worries about the effects of sharply higher interest rates. The no-landing world is a less stable one because high inflation does not just devalue currencies. It prompts investors and consumers to behave more erratically, creating their own volatility. For just this reason, it was common a few years ago to hear
Finance and economics.
Free exchange. A brief history of Luddism. States ultimately decide how fast technology is adopted.
They were led by a man who did not exist. There was no king in England but King Lud, they said, though sometimes he was a general or a captain. Supposedly he had been a humble apprentice, driven to smashing looms by an overbearing master. Now he lived in Sherwood Forest, ancient home of Robin Hood, another legendary champion of the downtrodden. His followers, the Luddites, were textile workers in the north of England. By night they would sneak into mills and smash the stocking frames and mechanical looms, which they said stole jobs from humans. Luddite has become a slur for technophobic stick-in-the-muds, the whingers who stand in the way of progress and want the clock to be turned back to a better time. The newest descendants of those looms are the artificial intelligence models that can easily and cheaply perform much white-collar work. Some coders and software engineers worry, like the artisan weavers of northern England, that AI will destroy jobs that once meant creativity and prestige. Even normally sanguine economists have signed a letter saying that governments must act now to prevent the widespread loss of work. Lud clubs have sprung up on America's campuses, though most members are more worried about technology's effect on their social life and attention span than on jobs. Economists and historians are kinder to the Luddites. The weavers were selective in their smashing, breaking only those machines that made what they perceived to be lower-quality goods. They were not ignorant about the potential benefits of automation, nor were they the broad-based movement of the destitute that later lefty historians claimed. They were a small bunch of relatively well-off workers, often keen to preserve the demand for skills gained through a long apprenticeship. And it is not clear whether they were right or wrong about the immediate effects of automation. Bob Allen, an economic historian, has suggested that for the early part of the Industrial Revolution, most ordinary Britons did not share much in the gains from mechanization. Others, including the late Nick Crafts, have suggested they did. Data from the period Apache. Either way, the original Luddites failed. Lord Byron, a poet and adventurer, was a fan and wrote a poem in their honour, but he was an oddball. The state cracked down. Machine breaking was made a capital crime. Ringleaders who were spared the noose were transported to Australia. The Luddites' persistence in the popular mind owes more to their theatricality than their economic relevance. On one occasion, they dressed in women's clothes as they smashed machines, calling themselves the Wives of Lud. Imitators followed. In the 1830s, British agricultural workers broke threshing machines in the name of Captain Swing, and French tailors smashed sewing machines. Prussian weavers rioted in the 1840s. All suffered similar repression. To find a successful anti-tech workers' movement, skip forward 2 centuries and head to India. In 1965, the Life Insurance Corporation, or LIC, of India installed an IBM computer in its office in Bombay, now Mumbai. A second was intended for the Calcutta or Kolkata office, but unions stood in the way. Literally. For 2 years, activists kept up a 24-hour vigil outside, preventing the machine's installation. The unions won. This time, crucially, the state took the workers' side, rather than the bosses. In 1969, a new government in West Bengal, led by the Communist Party of India, Marxist, told LIC that no police protection would be provided if they tried to install the machine. It was quietly taken out of the state. By 1972, the Indian government introduced a requirement for a formal union agreement before any computer could be deployed in government or in industry. Things changed in the 1980s, when a youthful Prime Minister, Rajiv Gandhi, backed computerization. Seeking to avoid confrontation, the Reserve Bank of India relabelled computers as advanced ledger posting machines and formed a committee to get them installed, at first just to clear checks. That did not stop the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, the labour wing of the Rashtriya Swamsevak Sangh, a Hindu nationalist organisation, from declaring 1984 the year of anti-computerization and mounting a sequence of nationwide strikes. Public opinion shifted after Indian Railways introduced a computerized reservation system in 1986. The shortening of ticket queues convinced Indians that the new machines could make their lives better. Unions, too, started to see that the machines did not ultimately spell the end of clerical jobs. Neither the Luddites nor any of their descendants really prevented the widespread adoption of technology. Britain's textile industry boomed throughout the early 19th century. Indian Clark's initial reluctance to embrace computers did not stop the country becoming an IT services powerhouse, though West Bengal largely missed out, partly thanks to its long dominance by communists. The truly successful opponents of new technology have not been furious workers, but those with the power to regulate it. Some of the looms the Luddites smashed were not new. The stocking frame had been invented 200 years before. Elizabeth I was said to have forbidden a patent, partly because of worries about unemployment, but also because it produced coarse wool stockings, rather than the fine silk ones she preferred. However, evidence for this is lacking. Other technologies have been restricted because of safety concerns. Germany closed its nuclear power plants in the middle of an energy crisis. Others are blocked to help consumers rather than workers. New York State has passed a
Science and technology.
Heating up. The surprising benefits of red light. Better skin, faster wound healing, and reduced vision loss are on the cards.
Oozing mouth ulcers are one of the many possible side effects of radiation and chemotherapy treatments for cancer. The ulcers make it hard for patients to eat, worsening their suffering. Some must be fed by tube. A new way of treating these ulcers could brighten the future, however. Light-emitting diodes, LEDs, tuned to the red end of the spectrum and placed into a patient's mouth, improve symptoms in more than half of cases. Faster wound healing is just one of the proposed uses of photobiomodulation, or PBM, as therapies that use red and infrared light as the agent are known. Ophthalmologists and dermatologists have been using red light for some time to treat age-related decline in eyes and skin respectively. But PBM is also showing promise in the treatment of traumatic brain injuries, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases, and even psychiatric disorders such as anxiety, depression, attention deficit and hyperactivity, and post-traumatic stress. The long wavelengths of red and infrared light give these parts of the spectrum tissue-penetrating power. That permits such light to reach and be absorbed by molecules of cytochrome C oxidase, a protein found in structures called mitochondria that are a cell's power packs. The protein helps turn the energy from glucose into a molecule called ATP, which powers much of a cell's biochemistry. Red light activates cytochrome C oxidase molecules that have been switched off by nitric oxide, a so-called reactive oxygen species, or ROS. The increased number of active cytochrome C oxidases boosts ATP production, providing more fuel for functions such as cellular repair. Simultaneously, the cell sees an increase in antioxidant enzymes that neutralize a wide range of other ROS molecules. That's important because ROS molecules can damage many other biomolecules. As bodies age and mitochondria wear out, more ROS molecules are produced accidentally. Among other things, this damps down ATP production in the old. As a result, PBM allows you to adjust the aging mechanism, claims Glenn Jeffrey, a neuroscientist at University College London's Institute of Ophthalmology. In 2020, Professor Jeffrey co-wrote a pilot study published in the Journal of Gerontology, which attempted a proof of concept applied to the retina. Professor Jeffrey was interested in this part of the eye because, he explains, ATP declines by about 70% over the course of someone's life. In the study, researchers found that volunteers over the age of 40 saw their colour contrast vision improve by an average of 20%. Further investigations will be needed before such results can turn into treatments in the clinic, however. In another study to which Professor Jeffrey contributed, and which was published in the Journal of Biophotonics in 2024, exposure to red light lowered blood glucose spikes in people after they'd consumed a sugary drink. Half of participants were exposed to 15 minutes of red light administered to their backs, so that they couldn't see what was going on. The others underwent a dummy treatment involving no light. In those exposed to red light, glucose peaks were 7.5% lower than in the control group. Though participants weren't diabetic, these findings hint at applications which might help regulate blood sugar levels in people who are. There's also hope that red light can help people with brain and spinal cord injuries suffered in accidents. At the University of Birmingham, David James Davis, a neurosurgeon, and his colleagues are developing a device made of LEDs embedded in silicon that they hope to implant into patients. They've applied for a patent on the technology. At the moment, Mr. Davis says, he can do little for such people other than relieve pressure on injured areas by removing parts of their skulls or spines during surgery after an accident. He sees red light therapy as a promising new option. The device his team is developing is some way from use in human patients, but will soon be tested in pigs. The theory is that administering short doses of red light directly to the brain or spinal column could slow the wave of cell deaths that happens in the days after an accident. The light could stabilise the metabolisms of nerve cells and boost signals from their mitochondria that go on to help their genes promote growth and repair. According to Mr. Davis, experiments on cell structures and rodents saw reductions in cell deaths of 20% or more. In practical terms, he says, that could mean the difference between needing a wheelchair and walking with a cane. Other damage to the brain may also be susceptible to PBM. Parkinson's and Alzheimer's diseases are both linked to oxidative stress of the sort the treatment might relieve. Early-stage research suggests it could help those who don't respond to standard medications. Meanwhile, red light has been found to aid post-operative recovery, reducing pain and expediting healing. In physiotherapy, PBM decreases inflammation and boosts blood circulation, leading to less pain in tendon, muscle and joint injuries. For Professor Jeffrey, the idea that red light has useful biological functions should be no surprise. Humans evolved under the light of the sun. The modern world, however, has changed the kinds of light to which the human body gets exposed. Windows, for instance, tend to block infrared, while office buildings are illuminated by LEDs that produce a surfeit of blue. That's bound to have effects on health, Prof. Jeffrey reckons. How far those effects stretch, however, is unknown. And that gap between knowledge and possibility has led, as night follows day, to the emergence of a wellness industry that peddles everything from red light masks and blankets to infrared saunas and yoga studios, as skin rejuvenators, muscle soothers and sleep enhancers. Some of these may work. The trouble, says Professor Jeffrey, is twofold. First, commercial interests have coloured many research outcomes with questionable practices, including small sample sizes and insufficient use of control groups. Second, few of these applications pay attention to dosage. The distance from light source to affected tissue, the specific wavelengths involved, the voltage at which the equipment operates, and the length of exposure can all influence the outcome. In particular, more exposure to red light doesn't necessarily mean a better result. Overexposure can create what Professor Jeffrey calls a traffic jam in a cell's metabolism, with a consequent fall in ATP production. For healthy people, his advice is to buy a dog. That way you'll go outside for at least 20 minutes several times a day and get all the red light you need.
Science and technology.
Green aviation. Flying the future. The first electric planes have taken off, but hybrids will overtake them.
Taxiing towards the runway, the propeller stops turning as your correspondent pulls the throttle back to await takeoff. On a single-engine light aircraft, that is usually a worrying sign of engine failure. Yet this plane is powered by an electric motor, and just as when you come to a halt in a Tesla, the motor stops until it is needed again. On advancing the throttle, the propeller springs back to life, and the aircraft is soon briskly climbing in an eerily quiet manner. The two-seater Pipistrel Velis Electro is the first electric aircraft to be certified for pilot training. Besides its low noise, it has other unusual features. Instead of the lengthy series of engine checks a combustion engine plane requires before takeoff, the Electro is ready to go with the flick of 4 switches. Since it has few moving parts, it is also cheaper to maintain. And without directly producing any nasty emissions, it can claim to be green, especially if recharged with renewable power. Topping up the battery takes just over an hour. Returning to land back at Blackbush Airport, southwest of London, the larger expanse of Farnborough Airport looms nearby. At its biennial air show, which opened on July 20th, sustainable flying was high on the agenda. Aviation accounts for around 2.5% of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, although overall its contribution to climate change is reckoned to be greater since high-flying jets produce other heat-trapping emissions, such as nitrogen oxides. These are proving particularly tough to clean up. As a consequence, the aviation industry's pledge to reach net zero emissions by 2050 will probably be missed. Battery-powered aircraft, like the Electro, will reduce emission levels only slightly, for they have limited range. This plane, built in Slovenia by Pipistrel, a light aircraft producer owned by Textron, an American aerospace group, can typically fly for no more than 50 minutes, leaving time in hand for emergencies. Nevertheless, it is finding plenty of fans, especially among flying schools, says Nebo Air, a sustainable aviation company that leases Electros to customers. The plane flown by your correspondent was operated by Aerobility, a charity that teaches disabled people how to fly. Nebo Air is currently developing a network of recharging stations to enable cross-country flights. Better batteries are also in the pipeline, so the range of electric planes will increase over time. Yet it is unlikely batteries will ever be powerful enough, let alone light enough, to fly large numbers of passengers any great distance. Moreover, batteries are a dead weight, meaning that, unlike a combustion engine aircraft, an electric plane does not benefit from getting lighter as fuel is burned. And commercial aircraft are required to have enough fuel to circle if a runway is unavailable, or to divert to another airport, which might be a long way off. Batteries powerful enough to run even a small airliner for several hours, with sufficient reserve for emergencies, would be so heavy that few, if any, passengers could be carried. Hence, the industry is increasingly looking at hybrids, which combine an electric motor and a combustion engine. Most passenger planes are powered by gas turbines, working either as jets or as turboprops, in which the turbines turn propellers. The first such hybrids are likely to be turboprops operating on regional routes. There are several ways these could be made. In Torrance, California, Hart Aerospace is developing the ES-30, a 30-seat hybrid electric aircraft for use on short-haul journeys. This would have an electric-only range of 200 kilometers, but in hybrid form it could manage 800 kilometers. Having completed ground trials, the company is about to fly a demonstrator. This will use only a pair of electric motors, which will make it the largest battery-powered aircraft ever to take off. In the production version, a gas turbine operating as an electrical generator would be incorporated into the housing containing the electric motors. This setup would act as a series hybrid, meaning the propellers would always be turned by the electric motors, with the turbine providing additional electricity when required. The combination would reduce overall fuel burn and therefore emissions. Hart expects the ES-30 to be some 40% cheaper to operate than existing regional jets. GE Aerospace, meanwhile, is working on a parallel hybrid in collaboration with NASA, the country's aerospace agency. This is a conventional turboprop with an attached electric motor that can be used to increase the turboprop's power during certain phases of flight, such as takeoff and climbing. A modified Saab regional airliner, which has had one of its 2 engines replaced with the hybrid version for testing, flew across the North Atlantic to appear at Farnborough. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of electric flight, though, are car-size electric vertical takeoff and landing craft, or eVTOLs. These have long been talked of, but are at last starting to be deployed. Being able to hover, eVTOLs are likely to replace helicopters for some operations and work as air taxis carrying handfuls of passengers on short flights. One such vehicle, made by Vertical Aerospace, a British producer, became the
Science and technology.
Rogue AI. Outside the box. How an OpenAI model broke free and hacked into another company's servers.
It sounds like something out of a sci-fi film. On July 16th, Hugging Face, an artificial intelligence platform, announced it had notified law enforcement after an attacker had used an AI agent to breach its systems. On July 21st, it emerged that there had been no human involved. The AI agent was the attacker. A combination of OpenAI's GPT 5.6 Sol, a model that the company had released earlier in July, and a more powerful, as yet unreleased model, broke free from the laboratory, then hacked Hugging Face's systems. The AI models were looking for a solution to an evaluation problem they had been set by their makers. This situation is unprecedented, says Stefan Llerena, a research fellow at the Institute for Law and AI, an American think tank. AI labs test their models for potentially dangerous capabilities before releasing them. OpenAI wanted to see how its latest models would fare on Exploit Gym, a set of standard problems that tests how good AI systems are at exploiting known vulnerabilities in several popular applications, including Google's Chrome browser. OpenAI applies safeguards to its publicly available models which ensure they do not pursue unwanted actions. Ask the commercially available version of ChatGPT to help you hack into a website, for example, and it will refuse. To assess the capabilities of its unreleased model, the company had temporarily suspended those restrictions. Simply letting a highly capable cyber attacker loose on the open internet would have been too risky, however, so OpenAI had placed its models in a sandbox, an isolated computer environment with no internet access except for an internally hosted third-party service that allowed it to fetch small software packages needed to complete its tests. The company got more than it bargained for. Rather than solving the problems in its evaluation directly, OpenAI's models gained access to the open internet by exploiting a previously unknown vulnerability in the software fetching service. Having so achieved access to the internet, the AI models correctly concluded that the solutions to the problems they had been set were stored by Hugging Face, a popular library for open-source AI models and datasets. The models chained together a multi-step attack. They began by uploading a dataset to Hugging Face, which was automatically processed by the platform. Over the course of a weekend, that dataset, which Hugging Face described as malicious, allowed the models to harvest login details and access internal servers. Hugging Face and OpenAI independently detected the breach and said that they were collaborating on the investigation. On July 21st, OpenAI said in a blog post that it had responded by implementing stricter controls on its infrastructure and disclosed the vulnerabilities its models had found to the developer of the software gateway. It had also included Hugging Face in its Trusted Access program, which gave it the ability to use models with enhanced cyber capabilities, like the one that had hacked its own computers, to help the company improve its defenses. OpenAI also stressed that its models had been hyper-focused on finding solutions for the exploit Jim evaluation. It is unclear what would have happened if the AI models had had other goals, however. And Hugging Face is no laggard from a computer security perspective. It is a tech firm valued at $4.5 billion with hundreds of employees and a dedicated cybersecurity team. Things might have turned out much worse for a less well-resourced outfit. This is not the first sign that AI models' capabilities are starting to exceed people's control. In April, an Anthropic researcher posted online that he had been surprised after Claude Mythos, then an unreleased model, had emailed him to let him know that it had successfully escaped a sandbox as part of its own cyber capability evaluation while he sat in a park eating a sandwich. Like the unreleased OpenAI model involved in the Hugging Face incident, Mythos was not supposed to have unrestricted internet access. OpenAI has not publicly disclosed the details of how its unreleased model escaped confinement, but even if it had, the fact that AI systems are starting to surpass humans in cybersecurity tasks means that only very, very few cyber experts in the world could have properly understood the way the breach occurred, says Alex Meinker of Apollo Research, an AI safety group based in London. The American government has recently been regulating model releases on the fly, but the incident demonstrates the risks posed even by unreleased AI models that are still under development. There are no requirements in state or federal law for companies to disclose the internal deployment of highly capable AI models, like the one involved in the Hugging Face hack, says Nathan Calvin, General Counsel at Encode AI, an American non-profit that campaigns for AI regulation. While some state laws in America require companies to disclose cybersecurity incidents, their scope is narrow. A bill enacted in California last year mandates that Frontier Labs report any critical safety incident, which includes a model using deceptive techniques to subvert monitoring outside of the context of an evaluation, within 15 days of discovering it. It is unclear whether the breach on Hugging Face would have qualified, says Mr. Calvin. This raises another thorny question. Had the consequences of the intrusion been more costly, who would have been liable? Federal anti-hacking law aims only to punish intentional, unauthorized access to computer systems. OpenAI did.
Science and technology.
Well informed. Does microdosing GLP-1 drugs work? Possibly, but only under medical supervision.
Few products have captured public interest as fast as GLP-1 receptor agonist weight loss drugs, but one unforeseen consequence of their popularity has been to create what is, in effect, one of the biggest off-label medical experiments ever. This is the rapid spread of microdosing, in other words, of taking less than the recommended amount. Microdosing has become so popular, one estimate suggests 1 user in 7 has indulged in it, that in America a whole industry has grown up around it. It is offered by big online firms such as Noom and Hims & Hers, is also available at lots of smaller medical spas dotted around the country, and most worryingly is something people often just try for themselves at home. Some microdosing is routine. For example, many patients start with a small dose and work up to a full one in order to keep side effects in check. Conversely, those coming off the drugs might be told to step their doses down gradually rather than going cold turkey. Where things get trickier is when microdosing itself is the goal, to save on the cost of drugs, for example, or through fear of side effects. The problem for professional bodies, such as the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology, which issue clinical guidelines, is that evidence microdosing works is largely anecdotal, though a paper published in April suggests responses to the drugs do vary with an individual's genes. Erring on the side of caution, the association's current advice is that doctors should stick to Food and Drug Administration-approved dosing guidelines. Some clinicians nevertheless argue that supervised microdosing can help optimize therapy and remark that some patients, sometimes referred to as super responders, do surprisingly well on lower doses. Doctors also say that, having achieved their weight loss goal, some patients require only a smaller long-term dose to maintain that loss. Such supervised microdosing is not a big issue because doctors can monitor their patients' health and adjust the dose if necessary. But taking medication without such support is often unwise, and the worry is that a lot of microdosers are doing just that. One small survey suggested as many as 55% of them are lone rangers. The drugs themselves are often sold in devices called pens, which deliver precise doses as a series of clicks. One approach employed by microdosers is to withdraw the drug instead using a syringe. Another is to count the clicks in order to dispense a dose smaller than the manufacturer's intended. Neither is ideal. Syringes can contaminate the medication. Click counting is error-prone, and both may extend a pen's use beyond its 30 to 60-day shelf life. Even if microdosing achieves weight loss or maintains it, it may disappoint those who seek the drug's additional benefits, such as to cardiovascular health. The studies which demonstrated such benefits employed full doses, so there is no evidence yet that lower doses will bring them. In an ideal world, microdosing's uncertainties would be resolved by proper trials. The world is far from that, and pharma firms have little motive to pay for research which might show that
Culture.
Book review. Gen Z's Conundrum. The Passion Trap. Why traditional career advice is failing youngsters. 80,000 Hours by Benjamin Todd. How to Start by Jodie Cantor. Running Down a Dream by Bill Gurley.
Leaving the cosy confines of college for the tundra of the job market has always been bracing. Not every graduate hears a calling to a particular profession. Many want to do good, but also need to pay off debt. AI is making the transition even bumpier, automating entry-level jobs and promising to make entire careers extinct. On July 13th, more than 200 economists and tech luminaries warned that AI could cause large-scale job displacement. Finding your life's work has never been so hard. As they trawl LinkedIn, firing off AI-polished applications to be rejected by AI-powered human resources departments, graduates may wonder why they bothered with college at all. Among recent American grads, 40% are employed in roles that don't require a bachelor's degree, according to a recent survey by the New York Fed. Gen Z's career challenges have prompted a rash of advice books. Bill Gurley, a former Silicon Valley venture capitalist, explains how to thrive in a career you actually love. Jodie Cantor, a journalist who helped to expose the crimes of Harvey Weinstein, has published a concise pep talk for students billed as A Letter from an Older Ally. Benjamin Todd, founder of a non-profit called 80,000 Hours, has written a book of the same name. 80,000 hours is how long you can expect to spend at work if you work 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, for 40 years. Parents and teachers nudged students towards subjects like computing and law. Now those fields are among the most vulnerable to disruption by AI. As Mr. Gurley puts it, the reassuring conveyor belt of college leads to a job market that feels like an 8-lane freeway. He and Ms. Cantor both encourage students to pursue their passions. Nothing will make you more successful than loving what you do for a living, reasons Mr. Gurley, who fell for computers when he first played Pong on an Atari. Many graduates see a choice between work that's fulfilling and work that's well paid. In fact, it can be both, argues Ms. Cantor, citing lawyers she met during her Me Too investigations. When they call me from their vacation homes, I glimpse just how lucrative this form of feminism can be, she dryly notes. Yet both authors demonstrate why successful people make bad career advisors. I went into a field that everyone told me was a disaster and experienced potency, impact, and even a measure of business success, writes Ms. Cantor, whose journalistic career, the New York Times, a Pulitzer Prize and a book, She Said, turned into a movie, is atypical. Survivorship bias runs through her and Mr. Gurley's analyses. Both feature people who've made it in the bankruptcy-prone restaurant industry, apparently through hard work and passion. Mr. Gurley cites a pair of star podcasters who figured out what they loved, then figured out a way to make money. It's hard to think of a better example than podcasting to illustrate how doing what you love doesn't always lead to a viable job. Mr. Todd's book, the most original and helpful of the three, takes the opposite approach. Drawing on 15 years of advising people at the start of their working life, 80,000 Hours looks at the career ladder not from the top down, but from the bottom up, with surprising conclusions. First, maybe don't follow your passions. Since the best-selling What Colour is Your Parachute, 1970, career books have told people to consider what they enjoy, then look for jobs that match. But many people aren't sure what they want. And even if they have one strong interest, it may not lead to a job. In a survey in 2003, almost 90% of Canadian students said they loved music, art or sport, fields which accounted for just 3% of jobs in Canada. In 2020, a personality-based quiz by Britain's Education Department advised many job seekers to become lock keepers, just missing the canal boom of the 18th century. Follow your passion gets it backwards, Mr. Todd writes. Instead of looking inward, get good at something that helps others and passion will follow. Helping others increases life satisfaction. Mastering a skill is satisfying in itself. If you're good at your job, you'll have more leverage to do enjoyable work than if you pursue a passion and are mediocre at it. Consider the musicians who end up playing to classrooms rather than arenas. To advise on how to do good, Mr. Todd draws on effective altruism, a utilitarian philosophy which 80,000 Hours helped launch 15 years ago. Donating is one option. Giving 10% of a typical American graduate salary of $77,000 to a malaria charity will save about 20 times more lives than working full-time as a doctor, he calculates. Another is working in a do-gooding field. AI regulation and great power conflict avoidance are among the areas he suggests could have the most positive impact. On the earnings dilemma, Mr. Todd suggests that more money is unlikely to make you a lot happier. Self-reported happiness levels off after household income hits around $75,000 a year. 80,000 Hours also has counterintuitive ideas about how AI may disrupt careers. Automation eventually destroys jobs, but initially it drives up demand for certain skills. Banks employed more clerks after ATMs were invented because they made it cheaper to run branches, so more opened. Only with online banking were clerks fully replaced. The aim isn't to find a single job that'll never be automated, but rather to ride the wave, moving into the skills that become most valuable at each time. That could mean jobs in AI related to model training or cybersecurity, or in services where demand will rise as AI lowers costs, such as healthcare. Yet the focus on maximising good implies that only one choice is ever truly right. An emergency doctor could save more lives working in pandemic prevention, which in turn could be less important than nuclear disarmament, and so on. Judging the rightness of every action by its impact on the global good could drive anyone mad. And it sometimes does. John Stuart Mill, a pioneer of utilitarianism, fell into depression. Sam Bankman-Fried, a crypto entrepreneur and effective altruism's best-known advocate, risked and lost billions from his customers. Job seekers can reassure themselves that many people take a while to find their life's work. Sir Tony Blair was a rock music promoter before he was Britain's Prime Minister. Maya Angelou was a street
Culture.
Hiking misadventures. A step too far. More young, inexperienced hikers are ending up in danger.
Scotty Boy, as he is known online, is a hiking evangelist. He posts dispatches from the Scottish Highlands, moody, misty pictures of streams, glens, lochs and hills, to his more than 100,000 followers on Instagram and TikTok. In these posts, he is usually toting sensible walking gear such as a backpack, flask and an anorak. Sometimes, and inexplicably, he is topless. He is one of many young people discovering the pleasures of the great outdoors. As one TikTok video puts it, texting is cool, but hiking together is cooler. Millions of posts extol the virtues of this cheap, accessible form of exercise. Some influencers recommend scenic routes, way stops and refuges. Apps such as All Trails make it easy to find footpaths. This is especially helpful for a generation more accustomed to reading from a phone screen than a map. The problem is that fans follow in influencers' footsteps without fully understanding what an excursion in the wilderness might entail. Topless treks, for instance, are inadvisable, especially in cold, wet conditions. Excitable explorers can walk into trouble. In the Scottish Highlands, the number of mountaineering incidents involving 17 to 25-year-olds has nearly quadrupled since 2022. In 2018, just 15% of people rescued in the Highlands were 17 to 25-year-olds. Last year, 25% were. It was not always like this. In the early 2010s, it was middle-aged hikers who required the most assistance. Nor is this just a Scottish trend. American adventurers aged between 18 and 25 have grown as a share of those needing help. France, Italy and Switzerland have also seen surges in SOS calls from youngsters in recent years. Rescuers point out that more people of all ages are hiking. The Instagram effect, says Ludovic Richard from France's Mountain Safety Observatory, is such that young walkers go to perilous lengths to take a photo at a beauty spot. Some have none of the gear and not much common sense. In December, 2 walkers in their 20s were rescued from Britain's second-highest mountain in feels-like temperatures of -15 degrees Celsius, wearing trainers and tracksuit bottoms rather than thermals and walking boots. Kev Mitchell, a rescuer in Scotland, was called out to a different pair of 20-somethings in the Highlands without a compass and proper jackets. Without his help, he reckons, they would have died. The benefits of hiking are numerous. America's National Park Service promotes it as a great whole-body workout, from head to toe and everything in between. As well as strengthening muscles and bones, walking in nature is good for your mental health. Gen Z has the right idea. They just need to prove they can, in fact, walk the walk.
Culture.
Book review. American fiction. Take the A Train. Cool Machine by Colson Whitehead.
Colson Whitehead is one of just 4 American novelists to win 2 Pulitzer Prizes for fiction, along with Booth Tarkington, William Faulkner and John Updike. He is the only one to win for 2 consecutive books, The Underground Railroad in 2017 and The Nickel Boys in 2020. He is also the only one to win in an era in which literature must fight for its relevance. His novels take up that fight by embracing fiction's capacity to entertain and delight rather than to instruct or edify. He is neither the most inventive of the Pulitzered quartet, that would be Faulkner, nor the most prolific, Tarkington, or overpraised, Updike, but he is, without doubt, the most fun to read. In addition to a requisite coming-of-age novel and serious historical heavy hitters that won him the Pulitzers, his oeuvre includes a zombie novel, a satire of journalism, and a terrific crime trilogy set in Harlem, of which Cool Machine is the conclusion. The protagonist is Ray Carney, a furniture salesman and family man whose father was a crook. His best friend is Pepper, the sort of laconic but loyal roughneck who pops up in countless crime novels to provide muscle for brainy protagonists. The previous Carney novels were set in the 1960s and 1970s. This one takes place in the 1980s. It is not a single story, but a set of 3 linked novellas. Nostalgia figures heavily in all 3 books. Mr. Whitehead once observed, correctly, that no matter how long you have been here, you become a New Yorker the first time you say, "That used to be Muncie's." You are a New Yorker when what was there before is more real and solid than what is here now. Cool Machine is not quite sentimental reverie. Its last section is set in 1986, when modern New York, driven by finance and property rather than manufacturing and industry, starts to emerge. There is a running joke about a crook bar taken over by yuppies. The kitchen, formerly reserved for after-hours beatings, was back in operation and serving burgers, buffalo wings and stuffed potato skins. Mr. Whitehead is one of the few novelists whose jokes can provoke actual laughter, not just wry, knowing smiles. Considering the difference between what a travel brochure promises and the actual experience delivered, he writes, "Look, no one wants to book a cruise and show up to find it's Uncle Darnell rowing a dinghy." Carney is a perfect crime fiction character because he straddles 2 worlds, neither entirely bent nor entirely straight. He is even more of an outsider in Cool Machine. He is in his early 50s, an age at which people realize that the culture around them that they believed solid and theirs is in fact evanescent and someone else's. He talks to his late cousin in his dreams. He navigates underground punk clubs on the Lower East Side, back when that district was genuinely rough, and butts heads with the mafia, which is also struggling to adapt to a changing world. He ponders the ethical and aesthetic differences between stealing something with objective value versus personal meaning. Carney's one flaw as a protagonist is his blandness compared with the narrator's prose. Arthur Conan Doyle, P.D. James, and Elmore Leonard, crime fiction royalty, wrote serviceable, economical, unmemorable prose. In the Carney series, the stories are vehicles for Mr. Whitehead's asides and observations. That would be a problem if those asides and observations were less trenchant and compelling. Besides, the trilogy's subject is not really Carney, it is New York, in all its filthy, frenetic, shabby glory. Late in the last novella, Carney scoffs at the idea of praising a city for being livable.
Culture.
Book Review. Religion in the Ancient World. The Eagle and the Cross. Rome's Age of Revolution, by Tim Whitmarsh.
People who know little about ancient history are still familiar with the fact that Romans persecuted Christ and Christians. In films, the Romans are sometimes brutal, Ben-Hur, The Passion of the Christ, sometimes daft, Life of Brian, but always culturally distant from the new religion and clueless about it. Much of this is a myth, argues Tim Whitmarsh, a professor of Greek at Cambridge University, in a thoroughly entertaining book. Rome's Age of Revolution shows that Christianity was in many ways a product of the Roman Empire and the Greek and Jewish cultures it absorbed as it expanded eastward. Christianity might have become a global religion without Rome, but it wouldn't be the same religion. Despite lots of scholarly hedging, Mr. Whitmarsh's argument is striking. Some may find it enraging. The early followers of Jesus called themselves people of the way, referring to a physical roadway as well as a spiritual path. Paul used a Roman road to bring his message to the Galatians, a crucial episode because it confirmed a new policy of targeting both Gentiles and Jews. The apostle benefited not just from superior Roman infrastructure, but also from superior Roman security. The empire energetically moved people from place to place as soldiers, officials, and slaves, and gave them a broad identity as citizens of Rome. Those deracinated people may have been particularly attracted to a message that elevated faith above family and emphasized the universal. If disparate people could be unified under one ruler, why not under one God too? Romans collapsed time, asserting that their triumph had been foretold by Greek myths. Early Christians did much the same, claiming that the coming of Jesus fulfilled prophecies in Jewish scriptures. Emperor Augustus's birth in 63 BC was said to be attended by cosmic portents, so was Jesus's. Mr. Whitmarsh points out that the Gospel of Mark, probably the earliest written, skips Christ's conception and childhood. The fact that later Gospels dwell on them hints at a possible reworking of the narrative in order to appeal to people familiar with the story of Augustus. Christians shamelessly co-opted Greek philosophers such as Socrates, whom they admired for his questioning spirit and his defiance of the state. They may have drawn on pagan fiction. The most outrageous and entertaining chapter in Rome's Age of Revolution is one on Greek novels. Mr. Whitmarsh suggests that rip-roaring romances like Callirrhoe, probably written in the mid-1st century, could have influenced the composers of the Gospels. It has been argued that Christianity was Hellenized, but Mr. Whitmarsh has no time for that. Christianity was never not Greek or pre-Greek, he argues. If such arguments seem surprising, it may be because theology and classical studies have long been taught by different university departments, by scholars who refrain from trampling on each other's terrain. It may also be a result of the Christian, especially Protestant, determination to scrape away corrupting influences and discover a pure, original message. In reality, though, ideas and cultures are not neatly bounded. They bleed into one another. Mr. Whitmarsh thinks that the boundaries between cultures were far more porous in the centuries after Jesus' birth than they are today. That's a little hard to believe in the era of mass tourism and K-pop demon hunters, but a related argument is hard to contest. Cultures and religions do very well to steal from each other. The modern notion that everyone ought to stay in their cultural paddock, which is made on the left by people worried about
Culture.
Tourism trends. Cot stuff. How the Cotswolds became a global lifestyle brand.
It is barely 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning, but the car park at Daylesford Organic is already chock full. The staff working behind the tills insist it gets far busier than this. Some days visitors have to elbow each other out of the way in the farm shop, homeware store and garden centre. Inside, There are influencers filming the displays of fresh strawberries, groups of women cooing over candles, and harried husbands being asked for their opinion on utensils in shades of cream and sage. The last thing our house needs, one man sighs, is more cutlery. Daylesford was established near the Cotswold village of Kingham in 2002, and the empire has since expanded to include a wellness line, spa, pubs, and holiday cottages. In the financial year to March 2025, the food and homeware arm reported turnovers of £58 million, that's $75 million, up 72.5% from 2020. For centuries, Londoners have traded the hubbub of the city for the tranquillity of the countryside at the weekend. But now the Cotswolds are drawing visitors from farther afield too, including J.D. Vance, America's vice president, who visited on a family summer holiday last year. Expedia, an online travel company, has listed the Cotswolds as one of its top destinations of 2026, alongside Sardinia and Savoy, where you can actually count on sun. Booking.com, another travel firm, has seen a surge of interest in the Cotswolds from holidaymakers across the world. Precise visitor numbers are hard to come by for the Cotswolds, as the region covers almost 800 square miles and spans parts of 5 counties. However, it is thought that between 25 million and 35 million tourists visit each year, either for the day or overnight. Several hoteliers say they are fully booked this summer. Tourists come because the Cotswolds are beautiful and bucolic, the largest designated area of outstanding natural beauty in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, in fact. The region has a distinctive aesthetic. Houses are built from local limestone, which has a burnished hue, and some still have thatched roofs. To uphold the vernacular style, local government guidelines declare new homes should use stone of an appropriate colour to the locality. This historic, wholesome vibe, affectionately dubbed cottagecore by social media, is firmly in fashion. Star power has also made the British countryside cool. The rural renaissance began in 2015 when Soho House, a swanky private members' club, opened an outpost near Chipping Norton. Celebrities such as Lady Gaga and Dua Lipa have been spotted there. Other famous folk have moved in nearby. Ellen DeGeneres, Liam Gallagher, Calvin Harris and the Beckhams have all bought houses in the Cotswolds. Other Tony venues have opened to satisfy a moneyed set, both foreign and domestic. A cluster of old barns was transformed into Time, a luxurious boutique hotel, complete with a spring water swimming pool. In 2023, Estelle Manor, a country hotel, members club and magnet for A-listers, started welcoming guests. That year, Matthew Freud, a public relations supremo, converted a 16th century coaching inn in Burford into Bull, a hideaway adorned with works by Basquiat and Dali. The area has also been featured in TV shows and films. It was a backdrop in the Downton Abbey franchise. Clarkson's Farm, one of Amazon Prime Video's most popular titles, follows the triumphs and travails of running an agricultural business in Chipping Norton. And Rivals, a hit adaptation of Jilly Cooper's bonkbuster novel, presents the Cotswolds as a glorious place where well-heeled people ride horses and each other. COVID-19 played a role in the buzz too, as well-heeled Britons decamped to their second homes to escape the virus. As working from home became accepted, others decided to permanently move there. The demand meant house prices shot up faster than the national average, says Tom Heyman-Joyce, a local estate agent. Prices have now started to come down again, but they are still up on their pre-pandemic levels. The sense that the Cotswolds is a desirable place to be has persisted. And because city types expect cosmopolitan amenities, chefs and restaurateurs have come to cater to them. Bull offers an 11-course tasting menu in one of its 4 restaurants. The final reason for the hype is that the rolling hills, winding streams and quaint cottages represent an idyllic version of England. As you travel down the country roads, hares leap in the fields, while kestrels and red kites swoop overhead. Hotels are seeing more interest from cycling and walking groups who come to commune with nature. Hotels such as Time have gone big on wellness, another buzzword of the day. The hotel is about to expand its spa facilities to add a sauna and indoor pool, among other things. As with the rustic charms of Tuscany or Provence, the Cotswolds are a place where the stresses of the modern world seemingly do not exist. Denzel Arenze, general manager at the Manor House in Castle Combe, points out that there has not been a new building in the village since the 1600s. The same is true in Burford, a medieval market town where you walk into an architectural aesthetic that is almost completely unchanged in 400 years, Mr. Freud says. You may live in a disrupted world of geopolitics and climate crisis and AI, but when you arrive in the Cotswolds, none of those feels like clear and present dangers. Does it all sound too perfect to be true? Just ask the disgruntled long-time residents. As is the case with many neighbourhoods and cities transformed by Instagram and tourism, residents complain about choked roads in villages that were never set up to handle so much traffic. Bibury, a particularly picturesque spot, is trying to ban the coaches that drop off visitors every day. Some feel that there have been no real trickle-down benefits for local people, as a minority of bougie businesses enjoy the majority of the footfall. Many properties that might once have been rented out are being turned into lucrative Airbnbs. That means the supply of long-term rental accommodation is down, which has pushed rents up. Mr. Heyman Joyce says they have increased by 60% in his district since 2019. The people who work in fancy hotels and restaurants sometimes cannot afford to live nearby on low hospitality wages. One employee says she has to commute for over an hour each way. Combined with a dwindling supply of workers due to Brexit, that may spell problems for the industry's future growth. But the Cotswolds, with its scenery, proximity to London and promise of a simpler life,
Culture.
Obituary. The Thinker. Graham James, our peerless cover designer, died on July 17th, aged 65.
They say never to judge a book by its cover. But The Economist is defined by the face it shows the world. For most of the past 30 years, that has been the charge of our designer, Graham James, a dear friend and colleague who has died after a long fight against cancer. Graham brought our words and arguments to life, because we have 4 geographical editions, each of which may lead with a different story. He designed over 2,500 covers. That was an awful lot of free trade and globalization for one pair of shoulders to bear. He admired Rodin's sculpture The Thinker, and spent his days within reach of a soft-leaded pencil, filling sketchbooks with smudges and scribbles. As our weekly Wednesday night deadline drew near, he would work with illustrators to refine ideas. He would also hammer out the details with frequently literal-minded editors, encounters that provoked Graham to mutter the odd curse. If an article goes wrong, there is a substitute. Graham had no safety net. He had to get it right every time. A good cover distills everything into a single image, and sure enough, Graham's picture was often worth more than the cover leader's 1,000 words. In a cover from 2003, a giant saguaro cactus stands like a hand giving the finger after the collapse of trade talks in Cancun. In one on Gendercide from 2010, a pair of tiny, brand-new pink shoes represent 100 million unborn baby girls. Editorials are sometimes inflated by preachiness. In our hot air factory, Graham was the man with a sharp pin. As the presidential election drew near in 2016, we wrote an editorial about Donald Trump's political discourse and the debasement of American politics. It would have been sententious but for Graham's cover art, a Republican elephant with Mr. Trump as its arse end and a couple of steaming quotation marks freshly dropped. Woe betide any leader who caught his subversive eye. No depiction was as biting as a bare-chested Vladimir Putin riding a tank while he flattened the world order. Foreign embassies often complained about our mockery, but Graham was rudest about Britain's hapless prime ministers. Graham's own favourite cover was for the first anniversary of the attacks of September 11th, 2001. Two thin black rectangles stretch up in silhouette against a sunset. They are the Twin Towers. They are the 11 in 9/11. And they are monuments to the dead and to a world that was lost. It was the best of Graham's brilliant design,
By invitation.
A new tyranny. Elon Musk is building a form of capitalism that Adam Smith would hate. The merchants are becoming princes, writes Tim O'Reilly. Tim O'Reilly is the chief executive of O'Reilly Media and a venture capitalist.
Another week, another cocky claim from Elon Musk. He now envisions SpaceX becoming worth more than the rest of Earth if it accomplishes its long-term goals. That prediction made in response to a supporter who questioned the rocketry firm's AI compute deal with Anthropic, a competitor, may, or more likely, may not come to pass. There is, however, much about SpaceX that Mr. Musk can control, indeed, much more than the typical majority owner. In June, the company went public, very much on Mr. Musk's terms. Its initial public offering sold stock to the public without giving the public any meaningful governance rights. Mr. Musk kept roughly 85% of the votes, locked in through super-voting shares that can pass to his heirs through trusts. Buyers of the ordinary stock must waive their rights to a jury trial and to bring class actions. The company qualifies as a controlled one, which exempts it from the rule that a majority of its board be independent, and Mr. Musk can be removed only by a vote of the share class he himself controls. Months earlier, shareholders of Tesla, his electric car company, had handed him a pay package worth up to $1 trillion, whose real prize was voting control rather than cash. The world's first dollar trillionaire has assembled a set of structures designed to make him answerable to no one for as long as he likes and possibly past his own lifetime. These structures bury old arguments about the safety of capitalism in the midden heap of history. Before anyone claimed that markets were efficient, political thinkers claimed that the self-interest of merchants would be a gentler master than the passion of princes. Albert Hirschman reconstructed this forgotten case in The Passions and the Interests. Montesquieu held that commerce makes manners gentle, le doux commerce. James Stewart thought economic complexity would restrain a prince more reliably than any constitution, since a ruler who wrecked the delicate machinery of trade would beggar his own kingdom. John Maynard Keynes put it plainly 150 years later, better that a man should tyrannize over his bank balance than over his fellow citizens. For a long time, the bet looked like a good one. The bond market still disciplines governments in ways no opposition party can match, and given the scale of Mr. Musk's ambitions, it might provide some check on him as well. But we have arrived somewhere Montesquieu and Adam Smith did not foresee. The self-interest of merchants did not tame the passions. It became infused with them, and turned the greatest of merchants back into princes carrying all the undisciplined appetites of old. They built a new and stranger tyranny, not the old corporate machine, obedient to shareholders, but a machine that uses shareholder capitalism's legal forms while escaping its restraints. Mr. Musk completes the pattern, though not in the way the usual complaint about capitalism would predict. The standard charge is that the modern corporation grinds everything down to shareholder value at everyone else's expense. SpaceX's astronaut-in-chief inverts even that complaint. He is not maximizing shareholder value, he is using the instruments of shareholder capitalism to raise enormous amounts of capital while freeing himself from any restraints from those who provide it, so that he can spend the proceeds on Mars, humanoid robots, artificial intelligence, or whatever next satisfies his ambition. The market discipline that was meant to cage the prince has in short become the lever by which the prince escapes the cage. Keynes's hope now runs backwards. The bank balance is no longer a substitute for tyrannizing over one's fellow citizens. It is the means of doing so, and Mr. Musk has already carried that power out of the boardroom and into government and party politics. This matters well beyond one man's ambitions, because corporations are themselves a kind of artificial intelligence, and their governance is a trial run for the governance of AI. Machines, bureaucracies, and markets all belong to a family of systems that strip the world down to a few narrow inputs and act on them at a scale no individual human can match. Humanity spent 2 centuries fitting those systems with partial controls. In the case of corporations, those controls include independent boards of directors, shareholder votes, courts, disclosure rules, and regulators, not to mention public disapproval and consequent activism. Each was a feedback loop, a way to correct the system when its objectives drove it somewhere monstrous. Mr. Musk is removing those loops, one at a time. He is doing it at the very moment he is building a far more potent AI to power the enterprises he controls. He is also not alone. The people who promise that their frontier AI systems will be safe and aligned are, inside their own companies, stripping out the alignment mechanisms that 3 centuries of conflict produced. An AI shaped under the governance of Mr. Musk's XAI will not carry the same values as one shaped under a structure that still answers to somebody. The design of the company is a preview of the design of the machine. The du commerce thinkers were not naive. They were choosing the lesser of the dangers in front of them, and their choice proved wise for centuries. We are now running the experiment the other way, betting that we can concentrate power on an enormous scale in the hands of men accountable to no one and trust the result to their vision. That bet might pay off. History suggests how seldom it does.
Obituary.
Wally Funk. The aviator who insisted on going into space died on July 8th, aged 87.
When she was told she had to do something, Wally Funk often refused. She wouldn't wear a seatbelt. She'd perfected a neat trick of clicking it in and then sitting on it instead. She wouldn't study home economics, as girls at her school were supposed to, because she wanted to do car mechanics, and left school rather than comply. Told later to learn cookery, she filled her oven with pans instead. Expected to wear a dress, paint her nails, and be generally frou-frou, she made no effort at all. Equally, when she wanted to do something, she just did it. If she suddenly needed, when driving, to fetch a thing from the back, she steered with her knees. If she wanted a tree house or even a real house, she built it herself. Because at the age of 5 she wanted to fly, she put on her Superman cape and jumped off the barn. Atta girl. From then, it was all aviation. She got her pilot's license at 17, won races, excelled at manoeuvres and determined to fly for a living. Like the dozens of balsa wood planes she'd made as a child, she would glide free in the marvellous air. When astronauts appeared, her longing turned to space. Absolutely she had to go. Men might say no, but she could beat them at anything. Besides, in 1960, Dr. William Randolph Lovelace had set up a private program to test whether women were suited for spaceflight. Swiftly, although she was underage, at 21 she applied to be a member of Mercury 13, the group of women who hoped to go into space just like the 7 Mercury men. The tests, which were just like the men's, were hard. But not too hard for her. They stuck her with needles all over. Fine. They squirted ice-cold water in her ears. Holy cow, that hurt. But she knew how to deal with pain. Just face it down. Beat it back. They made her swallow 3 feet of rubber tubing to test her stomach juices. She could do that. Just go gobble-gobble like a turkey, an inch at a time. In one isolation test, she had to float in a sensory deprivation tank in a dark, soundless room, unable to feel herself slapping her own face. And she managed to stay there, just dreaming away, for 10 hours and 35 minutes. Most people lasted 2 to 3 hours. But they had to haul her out, still happy. Space was like this. She actually broke the record, and all tests considered, she did better than the guys. But, like the other women, she still couldn't be an astronaut. Why? Because the Lovelace programme had been cancelled midway, when various men got cold feet about girls. The said girls all appealed to NASA, but it did no good. It hadn't been NASA's programme. For that, only all-male Air Force jet pilots could qualify. She was horribly disappointed. But as with any pain, she coped. Chocolate helped, as long as it was Hershey's. So did childhood training. In her tomboy days in New Mexico, she'd made friends with Pueblo Indians, learning from them how to hunt and survive in the wilderness. When her friends met some problem they couldn't solve, like an angry bear, they would throw it a fish, accept it, satisfy it to some degree, then move on. Missing out on space required a pretty big fish, a marlin rather than a trout. But being ever positive, never negative, she moved on. With her first-rate flying credentials, it wasn't hard to find other jobs. All the same, she was the first and only woman in several of them. She joined the Federal Aviation Administration as the first woman to inspect planes and instruct new pilots, then went to the National Transportation Safety Board as an investigator of plane crashes. Again, she was the first woman to do it. That was an arduous job, on sites that she could sometimes reach only by mule or by rappelling off cliffs. Occasionally it was gruesome too, combing minutely through wreckage that might still contain personal effects and parts of bodies. As before, she managed to beat her emotions back. In Taos, her hometown, she ran a flight school. Over her whole career, she logged 19,600 flight hours and taught 3,000 people how to fly. Wow, how about that? Yet the thought of being an astronaut still niggled her. Her clothes were sewn with aviation patches. Her speaking voice was an engine-beating shout. She might be a civilian, but she could do it. On a tour of Europe in her camper van in the mid-1960s, she diverted into Russia to try to meet Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space. In California, she did a centrifuge test, wearing her mother's tightest corset to simulate the G-suit that only men could have. She also went to Moscow for zero-gravity sessions. In her 60s, she was snapped upside down, rapturously floating in a crowd of Russian men. All of them, she noted, used their bath bags at some point. But not her. Flying in any form had never sickened her. Au contraire, it was her life. She breathed it and ate it. She'd never married because she was married to planes, preferably the Cessna 182 and the Stearman biplanes. But she also had a soft spot for the glider, which at college she'd taken to 14,000 feet. As the years passed and space exploration went on without her, she kept hoping. Opportunities were opening up on the commercial side. By the 2000s, civilians could go into space if they paid enough. She therefore put down her life savings, $200,000, as a deposit for Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic flight. But before she used it, an invitation came. Jeff Bezos asked her to be a special guest on his Blue Origin craft. The date was July 20th, 2021, and she was 82 years old. No one older had ever ventured into space. No eyes older than hers had ever looked on that blackness, 62 miles up. It lasted only 10 minutes. But wow! And wow! At last she'd done it. If only it could have been longer. Deep down, she'd never doubted. For years, growing up, she'd looked out on the Taos Mountain. Later, living elsewhere, she would gaze on a photo of it. Each day, the spirit of the mountain would tell her what she was meant to achieve. If she wanted something badly enough, the mountain gave her the confidence to get it. And if it said, "Fly to the stars," that was where she would go.